Evening America and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay. Because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I didn't switch my mic over like an idiot. Also joining me is Reese.
I'm not an idiot because I only use one mic. So there.
And Funum.
Hey.
And Randy.
We're late.
Woohoo! And Greenline.
That wasn't me.
And one mic, also Greenline.
And Mirage Leonardo is joining us tonight.
Hey, happy Sunday.
So, I'm stuffing my face with bacon.
That's why we're late.
I'm going to blame it on Greenline. But
okay, yeah, sure.
All right.
How dare you stuff his mouth like that, Greenline?
I am so... I'm so unprepared that I realized I don't even have a tab to share.
Wow, proud of you.
Here it comes.
Go.
Okay. All right. If you would like to support this podcast, I invite you to dig so deeply that you will be destitute and to send that money directly to us via Patreon at patreon.com/OCA podcast. Or patreon.com/anime collector for content you won't ever see. Also, at OCApodcast.com/support, there are many ways you can support us over here. Help us get into the green, out of the red.
Green is
by
good.
Shopping at, whoa, what the fuck?
That's a good site. Yeah, I shop there all the time.
What am I going to get from Tenga?
What discount are you going to get?
I guess I have to put in an email.
No. Click on
123 at realemail.com. Spin.
Man.
Yes, I got. Ah! All right, quick.
No spinning for you.
Get yourself some spooky jack-off material.
Some spoogie.
Some spooky splooge this Halloween. All right, let's get started here. So, first things first. We should have talked about this last podcast, but alas, we did not. My good friend Duo, who you may remember from the first time we covered Steins Gate on podcast because he guested during the Watch Club, he has put together his own video game based loosely on Earthbound. Is that how you describe it?
Well, he has like Undertale and Paper Mario and all these other influences.
Yeah. So basically,
together.
Basically, he has done what many people have talked a big game about doing, but never actually moved forward on. He has taught himself to code before ChatGPT came out. Did all sorts of different things. He has a coding
friend.
Yeah, he has. But basically, he's like gone to the process of learning all of this stuff and how to do it in order to merge a bunch of games that have influenced him together, so that he could make something that he wanted to make. So if you like his content, which I know a lot of people do, you would probably enjoy this. I've linked it in the doc. You guys can check out the demo.
Free demo.
Free.
You know, there's no risk. It's all free.
Mm-hmm. So as soon as the video I just uploaded to the brand loads, I'm going to click on it. You can watch the demo trailer. But it's got a very unique combat system. Here it is. It's ready. Let's check it out. Any thoughts?
Neat.
I think it's got a really nice, interesting charm to it.
Mm-hmm.
And like I've already played most of the demo. And it's also got this like quirky writing, like every object you go up to you can read, and then it will give you some, half of the time it's some stupid description. And I mean that in a good way.
Mm-hmm.
And what is it? This was also originally a Doki Doki Literature Club mod, and then it got so out of hands that he decided to turn into like, well, modify it heavily and all this stuff to turn into its standalone game. And I agreed. It's like, yeah, you're putting in so much effort, and it's just going to be known as a mod, you know, an add-on, a fan project, where you could make it like your own thing, and then people think about you instead of like, oh, you're just attached to Doki Doki Literature Club, which, by the way, I made music for that mod, and now I guess later on he's going to repurpose some of those tracks. And then I made some songs for this game, but none of them you heard in the trailer. So you have that to look forward to as well. Ooh.
So if any part of the trailer made you think, oh, that's cool, or that's neat, I'm going to invite you to click on that link I just posted and reply to Duo and say some kind words to him about it. You can tell him the OCA podcast sent you if you want. Not necessary though. But yeah, I'm really happy for him. I would like to play the demo. I'd love to stream it, but currently I've got plans for Silent Hill 2 remake this week. But after that's over, maybe this will be the next thing on my radar, and we'll check it out together. But not holding back our time here, I would like to address some of the chat, actually. Yeah. Where's the button?
Address the allegations real quick.
Yeah, so Kultu T says, it skipped the illegal intro for me. Hello, everyone. So did it not play the Trump ad for you guys?
It did play the Trump ad.
It played it for us.
Yeah.
Right? So StreamYard added this new feature where when you go live, you can set one of the videos in your brand to play the second it goes live. And you can set another one when you end the stream to be the outro video. So that you hit it, it plays the video in its entirety, and then cuts off. But now I'm not sure if it actually played. Because Kultuti says...
I just looked. It did play.
Okay.
It like cut off the first like microsecond of the starting. But
see, this is why I don't. Yeah. So here's the thing, though. What we've experienced when we first started using StreamYard is that microsecond is probably on the Facebook version of the stream, but it's not on the YouTube version. Like YouTube has a delay thing, which is why I typically wait to start the thing. So maybe I'll make a version of it that has like an extra
half second
of black screen, or maybe Marn's lovely assets at the beginning.
Yeah, so
that way we
get
to see it.
Just to be clear, it starts with Trump saying "Evening America" instead of "Good evening."
Cool.
But that said, the people who are in the stream waiting might not have got. Like sometimes YouTube will start the stream later.
Oh, yeah, gotcha. Okay.
So like the VOD has it, but
I just have
like watching live.
The greatest goddamn news ever. We need a new intro because the current intro is about to be outdated because he says it's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and by November that's going to change, right? Presumably. So I need a new intro idea, and
we have one.
Even better.
Where is it?
You can't play if we play the song, we need new visuals to go with it.
Okay.
But even better is that YouTube has just announced that shorts are now going to be allowed to go up to 3 minutes, which for me only raises it up to 1:30 because that's Instagram's limit for Reels, which makes that the new lowest common denominator, right? But that means I have an extra 30 seconds to work with for the next intro. So to be able to release it as well as a, anyway. So that's the thing. All right. Enriv asks, you guys going to talk about TV reviews? Please provide details as to what you're referring to, because I haven't anything this past week about Chibi. Did something happen? Unfortunately, I made a massive purchase for my other hobby. If I buy during Prime Day, I'll use the OCA link. Unfortunately, the OCA link is non-existent because Amazon has determined that we are not their friend. And I have yet to try to reach out and get a new link. But I appreciate your thoughts.
Us.
If you ever need some splooge material, especially the spooky kind, you can use that link. Or you can buy off the Crunchyroll store using our link.
Does that begin anything?
I haven't checked.
If you're in Canada, I have a link.
Look, I'm just saying, seems to me like all of you are fake gooners because not one person is bought from Tenga, right?
To be honest, it's cheaper on Amazon.
Do as the former CEO said, don't like it, don't buy, and make your own. Yeah, regarding to the game. It's a lovely game. If he's not opposed, he could look into AI voice acting.
I don't think he wants to use AI for things right now, because I think he was talking about the coding, and I told him about ChatGPT, and I said, yeah, but people are kind of up in arms about the AI stuff, so I'm not going to touch
Duo cares a little bit too much what the rest of the world thinks. And I think it inhibits his creative freedom to a degree that I wish he could get past that. Because the guy is like, there's just no stopping him other than the perception of making the wrong move, and that causes him to make the wrong move a lot, starting his channels over, doing all that stuff, which have all been wildly successful. Like, don't get me wrong, the guy is a brilliant YouTuber, but I just feel like he's making those decisions because of an insecurity he feels about how people feel about things, and he should just say, fuck what people feel. Every single thing I've ever made has been successful. Let me just do it without the chains now, Yeah. Love you, Duo. All right. Unkono says Animego is putting Bubblegum Crisis on Blu-ray. We'll look at that tonight. Yes, sorry about that. It played. It just jumped me to you eBay. Oh, fuck. There might be a third shooter. Oh, fuck. Wait, is this the Chibi got doxxed? Okay, Chibi made a meme Don post, and everyone called him a pedo, and then doxed him. He has a video on his YouTube channel. If you could link that in the Discord, or if you're not on the Discord, link it in the chat here. I'd like to check that out. Also, these people hacked his DeviantArt and posted actual CP on it. What the fuck, man?
What the hell?
How did I not know about this? Poor Chibi. Pour one out for Chibi.
As much as he falls into the reactor category, like whatever it is,
he's so genuine, though. What a wholesome YouTuber he is. I care too little about the thoughts of others. All right,
talking about the same guy.
Chibi reviews.
Okay, we are definitely not talking. Okay, yeah.
He's like a. Last I checked, he's like a chapter episode reviewer. The only problem I really have is his takes and what he makes for content, but like otherwise he seems to be the guy that's actually talking against like what is it, censorship and all those stuff.
He is among the biggest YouTubers that vocally pumped the brakes on Vic or other such controversies like that. Like he has actually said something. I don't know about specifically Vic, but I remember he mentioned stuff about maybe Shield Hero or whatever. He's had it. Like I've heard him use the word woke, right, in a negative context. Like he's been one of those, right? So anyway,
there was another guy with Chibi in his name that I thought you guys were talking about, but it's not the guy I was thinking of.
All right. Anyway, let me think. What are we doing next? Let's. We got pickups. You guys have any pickups?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Are they in the Discord?
No.
Let me rephrase that. Are they going to be in the Discord, or do I need to wait and let you guys put them on camera? Because I'm about to go to the Discord.
No, I can put them on Discord.
All right, put them on Discord. I'm gonna do my my pickups real quick. So, I got a couple things. My daughter asked me to show you this ornament I bought for myself from Hobby Lobby. My wife has decided we're gonna decorate the Christmas tree early this year.
That's the Amazon padding exclusive tip.
I also got Silent Hill Downpour. I bought this on eBay. I was the only person who bid on it and got it for maybe 10% the price of other ones online. And then a book I ordered a while back just arrived, The Armageddon Conspiracy. I'm going to read you the back of this book and tell me if you're not hyped for it. When an SS officer commits suicide at the end of World War II, he leaves behind a document called the Canaanite Destiny. Kyanite Destiny. That hints at an incredible link between the Nazis and the Bible's greatest pariah. Only Cambridge University professor Reinhard Weiss appreciates the document's significance. His research is ridiculed when he claims he has uncovered a conspiracy going back to Adam and Eve. All of history's best-known conspiracies, he insists, are different aspects of a single super conspiracy that connects the Nazis to the Knights Templar, the Cathars, the Alchemists, the original Freemasons, the early Gnostic sects, King Solomon, and Cain, as in Cain and Abel, all the way back in the Garden of Eden, technically immediately after the Garden of Eden. His work, unfinished, Weiss dies in obscurity. In 2012, the fate of the world hinges on whether the Kyanite Destiny's ultimate objective, which always eluded Professor Weiss, can be discovered. Adolf Hitler supposedly attempted to perform the final cataclysmic act, but failed for reasons unknown. Now, the members of America's most elite Special Forces unit have deserted en masse, and they appear to be the latest inheritors of history's oldest and deadliest secret mission. When their backgrounds are checked, an extraordinary fact emerges. All of them are grandsons of American intelligence officers who, at the time of the Second World War, interrogated senior officials responsible for the treasure hoard that the Nazis looted from all over Europe. The deserters carry out a coordinated set of daring robberies targeting holy sites associated with the three greatest religious icons of the Western world, the Ark of the Covenant, the Holy Grail, and the Spear of Destiny. The Roman lance that was used to pierce Christ's side at crucifixion, the Spear of Longinus, and which was coveted by Hitler. It seems American soldiers are the instruments of Cain's ancient revenge. Are they planning the greatest crime of all, to kill God. I mean,
can I see the back of that book? The freaking novel page.
Right. To be honest, when I read it the first time, I read this part up here and the last 2 lines. That was a mouthful.
When you were told.
So, I'm interested in that. That sounds like an awesome story. But anyway, let's get into the Discord here and look at our... All right. Reese, you picked up The Eminence and Shadow 2.
Yeah, and Mushoku Tensei
right,
Season 2 Part 1 and Ranking of Kings Treasure Chest of Courage, which is technically Season 2.
Oh.
No limited for that though, but it's not.
Nope, no limited for that one.
Anime fan 007 also picked up Mushoku Tensei 2, Eminence and Shadow 2, and that kind of got reincarnated as a slime Scarlet Bond. Seb picked up the French edition of Yume Iro Patissiere, and no, I lied. I'm sorry.
That's the name.
That's this one. Hold on. I remember him saying sorry. I'm sorry. So he picked up the American edition of Yume Iro Patissiere. So I believe this is dream colored Yume Iro Patissiere and Overlord Part 4 LE. And then he got the Italian version of Oh My Goddess and the French version of the first Slam Dunk.
Oh mia dia!
All right. Green Line.
I picked up, but can we do the other slide first?
Oh, yes, of course.
At Walmart, they had Teen Titans, so I decided to grab that real quick. But it's DVD, and I wanted Blu-ray, but I'm like, you know what? I'll just stick with it DVD. And then I picked
you have
up,
a Blu-ray release for that.
They do. Mobile Suit Gundam, and then after that, I picked up Tomo-chan is a Girl, My Senpai is Annoying, and the second season of Uzaki-chan Limited, because I needed to pick those up. So
Uzaki-chan got some friends?
She got family.
Uzaki and friends.
Has a mom and a sister.
Yeah.
Guess the big tits don't quite run in the family. This is an illegitimate.
It's all relative.
No,
Mirage picked up the 8-film Harry Potter collection.
Yeah, sadly, it didn't include the Fantastic Beasts prequel films. They actually did have a...
I don't think they made an 11-film collection like that.
No, they probably didn't. I haven't actually sat down and watched them yet. This was supposed to be kind of like the Halloween movie marathon for like me and my family. I've only seen the first 4 Harry Potter films, by the way.
I've seen maybe 2 of them.
Is that DVD?
Yes, this is DVD. I paid about $48 for it.
Am I crazy, or does it look like they made Hermione uglier for the cover here?
It looks like a guy's stunt double.
Yeah, Ron looks pretty hideous too.
They all kind of like this. This picture is from the 5th movie, I believe.
Yeah, this looks bad.
I
am sorry for your box set cover, but I'm sure the movies are they're watchable, right?
Most of them.
Which one's the worst one?
The 4.
I don't even know.
The 5th one by far.
The last one that I saw was Goblet of Fire, and I saw it.
Yeah, I've heard that's the worst
theaters.
One by the fans.
It was okay. Prisoner of Azkaban, which is the 3rd one, I actually skipped over that one.
Why? That was the best one.
I need to watch that one. And then
the
first two movies, I watched when they used to show them on like ABC. Like they actually like considered. I mean, even though it's not like a Christmas movie, I guess it's just like I don't know. I guess like the charm of Harry Potter, the first film. They would always air it like Christmas Eve, so I would watch it like every year on ABC. And then the same with the second movie, The Chamber of Secrets.
7 and 8 are the worst.
But the first 2 movies I thought were really good. in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what people have issue with the fourth one. I think
Goblet of Fire. I loved Goblet of Fire. I saw it opening day.
Yeah.
I saw that one 3 times in theaters.
5, I think, was the best book, but the worst, well, not the worst, but like they didn't bring out the what was in the book.
That was
in the movie.
the worst adaptation out of all of them.
And then 7 and 8, which is a adaptation of the 7th book, I think was just absolutely terrible. 7, the movie 7 doesn't have anything going on for it because it's all set up, and then 8 is just bullshit. I didn't like it at all.
Sorry, I'm just downloading this TV review video. All right, thank you guys for the scoop. I will have to cover it next podcast, though. And I hope he's doing okay.
That book is the story of Assassin's Creed.
Right.
Can't wait to get to the chapter where Yasuke's introduced, huh?
First Fantastic Beasts is fine, and it's best to leave it there.
Yeah, see, I never saw the first Fantastic Beasts. I saw the second one.
The first one, the only one with Johnny Depp in it?
Yeah.
No, the first two.
Yeah. And then they recast him because of the Amber Heard bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
The first 2 he's in. He shows up.
Yeah. The first 2 he's in. Yeah, he's in 1 and 2, and then the third one they recast him with Mads Mikkelsen.
Mm-hmm.
Which honestly looks like who they had for him in the flashback of the Harry Potter movies.
Emma Watson. I don't know.
Like they should have started with Mads Mikkelsen instead of starting with Johnny Depp. Instead of Johnny Depp.
5 had the best film.
So real quick.
No spoilers, by the way.
Feminism will do that to you.
Oh no.
I did, yeah. Thank you. The 2 videos are I got doxxed by the Boruto community and my family's in danger. Yeah. And then I'm going to turn on notifications so I get if there's any updates throughout the week. Cool. Thank you guys. All right.
Yep.
Let us put in our sorry, I'm ravenously hungry today.
So where did you get that Harry Potter collection at, Mirage?
At my local Walmart. They had 2 copies left.
How much did you pay for it?
He literally put all the details in the Discord.
$48.
Price,
That's
the fact that it's a DVD collection, where he got it.
You could have spent almost less and got the Blu-ray collection on Amazon.
They didn't have the Blu-ray collection. That's
on
all they
Amazon.
had.
On Amazon.
Oh, I know.
Okay. Man, this bug bite. That thing is.
Well, I mean, originally last year they did have all the Harry Potter movies on Netflix, and then they took them down and they switched them over to HBO Max. But I unfortunately don't have HBO Max, and I'm not paying for it. So.
All right.
So anyway, good.
Jumping in because Randy may leave us because he's been swinging from the buildings a little too much lately. And he's got a boo-boo in his wrist that for some reason precludes him from being able to talk.
Well, I was in pain. I didn't want to be sitting uncomfortably.
He doesn't want the rest of us to hear him cry.
But I will have you know that my wrist is feeling better. You know, the magical healing ability of Spider is kicking in.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. All right. So we're going to start with this topic tonight. Nintendo and the Pokemon Company's Palworld lawsuit is based on mechanic patents. So, excuse me. So why aren't they going after Pocket Pair's previous title, Craftopia? While the Pokemon Company and Nintendo's recently announced lawsuit against Pocket Pair's Palworld amended their patents pinpointing Pocket Pair's Palworld, yet Craftopia utilized monster catching and writing before them. Great sentence. That makes sense. While You started with that, and then you say, yeah, okay, wonderful. Great. Nintendo and the Pokemon Company have sued Pocket Pair for patent infringement over Palworld. However, the Japanese titans are currently remaining tight-lipped regarding the lawsuit specifics, with even Pocket Pair themselves unaware of just which patents they are accused of infringing. Speaking to Yahoo Japan, Japanese patent attorney Kiyoshi Kurihara speculated, quote, if there is a common point, it is the mechanic whereby you throw a ball-like object at monsters to capture them. If there is any patent infringement to speak of, I think it would be this. Oh my God! It took a patent attorney to say what everybody else knew. Amazing! Wow, great job. To this end,
the line in here, just watch out for it, but read it.
Okay. What's up?
No, just read the sentence. I'll
okay.
It after.
To this end, it appears there are 4 divisional patents, essentially a patent for the specific elements that make up a previously patented concept or item, all of which were filed in Japan between February and July of this year, and could be used by Nintendo and the Pokemon Company for their lawsuit.
Yeah, that's just wrong. The patent was filed in 2021.
Okay.
There was a bunch of other amendments and stuff that were filed, but they, as far as I could tell, the original patent had all the information in it. They were just filing like little tiny changes, as far as I could tell.
Okay. So you haven't read this article, have you?
I got this far.
Okay. Well, you should have kept reading. So these are, as the article is about to explain, these are what they're referring to here as divisional patents that are a further expanding on a previous patent with extra details. So the original patent is from 2021. These ones drill down further, and as they're going to talk about in a minute, they have the umbrella date of the original patent.
Yeah.
So the first patent here, I'm not going to go ahead and read all the patent numbers. I just feel like that would do nobody any good. Patent 1 concerns the general mechanics of catching a creature or NPC, which entails the use of direct input from the player, showing the player their chance of success, determining if it was successful under various criteria, and then changing that creature from an enemy to being owned by the player. I mean, in in Age of Empires, I could like, and then I would convert you to be a to be one of my guys, right? Like I could brainwash you with my shaman.
It's pronounced woolulu.
And then change that creature to be owned by the player. Interestingly, diagrams attached to the patent show a player catching a dinosaur in a Pokeball, with the player model being shown using what appears to be the Pokeball Plus controller from Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee.
Well, that dinosaur doesn't belong to Nintendo. That's copyright infringement.
This is the same patent.
Yeah.
This is the one we looked at that was filed in 2021.
No, I think because we have that right freaking here. This is the Japanese patent. This is the American patent, right? This is what we looked at. You can see the original date, worldwide applications for Japan, 2021, right?
Yep.
But you can see more recent dates of May and June of last year, right?
Yeah.
So this specific patent that we're talking about here, they'll talk about it in a minute. So the next patent, the next 2 patents rather, both of which regard the very fine print specifics of the above catch and redeploy patent. And then the last patent here handles the idea of a player actively switching between various modes of transportation across various environments. For example, as gliding on a flying creature, then automatically switching to a climbing creature when you hit a wall, as seen in practice in Pokemon Legends Arceus.
That patent, that last one, that's the only thing that's not included in that first patent that I read earlier. And does Palworld even do that?
I don't know.
What?
Gundam?
Well, I don't know if there's a.
Can you go from a gliding Pokemon pal to a climbing pal?
I mean, I don't think there's even a climbing pal. Like, you have a normal mount that's like you can run on your dog or whatever, or you can fly on your whatever guy.
Can you jump?
So,
Can you jump as the dog, land in the water, and then turn into a fish and swim?
No, you can't turn into a fish. Like
That's
you
what he's
have to recall, and then you have to throw out another ball, which I don't think you can even do in the water.
Yeah, so I don't even think that patent would be at issue here.
They're just future-proofing it.
All right. You still haven't yet to convince me that this is relevant, but sure.
Notably, the dates of the patents and divisional patents is where things get interesting. Per Kurihara, even if they are filed well after the original, divisional patents can be enforced via the date of the parent patent's approval. In this case, that first patent we were talking about was filed on July 30th of this year, with Nintendo and the Pokemon Company requesting an accelerated examination on August 6th before it ultimately was approved on August 22nd. Likewise, the other 3 patents were filed on February 6th, February 26th, and March 5th, respectively, with registration approval subsequently being given on June 17th, May 30th, and July 26th. Given that Palworld launched, albeit in early access, on January 19th, well before all of the divisional patents were filed, one would assume they would be in the clear. However, as their parent patent was officially registered all the way back in December 22nd, 2021, all of them can cite that day as their original filing date. Offering his read on the situation, Kurihara notes that it is the first listed patent, which he describes as a killer patent, that will be at the center of the case. Well, that was interesting. I have a Facebook notification pop up over here, made noise for the first time ever. Okay. Anyway, no, let's not put that on screen. That'll be okay. All right. If you want to make a Pokemon-like game, and it's easy to infringe if you're not careful. It is believed that the scope of rights of the divisional application of the existing patent was amended to pull in the composition of the allegedly infringing property for use in litigation, a technique commonly referred to as fitting in. In terms of timing, it seems natural to assume that the lawsuit was filed pending the grant of these patents. In a separate report, Japan Patent Attorney Corporation Seirasia drew a similar conclusion, noting, quote, "We found that patents established before the release of Palworld did not necessarily correspond to the mechanics of Palworld, and that the patent submitted for examination after the release of Palworld worked to improve this." Providing an analysis for the report, Seirasia's Ryo Arashida theorizes that Nintendo may have created the other patents specifically after playing Palworld and pinpointed what they could add to the original patents, such as chance of success in catching a creature being displayed. In support of this argument, Arashida points out how the original patent for the catch and redeploy mechanic mentions switching between modes, whether to throw a ball to catch or throw a creature to battle. But after the launch of Palworld, the patent was amended to remove any specific mention of mode switching.
You can just amend your patents like that?
You know, you can amend things, but like if they,
I don't see why it need to be changed.
I'm not sure either. The majority of the patent involves the mechanics of Pokemon Legends, and they very clearly copied the catching mechanics, and the writing, but I don't think the writing is really at issue here. From Pokemon Legends. Well, actually, and the writing was also from Scarlet and Violet, but again, I don't think the writing's at issue.
So I just say real quick. If you needed an anecdotal reason for why this is a valid lawsuit, as I was scrolling down and only glancing at this, I thought this was a screenshot from Pokemon. Go ahead, though.
From now, I don't have access. I didn't do like a lawyerly analysis or anything. Okay, I'm not a lawyer, but from the Google patent website, I looked at the various different patents on the various different days, and the first, as far as I could tell, unless Google, when you click on the old patent, they show you the new patent, which would be silly, but I don't know. But from what I could tell, the old patent had the majority of what was going on. So I don't, from what I know, which could be wrong, I don't see how they can come to the conclusion that the patents before the game release didn't affect Palworld, but then they were amended to now affect them. I would disagree with that. Obviously, not a lawyer, and they would know more than me, I suppose. But from what I could see, I don't see how they came to that conclusion.
Also, why are you talking about Palworld when you don't bother reading any Pokemon comments? That is just hypocritical. Not that I won't read Pokemon comments. It's just that every one of your comments about Pokemon is about how they have gone downhill because the characters are no longer cute, gender dimorphic characters, and they have like the ability to wear dresses and stuff or whatever you're constantly harping about, and it's every single podcast. So don't give me that crap.
Well, the other thing you gotta consider is that you have to make the comments while we're on topic, and we'll address them usually.
All right, Kotizi says they were breaking up the larger patent into smaller, more specific patents. JT Vegas says the problem is Palworld was released on PC and Xbox consoles.
It would probably be more of a problem if it was on Switch. I'll be real.
Yeah, but I don't see how that's
a
Switch.
Be hilarious if it did.
Yeah. So the Kotizi says no, you can't climb, but you can jump up, and there are no swimming pals. I am shocked.
Yeah,
I can fly everywhere. Why swim?
I didn't remember there being climbing things.
I mean, news to me that's even in Pokemon. The argument about good.
Well, remember that Scarlet and Violet? How you had the motorcycle Pokemon or whatever? Were those able to climb?
Yeah, they could do everything. They would climb, swim, fly.
You didn't even have to teach them surf.
Correct.
They're just so fast.
What?
Off the water.
I think I don't think you could swim right away, but you didn't have to teach them surf. They gained the ability to swim at one point, I think.
Actually, didn't they make a new mechanic at some point where it's like if you own the HM, you can just use it generically. You don't have to teach it to a specific Pokemon.
Yeah, they did that. They did that in Pokemon. Pokemon.
It was probably
Sword
the Diamond
Shield.
Pearl remake that I'm thinking of specifically.
Okay.
They're freeing the Pokemon HM slaves by doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no one liked having to carry around Pokemon just to get past overworld obstacles.
Yeah, fully agreed.
JT Vegas says the argument about controller schematics for abilities for Pokemon ball throwing. I don't know if that's. They said it looks like, and I'm guessing that in real life there's like a little thing where you get to I'm pretending. Look at me throw it, Mom.
Yes.
But this could just be that they're showing you the in-game character holding the ball, not specifically the player character. Is that what PC stands for?
I'm pretty sure Oh, maybe you're right. Actually, maybe you're right.
Because it looks like
it
looks like the heads-up display shows your third-person view of the player, and this is a close-up of what you're seeing in their hand to show you.
I think they're just distinguishing that they press like the central button on the ball that's split in half or whatever to activate the release mechanism.
I don't even think it matters. I don't think it even matters.
Well, no.
I think
I'm just patents though.
Yes, but I'm just saying that I think that the idea is that there is a ball-like object that is held in the hand of the character who is targeting the animal they're going to catch, and that they throw it.
Yeah,
I think
if you look up the patent, it explains what B is, and it's like the capture ball. And in other points in the patent, it talks about how the capture ball isn't even a ball; it's like a capture. They call it a capture item. So anyway, but also the thing about like, oh well, there's controllers in there. Though there is the switch diagram, right? They put the images of the entire switch diagram, but that's not part of the patent. The patent is just the mechanics of catching the Pokemon and the steps that you can take in the battle, quote unquote, and that kind of thing. So I read the entire fucking thing because I had this argument with they were like with these people that were talking about, well, the example says Pokeball, and I'm like, yeah, that's an example. The patent says capture item. It's not limiting to ball. The example is a ball. It would be stupid to say that, well, the patent requires you to list every possible example of your patent in the example.
Yeah,
right. So
their patent only applies to dinosaurs, actually. So this capture mechanism is only covered if they were capturing dinosaurs.
All right. So this is Figure 8. In Figure 8, a game image indicating that the player character PC is disposed in a virtual space. Is displayed on the display. Wow. 12 of the game system.
This is machine translated.
Yeah.
From Japanese.
The player character PC performs an action in the virtual space according to the user's operation. In the game image displayed on the display, 12, a field character FC, that must be the mob.
Yeah.
A field character FC disposed in the virtual space is displayed. A plurality of field characters FC are disposed on the field in the virtual space and are caused to perform an action in the virtual space by automatic control performed by the processor. 81, based on predetermined algorithm of the or the like. A user who operates the player character PC can cause the player character PC to perform an action to catch a field character and set the field character in the user's possession. Okay, in Figure 8, here. Okay, hold on. Is holding an empty ball item B and is about to throw the held ball item B in the virtual space. Here, the empty ball item B serves as a catching item that can be caused to hit a field character on the field and thereby catch the field character. For example, when an empty ball item B thrown by the player character hits a field character, it is determined whether or not the field character is successfully caught, successful catch determination. If the result of the successful catch determination is positive, the field character FC hit by the ball item B is successfully caught and is set in the user's possession.
Oh man, that was the other thing. I was arguing with this idiot, and he was like, "Oh, they get transferred. The Pokemon get transferred to the digital space," and I'm like, "And well, the pals don't get transferred to the digital space. They get transferred to your camp." I'm like, that doesn't matter. Like, where the Pokemon or pal go after you catch them is not a part of this fucking patent. And then he's like,
where's the Digimon come into the patent of digital spaces?
That's, some people are weird, man. Like, their thought process, anyway.
They should make a Pokemon game with the aesthetics of the patent drawings.
Yes. At least no swimming when Kultati played. Sega are worse because they patented the guiding arrow from Crazy Taxi. Honestly, the guiding arrow in Crazy Taxi is a terrible navigation system, and I'm glad they patented it so that other companies made better ones.
So like there are a number of game mechanic. That was another thing.
Imagine in Ghost of Tsushima, instead of the wind mechanic where the wind blows the direction you're supposed to go, instead it was the fucking Crazy Taxi arrow going, like, go this way, Jinsuke! Like, come on. Sega did us all a favor by patenting that.
that was the other criticism I've heard is like, oh, well, you can't patent game mechanic. Yes, you can. There's been a number of them. There's,
well, actually, Mark Kern was talking about how he's filed several patents for game mechanics, but the intention of doing it, rather than using it as a way to sue people for infringing on your patent, is that he files them as a type of patent where they are public patents, like open to anybody to use, and it basically breaks down the mechanic of how the thing works, and it's actually like a gift to the gaming industry rather than like, I claim this, you can't have it.
Yeah.
Kind of
that'd
thing.
be cool.
So, yeah.
But my point was that people somehow thought that you can't copyright game mechanics. So there's famously the Nemesis system from the Warner Brother Lord of the Rings games, where
Shadow of Mordor, Shadow of War.
Yeah, where you fight an enemy, and the enemy, if the enemy survives, it will remember you, and it will behave differently the next time you see it.
Oh, that's cool.
Behave
differently in what way, though?
Like, it'll be more.
They'll come back for revenge.
Yeah,
and then they'll have like
revenge.
A different injury or different armor, whatever it might be.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I like that mechanic.
Well, that's
copyrighted
or patented. Sorry. Bandai patented the mini games between loading zones, which was a dick move, but
yeah.
Now we don't have loading zones, so it's not a big deal. So it's definitely happened before. The other thing I want to say is I've seen, I don't remember if I mentioned this, but depending on the timeline of when this happened, but I watched a video that said that basically a number of video game companies in Japan will patent like fucking everything because what happened to them early on was they would make a game and then some random company outside of the video game industry would patent their technology that they made in the game, and then just sue them over it. So to stop that, their solution was just patent fucking everything and don't sue each other over it.
Yeah,
because they're all gonna be copying each other, so don't sue each other.
Yeah.
And the only time they go to the point of suing someone is when they've done something egregious or like showing that they're outside of the system, So copying Pokemon may be that, but I don't know specifically. I don't know how true that is about them not suing. That was just that person's opinion. Because definitely Nintendo has sued over patents before. So
I have a quick question. Currently, StreamYard is telling me that there are 7 people watching on Twitter. If this is true, can I ask you to please tag me in a post? Because I do not believe that there are actually 7 people watching on Twitter. So if you happen to see this and are watching right this moment, just tweet at me or DM me. My DMs are open. I'm just curious. That's all. Because I'm pretty sure that Twitter is lying about the amount of views you get. Anyway, so Kultati said, and they can't change because any change Palworld might make could be considered an admission of guilt. Now you kick the ass of the Pokemon or the PAL, right? And you basically whip it into submission, and then you put like a bondage collar around it, and now it's your bitch, and that's how it works from now on.
So the people that I was arguing with in this other Discord were saying like, well, they can just make it a net. And while they do actually have nets in the game, that you can use.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that gets around the patent because the patent just says capture device.
Yeah,
or capture item, right? And
basically something that goes from being antagonistic against you to being an ally that you control is the patent.
So yeah, it's I think that would still fall under the patent.
But what if it's a mind control device?
Yeah, that might get around it. Ultimately, I think that they should sue and just deem these as not patentable. Like Nintendo shouldn't get the patent on this. But that'll take a lot of time.
Cool Chi says World of Warcraft has the same writing mechanics. World of Warcraft arguably might have been the first.
World of Warcraft doesn't have a mechanic where you can mount something and then climb with it later on.
Yeah, but the idea of mounting, at least, is...
they do. I guess the one mechanic is that you can run and then fly.
I'd like to see I'd like to see the Pokemon Company come after games like BMX, one of the Tony Hawk spin-offs that was for BMX is like, well, we patented the ability to ride a bike and that you can't do it indoors, right?
Well, I mean, because of Excite Bike, like all of those games would have been. That's the other thing to note. Like people were also wondering, well, the original Pokemon had Pokeballs, and so therefore they've patented Pokeballs. And it's like, no, they haven't patented Pokeballs. Even if they did, those games came out more than 20 years ago. So any patents that they filed for the original Pokemon games would have been expired already.
Mm-hmm.
So this was specifically about a newer patent.
JT Vegas says they should have made Pokemon with swords instead of Pokemon with guns. Does the PlayStation controller and third-party controllers without letters circumvent that portion of the patent? Totally, 100%. Yeah.
Does it what?
Because the button pressed, like it's not actually the B button, but
actually the new capture device should be like after you've depleted
their
health
for
enough.
The button, though.
I'm joking.
Okay.
New capture
after they've depleted
just
health
a collar
enough,
and a chain.
You hold them up. You're pointing guns at them, and they're surrendering, like their hands are up, and then they have to follow you around. So there's no capturing going on here. They're just willfully obeying you suddenly.
Luigi, this comment is called a joke. Okay? We know Scyther has existed from the very beginning. Okay? We don't...
Well, the joke was already on the guns because there was Sword and Shield, and everyone joked that the third game would be Pokemon Gun.
Pokemon Gun. We covered we covered that
right?
one. Yeah, we covered that one like South American bootleg where that store was selling Pokemon Sword, Shield, and Gun.
Yeah.
Also, will they make a Pokemon game with sorcery and magic? Rhythm games were popular in Japan. It got a patent. It got pattern. You mean patented? Oh, patent. That does say patent. Okay. I think you meant to say patent, but whatever. We'll let it slide. The Nemesis would return with a counter for the way you killed them previously. That's the Lord of the Rings you're talking about?
Yeah.
Restricting the Pokemon to only doing battles is really why the series is sucking. Yeah. Pokemon need to be in whorehouses and doing slave labor and everything. It's like, you're totally right.
Please do not give the furries more excuses.
Even if Nintendo wins,
proper use for Ditto.
they will be ordered to make better video games to never face a similar lawsuit. Napster got sued by Metallica and the site never got better.
It's almost like when you have to pay for your music after getting it for free, like that's a worse service.
Checkmate, I guess. Nets would not fall under the patent. Nets predate even Nintendo. Yeah, but the patent isn't the capture device. It's that a capture device is used and that the creature, which is previously attacking you, becomes a creature you can control. That's the patent.
Oh, there's more to it.
Yeah.
It's like the ability, like when you get to the monster, like you can crouch and avoid, and like how the camera handles when you start the battle. Like there's all of these minutiae. It's not just like, well, I can catch a Pokemon in 3D, right?
So
that's why
I didn't show it, but I saw. I think I showed you guys. I don't think I showed it on stream. A comparison of the animation mechanics for Helldivers is a direct ripoff. Like, I'm talking, they stole the animation assets from Metal Gear Solid 5.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the ability to, like, crawl and then roll over and, you know, do all that kind of stuff is, like, 100% the same animation to the frame. It's full on just stole it.
What if they worked together with Kojima or whatever it was? Like,
well, they definitely didn't work with Kojima because he didn't work on 5, did he?
But I don't.
Well, he did, yeah, because
he did.
I have all those pictures of my friend on Facebook
That's
standing with Kojima when he was working there at the. Okay, yeah, so he did.
He got fired before it came out, but yeah, he worked on.
Fucking
also,
idiots over at Konami.
I don't think that you can own a patent for crawling on the floor and roll.
Yeah, but the actual animation data, like that, it was ripped straight from the game and applied to the other game.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. So,
okay.
Where did I leave off? The analyst even speculates that the pending patents, which the Pokemon Company have requested to not yet be examined, will be further modified depending on how the case unfolds.
I can't believe they weren't allowed to file the suit without mentioning the patent, the specific patents that they're talking about. Like, we're all assuming that these are the patents that they're talking about, except the riding one. I can't imagine how they're talking about the riding one. But, like, they could turn around and be like, bitch, we have this patent for, like, how to render grass, and that's the one we're talking about.
Yeah. It looks very Pokemon, that grass. What if it's just over the shoulder, but it's like, well, they're left-handed in this game, so not a patent. All right. So, yeah, while Palworld seems to be Nintendo and the Pokemon Company's main target, the decision curiously ignore the fact that this is not the first of Pocket Pair's game to feature the creature catching and riding. In the most recent episode of their video game-centric YouTube series, Necro News, VTuber Eleanor L. Briarwood and her husband Booster, great name, raised the key detail that others have widely overlooked, Pocket Pair's Craftopia. Oh. So the person who wrote this article, Ryan Pearson, has contributed to this news segment on that channel. Featuring a gameplay similar to Palworld, wherein players are invited to tame animals with prism balls and ride them around an open world. Craftopia launched on September 4th, 2020, well before Nintendo filed even the initial application for their catch and redeploy patent. Oh, fuck. Yes. What this means for Pocket Pair's upcoming legal battle remains anyone's guess. But at the very least, it is an interesting element to keep aware of in the coming months. At the very least, it suggests that Nintendo and the Pokemon Company's decision to file their lawsuit was not primarily based on the mere act of infringement, but because the infringing product has found massive success. Yeah, you don't sue somebody who can't even pay their lawyer, and what are you going to get, $1 out of them? You got to sue them when they're riding high. Then you get to reap the benefits of all the work they did.
Also, Craftopia, if Craftopia came out in 2020.
But, wait. Yeah, that's a good point, though, right? Sorry, hijacking your point. If this goes to court, Pokemon has a duty to, is it trademark you have to defend?
Yes, trademark.
Fuck, never mind. Disregard. I was going to say that they have a duty to defend their patent. They actually don't.
They do not.
They do not.
They do not. So
yeah, but they can still at least say, bruh, why are you going after us now that we're successful and not our other game? And then they're going to put a target on their other game. And be like, you're right.
Oh, good.
We are now suing you for
actually,
I'm glad you brought that up.
Papers. Yeah, we're suing you for Craftopia as well.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? If you go back up to Craftopia, the date there, it says 2020, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's before Legends Arceus came out.
Mm-hmm.
Legends Arceus was announced in February of 2021 and came out in January of 2022. So
Pokemon actually ripped off Palworld, is what you're saying.
they patented whatever they did potentially, but also I watched a little bit of the gameplay of that game, and the catching mechanic is a lot different than in Legends Arceus. So, like, it's still throw a ball at Pokemon, get Pokemon, obviously, but like the whole like. In terms of like the Pokemons are all battling, and you could throw out your Pokemon and have it battle the wild Pokemon before you catch it, and all of that stuff. Like none of that happens. You like put out these like spear fucking things and like spear down the monster or whatever in Craftopia, and then you throw the Pokeball at it, and that's it. At least as far as I can tell. So it is different than what Legends Arceus did, and it's clear that, in my opinion, that Palworld directly copied what Legends Arceus was doing, and not so much just redid what they did in Craftopia.
Yeah. You said that Craftopia looks like a ripoff of Breath of the Wild.
Oh yeah,
100%.
Did Breath of the Wild come out before 2020?
Yeah, it came out in 2017.
Okay, yeah, it's been a while then. All right. The mainline Pokemon games have been criticized ever since the 3DS era for having less features. Developers blaming that on time spent improving graphics, which turn out to be lackluster, and numerous bugs, all while Pokemon is supposed to be the highest grossing media franchise. Higher than Rings of Power? What? Meanwhile, Palworld has become a smash hit with a fraction of the Pokemon Company's hypothetical budget, achieving 25 million players just 1 month after launch. The timing of the game's launch and Pokemon fans' growing frustration. Honestly, what do you think the chances are that Nintendo just buys Pocket Pair?
Possibly.
Wouldn't it just be the weirdest thing if the outcome of the lawsuit is that the Pokemon Company buys Pocket Pair, and all the pals
this is the primary developer
Palworld become the next like list of Pokemon?
The problem with that, there are two problems with that. One, I don't think that they want to associate themselves with the
guns
brand
and terrorism with.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that.
Yeah,
the reason there's a market for this is because Pokemon has recycled the same game with very minor upgrades ever since the original Game Boy game, right? And so for Palworld to come in here and basically say, you know, like Palworld did to Pokemon what the jailbroken iPhones did to the first iPhone. And it took until like 6 years ago for the iPhone to finally get the features that the jailbroken iPhones had since the first iPhone, right? So I'm just saying, like, there's a market there in terms of they did something that, like, fighting alongside the pals, for example, is one of the things that that I think a lot of people were really excited about. And it'd be interesting to see Pokemon try to capture that mechanic after the lawsuit. If they buy Pocket Pair and get full right to do that, theoretically they could easily afford Pocket Pair, right? And if they win in the lawsuit, it could be even easier to acquire them. Right. And it seems like maybe that they wouldn't take the pals and put them into Pokemon, but it just seems like some of the mechanics will end up in there if they win the lawsuit potentially.
If they bought the brand, I think they would snuff it out. Like just take everything and just delete it. The problem is if they did that, the people that work for the company could just go create a new company and make another game.
Yeah.
With new shit. Like, you know, so then they'd be, and they would prove the, like, well, we can just annoy you until you buy us out business model. And so I don't think that would be beneficial for them to do that. Also, Sony has their teeth in them now too. They worked out a deal where they are collaborating with Sony going forward on. We covered it on anime and merchandise and all this other stuff. So,
confirmed. We do have somebody watching on Twitter. All right.
So Sony may cause the evaluation of the company to go up. Although, depending on the lawsuit, like that might end up, the settlement might be for, the liquidation of the company. But
bro, I can't wait for the Palworld anime.
Right.
It'll come out just after Nintendo liquidation.
Sorry, you mean the Palworld hentai, don't you?
Oh my.
All right.
I was gonna say one more thing. I can't think of it now.
Okay. So the timing of the game's launch and Pokemon fans' growing frustrations with the Pokemon Company created the perfect storm. Fans championed Palworld not because they want a Pokemon game just like it, but because it gave players far more with far less.
Yeah, I don't know about that. So that's the other thing I was going to say. So while they were very successful at the beginning, right? They had tons of players and shit. It fell off quick, right? People are not going back to playing this game. And when they did the updates, I don't think that they had a very it probably upped it a little bit, but they didn't have nearly as much people coming back. So it was kind of like a novelty thing. Also, the fact that it was on PC, whereas normally Pokemon has been exclusive to Switch or a Nintendo product, was also helping them get a lot of people to download their game, because it was serving markets that Nintendo is not serving.
Yeah, Xbox and PC. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I think there's some artificial demand for, people might think that as what do they call it? A mandate from customers to say, hey, Nintendo, there's this audience that you're looking for. I don't think the mandate is give me something else because Pokemon is dull and drab now. I think the mandate is just give us it on something other than Switch, because we're here if you sell it to us.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think they'd buy a normal Pokemon game. I don't think that.
I think if you released a Pokemon game on PS5 or Xbox or whatever, that it would sell for sure. I just think that part of the fun of this is that Palworld kind of almost had a PUBG or Fortnite sort of look to it, in terms of you run around with a gun. And do all this fun little kooky stuff.
It takes quite a while before you get to the guns, but yeah.
It just seemed like that from what I saw. I never played the game. Anyway, interestingly, despite this legal debacle, it seems that both Pocket Pair continuing on in the game's production as Palworld. Hold on. Interestingly, despite this legal debacle, it seems both Pocket Pair continuing on in the game's production as Palworld surprise launch on the PS5, or at least that's the case in the West, as the Japanese launch has not yet been decided. Okay, well, anyway, we're going to...
Started with a shitty paragraph, ended with a shitty paragraph.
All right. Amid more patent filings, legal experts speculate that Nintendo is actually aiming to repeat the Pokemon v Palworld lawsuit in U.S. courts. It seems strange to me that they would even need to go to U.S. courts. What does the U.S. court have to do with this?
The only thing I can think of is to get an injunction on them to say, you can't sell this game in the United States. But I don't.
No, it's a reasonable.
I could see them doing it in a way of we're gonna have this battle in Japan, but can you enforce our whatever the judgment is in Japan? Can you enforce that? I'd be surprised if they have a full out court battle in the States on top of the Japanese court battle.
So it says here, in the wake of more Pokemon patent filings from Nintendo, experts are predicting that the Japanese developer is looking to take their lawsuit against Palworld to the U.S. Patent attorney Kiyoshi Kurihara, who we were looking at before, has posited that U.S. patent infringement may soon be filed alongside the Japanese original, As previously reported, Nintendo and the Pokemon Company have alleged that in their development of Palworld, developer Pocket Pair violated several of their divisional patents related to third-person monster catching and releasing mechanics. While these divisional patents were filed after Palworld's early access launch, the fact that the current system allows for such patents to cite the approval date of their parent patent as their own has allowed Nintendo to retroactively file suit against Pocket Pair. In the US, 2 of these relevant patents are these 2, both of which have been filed but are notably still pending. To this end, as explained by Kurihara, the former has also already received a non-final rejection, as Section 101 of the U.S. Patent Act explicitly states that abstract ideas cannot be considered patentable in either the U.S. or Japan. However, the U.S. usually treats software-related concepts as abstract, while Japan usually doesn't reject patents for being abstract, usually lacking novelty or originality. At present, said Kurihara, it can be said that examination of software-related inventions is generally stricter in the US than in Japan. Given how the Nintendo and the Pokemon Company seem to be rushing to get their US patents sorted, Kurihara theorizes that they are preparing to file a similar patent infringement case in the US. Even so, he feels they have a tightrope act of amending patents to avoid rejection while remaining usable in court. Andrew Velzen, an editor for GameIndustry.biz, also notes those U.S. patents under the application numbers blah, 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 I'm not going to bother reading those, were both filed after the launch of Palworld, with both receiving requests for Track 1 service to expedite the process. Velzen notes they were both rejected in July of this year and have until mid and late October to amend the patents to remain under Track 1.
Honestly, they should get rejected. Like I said earlier, I don't think that they're inventive enough to be awarded a patent. I think there's been enough other games that have done similar-esque things, or close enough that it shouldn't be like, well, you've done something new here, so we're going to give you 20 years to be the exclusive company that can take advantage of this patent.
Mm-hmm. All right. No, that's the one. All right, that's the one. Just gotta download that. All right, cool. All right. Anyway, according to Velez, if Nintendo litigation proceeds reasonably and successfully in Japan and no global settlement is reached, and the claims in the patent applications above do not require substantial modification in order to arrive at allowance, Nintendo will undoubtedly have the opportunity to file a similar suit for patent infringement in the U.S. These are, admittedly, two pretty substantial ifs. He relents. Regardless, though, I think we are seeing just how seriously Nintendo views the threat of the threat of Palworld. Likewise, industry analyst Dr. Serkin Toto told Games Radar, quote, "You cannot do this with Nintendo. I understand that Nintendo was foaming at the mouth, saying, look, these guys are going multi-platform, and they're making anime and merchandising their pals." And Nintendo felt threatened or disrespected or just angry, and they dropped this bomb on them. Look, Nintendo, if you thought to make a hentai first, none of this would have happened. Dr. Toto further explained that Nintendo have a wide number of patents and, quote, could have sued half of the gaming industry back in 2017, yet only flex their legal muscle when they feel threatened. Many fans have pointed to Shigeru Miyamoto's previous desire to patent the concept of jumping in video games as evidence to this theory. Indeed, while the Pokemon franchise has been slammed for recent games being of poor quality, despite the franchise being the highest grossing media franchise of all time, Palworld achieved 25 million players just 1 month after launch. Estimates calculate Pocket Pair made $215.92 million in revenue in just over 2 months.
So who has does CD Projekt Red hold the patent for showing genitalia in M-rated video games? Well, how many disputes would we have on this matter?
I think Ballad of Gay Tony showed genitalia first. Grand Theft Auto 4 DLC.
I think one of the original
Atari
Diablo games had some boobs.
Well, boobs aren't genitalia. Are they?
Yeah, boobs aren't genitalia.
Yeah, they are.
What? I'm sorry.
Okay, here's the separating factor.
Randy,
you cannot produce a child with boobs.
Genitalia, the genitals. Genitals. A person or animal's external organs of reproduction. Sexual organ.
Again, you cannot create a child with
boobs.
Boobs
fall under all of those.
ChatGPT. Are boobs genitalia? No. Boobs are not considered genitalia. Genitalia refers to reproductive organs which are involved in the reproductive process. For a woman, this includes organs like the ovaries, uterus, vagina, and external parts like the vulva. Breasts are part of the secondary sexual characteristics which develop during puberty and associated with sexual attraction and reproduction, example breastfeeding, but they are not classified as genitalia.
Randy, this is why we have the
Our AI overlords have spoken. You are wrong, sir.
I
got an article.
Legit though, that's why we have toplessness in Canada, because they were able to say, well, technically it's not for reproduction, so
don't you know anything, Randy?
It's not actually sexual in nature, so okay, topless.
You need boobs to breastfeed. That has to do with reproduction. I don't know. That seemed logical to me.
So,
the best argument you could have made is you need boobs to get it up.
So what you're saying is lesbians, you just have to insert your boob into the other woman's boob, and then the child is made.
Boob suction.
Can we make a children's book that follows that formula of how lesbians procreate?
Would you call that boob scissoring or boob doctoring?
That's not how nipples work.
Boob frottage. Boob intercourse.
Look, this is coming from the guy that wanted posable boobs, okay? I don't think he knows a lot about how they function.
Posable so that they can dock properly. They also began to encroach even further on Nintendo's territory by announcing to pursue merchandise and animations alongside Sony and Aniplex. As of the lawsuit's most recent update, Pocket Pair is still waiting for Nintendo to inform them of which exact patents they are accused of infringing. Age of Empires would like a word with you, Pokemon. All right. So the Japanese PS5 release of Palworld is seemingly delayed indefinitely due to Nintendo and the Pokemon Company's patent infringement lawsuit. Except, no, it's not. Palworld gets PS5 released in Japan after all. Yay! It's coming out at some point. Yay! I could have sworn it said here. I guess it was just a week after it released everywhere else, is what it says. Anyway, any more thoughts before we move on from this topic?
I hope Nintendo loses. Fuck Nintendo.
All right.
They make great games, but fuck their lawsuit.
Cool. She said, speaking of Sony's domination of the anime industry, Amazon just switched me to the Crunchyroll version of the anime. What? Amazon just switched you to the Crunchyroll version of the anime.
Are you saying like you went to Amazon Prime and it redirected you to Crunchyroll? Like, what are you talking about?
It's funny PSN store and Funimation customers got the worst outcome, right? Ronan Jaw says, yo, have you heard Netflix dubcast announcement on the new Ranma 1/2 reboot? The studio didn't even dare ask the OG Canada VA to reprise their roles. Any thoughts on why?
Are we covering that later?
No, we're not. But here's a result. Here's a reason why. Netflix is dubbing it themselves, and then when it gets a physical release, it'll have a completely different dubcast.
Likely.
Yeah. So make enough noise that you want the OG cast back, and don't be a dick about it on Twitter, and maybe.
Well, I mean, do you know that Netflix doesn't have the home video release?
Have they ever?
Viz licensed it because Viz.
Yeah, Viz has it.
Well, if Viz has the license, that's one thing. But
yeah,
Netflix has done home releases of shows before. So
like what?
What anime?
They did the Castle. It's not anime, but Castlevania. Right?
That's Viz.
That was also Viz.
Did they get another dub?
Okay, so we're talking about, like, for example,
I know what you're talking about, but like,
was it Vinland Saga? That was Amazon, right? Amazon had the other dub.
Amazon originally had it, and then Netflix got it, and they dubbed it with the California cast. And then when Sentai got it, they redubbed it with Sentai's cast.
So there's three dubs, or it was a dub. It was sub only on Amazon.
Amazon never dubbed it. Amazon
okay, cool. Yeah, so it was. That is correct. Then I was thinking of the correct.
Here's the one problem though, because they do have a couple instances, like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 6. Like, I don't think that's a different dub, right?
Kakegurui.
Kakegurui.
That one has a separate dub.
Exactly.
And what was it? Takagi-san or something?
Mm-hmm.
That one Netflix? Never got released on
So there's
Netflix.
your answer.
Okay. Well, you didn't answer my question. Did Castlevania get a different dub?
No.
No.
Castlevania. That doesn't count. Castlevania. It does. I'll tell you why. Because Castlevania wasn't dubbed. Castlevania is in the only language it was for. Like, English is the original language for it.
And?
So it's not the same thing, is it? It's already in English. It doesn't get localized.
Well, let's put that aside and focus back on the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure example. That does count, right? It's the same dub, as far as I'm aware, on our Viz discs.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a possibility they don't redub it.
It costs a lot of money to get the Netflix dub. Netflix intentionally charges so much that it's actually cheaper to just redub it.
Yeah.
Okay? Just so we're clear.
That a lot on
In the case of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, it might actually have been beneficial enough to pay for it because the cast used was the original cast for the returning characters. Yes or no? I'm speculating. Right? So if that's the case,
they would have one hell of a shitstorm on them if they recasted.
Yeah,
exactly. So if Netflix already went to the trouble of getting the OG cast back for that, then it wouldn't make sense to redub it because you're just going to hire the same fucking people to do the same task and the same lines over again. Right? So
maybe that's what they did with JoJo's, and they did such a good job of redoing the whole dub that you just didn't notice.
Maybe they just pirated it and made a bunch of fake contracts and said that.
Hold on. There we go. Yeah.
All right. Metro showed genitalia.
Maybe.
Just curious, quick question. Have you ever seen genitalia in a video game without, yeah, baby? The answer is no.
I sent an article in the private chat for you to look at when we were talking about that earlier. I guess you didn't hear me like that.
Dude, that should be in the lawsuit or the patent.
Wow.
Like, Your Honor, I did not go yeah to it, so therefore it is not made for arousal.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, that game. That's an infamous game. I wanted to bring that up.
Wait a minute. You could actually see the dicks in Rampage World Tour?
There's a Cowboys and Indians game that was, I believe,
that was
it
the
was
first one.
Atari 2600.
Yeah, where you like rape the.
What the fuck? I have some of these games. I knew that you could see their dicks.
What are you guys looking at?
What the fuck?
Reese
I can't
linked
show
an
this.
article from
Oh, so
Kotaku
they-
called
so-
"An Abridged History of Video Game Dicks."
So before the Ballad of Gay Tony? No, they've got this wrong. This is Ballad of Gay Tony. Because The Lost and the Damned came after Ballad of Gay Tony, didn't it?
Can we get a remake of the... Which one is this?
Are you fucking serious? Heavy Rain had full dick?
It's a shame we can't show that on stream.
I can't even tell if there's a dick in this picture for the Amnesia one. The fuck am I looking at?
Yeah, the Heavy Rain one threw me for a loop too.
Holy shit, Dante's Inferno. Like, that's practically a goddamn tail. Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you for including the one from Animal Crossing. That was... Yikes. Yeah, I can say with full certainty that dicks have never been worth looking at in-game. No genitalia of any kind.
Well, no wonder Cyberpunk was able to get away with it. Jeez.
Wow, I can't wait to get to this part in GTA 5. Wow, why are they all erect in Apotheon? So the question is, how many times has the games had the erect dick? That's the only dick that matters. Oh, and then there's also the where's Shin Megami Tensei Mara. I don't think that one counts.
You got to add this article to the docket.
I'm gonna have to. I'm so sorry that we can't show it. There aren't enough babies in the world to be able to show the flaccid dicks of. All right, it needs to be shown. It needs to be shown on stream to go into the doc. Here you go, everyone. An abridged history of video game dicks.
Oh my god!
Hold on. There's not enough babies in the world for all these dicks. Like, oh my God.
All right, let's get on with it. In Kickstarter news, did I skip something? No. Okay, cool. All right.
That is the parts where the baby won't protect you from his strike.
Eloquently put.
Bought a digital copy of a Funimation anime, and the Funimation closed. I got the Crunchyroll branded version. PSN and Funimation customers just had it removed.
Yep, you don't own anything digitally.
Hey, man. Hey, haven't you learned the only way is to hashtag buy physical bitch? We need that shirt. I need a buy physical bitch shirt now. I just don't know what to put on it in terms of the font. All right. Yep, Heavy Rain did. I think your choice affected if you saw and there was a censored option. I want an erect option. You don't understand.
I was going to say, does your choice affect if you see a dick or a coochie? The bad ending. You see.
Okay, so in Kickstarter news, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Evolution, Mutation, and Reboot has 7 days left to go. Back it if you're interested in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and seeing a documentary that presumably is going to be 4 hours. Also, Forge of the Fae, podcast magic. We have physical releases now. Woo-hoo. So, if
I'm still
you
waiting for
like,
retail because screw this.
yeah, if you would like, for $60, which is actually $86, when you actually check out, you can get the Nintendo Switch physical game. The standard edition contains the Nintendo Switch physical case and game, double-sided insert, a challenge card, whatever the fuck that is, a full color manual, and a pre-order item, plus all Metalworker rewards. In other news, I saw this one called Maple Forest. It also has a physical copy.
Mm-hmm.
It has a toy aesthetic to it, but you play as a heroic fox, and that's kind of
like a OG Game Boy.
Yeah.
So it's basically
I think
a Zelda clone.
Yeah, Link's Awakening.
Link's Awakening, yeah.
Might Nintendo might be busting on their door for some patents.
Look, man, if that fox gets out of bed and can pick up and throw those pots, you're fucking done. Nintendo's got your ass. Anyway, so that's another thing you guys can check out. Moving past this, let's look into streaming news here and get caught up a little bit. Because we're already an hour and a half in. To be honest, though, we've already done the major topic, so so we'll see. We'll see how things go. All right. Mobile Suit Gundam Silver Phantom releases a pre-show video to explain the story background. So this is the one that you watch on MetaQuest and will probably be dog shit. But if you're interested in dog shit, there is a 30-minute video on the Gundam Info official YouTube channel that acts as like an explainer for the lore. It says here the movie story set in 96 Universal Century, around the same time as Mobile Suit Gundam Unicorn. The video explains the history of the Universal Century world from the 1 year war from 0079 to 0080 to the second Neo-Zeon War, 0093, as well as the introduction to the prologue of the Silver Phantom story. So if you're interested in that, there it is. You got that. Great. I'm happy for you. Also, in other news, Studio Eclypse has responded
to the allegations.
What the fuck? Is there a berserk emoji? What the fuck is that? What is that? How come I never knew of this? It's not really the brand mark, but it looks enough like it at a glance.
Is it the Bluetooth symbol? I can't really
What
tell.
the fuck is that? That's crazy looking. Anyway, so they said to our supporters in the Berserk fan community, the project is not canceled, but we have important news. We'd like to address some of your concerns regarding the recent statements. We did not receive any type of formal cease and desist, takedown request, or letter asking us to stop the project. After a lot of consideration, we have decided to move forward and establish communication with the IP holders. Famous last words. Supported by a great company within the industry, we're working to get a chance to adapt this arc of the story the way fans deserve, as an official studio next year. I believe none of this. This has led to the voluntary decision of taking down our Black Swordsman videos for the time being until the situation is resolved. Should have just made the private, you dumb fucks. During this period, we will continue working on pre-production materials and animation tests to be able to show our mission for the project to them. We will... Seriously, this is like, listen, guys, I know things look bad, but did you know that Crunchyroll used to be a piracy site? I think we could do that with Studio Gaga, and we could convince them to let us, the fans, animate all of Berserk from beginning to end. Fucking dreaming. This has led to the voluntary decision taking it down. We will also be unpublishing our Patreon page for the time being. Yeah, I totally believe you didn't get a cease and desist. As a sign of respect to our overseas viewers and good faith for this project to come to life the right way. I don't understand. Why don't you just keep it going, but remove all the Berserk stuff from it and just do your grift on fucking Attack on Titan instead? For many years, all of our fan projects have been self-funded and always intended for free release to the public. We decided to accept donations after a large number of the community asked for a way to support. This ended up helping us cover a lot of the background art, cleanup, and compositing costs. All other stages were only possible by sheer passion and sleepless nights from our group of friends and animators. What did the friends do? Sounds like only the animators could contribute to that.
They help with the Midnight Goon session.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have friends come in to jerk off the animators while they're busy. We will now go back to our roots
It's
and
like
continue.
that Chinese company.
Yes, the Chinese company. Yes, that one that I have now gotten an opportunity to pull from off screen and finally showcase after all these months. Thank you, Randy. Right on schedule. If only I knew where the fuck that was. Where is that? Oh, here it is. Goon session initiated. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? No. Yes.
Studio Cope.
All right.
Tack on shekels.
All right, this is it. You guys ready for this?
No.
Randy is referring to this. Chinese tech companies reportedly hiring cheerleaders to motivate programmers. Cheerleader duty said to include buying breakfast, chit chat, and hand jobs. I mean ping pong.
Well, why don't we do that in the West?
Yeah, where's our OCA podcast cheerleaders?
That's true.
God damn it. When I am filthy rich, there will be, for every host who uses a cam, a hoe massaging your back throughout the entirety of every stream.
Hashtag hoes for hosts.
What we need, like Randy, we need to get you a we need to use like stable animation or something to just generate a woman doing this, right? That we can put on your avatar. So you're looking around and then just a woman behind you.
Just put Gwen behind him and call it
Black Widow. All right. Or Black Cat, not Black Widow, Black Cat. Anyway, where was I on this?
Oh man, if only my wrist was better, I'd do this. Inspiration.
Well, you see, with the hoe, you would no longer need.
What you need is to just like how you were moving. You know how you were moving the what do you call it? The tinfoil hat onto your head. You just need a PNG of a woman going like this.
That's what I was gonna do. Oh, not that. The massage, like the shoulder massage.
Oh, okay. We will now go back to our roots and continue to fully self-fund our fan projects moving forward. Thanks to all of our supporters for sticking with us. Without you, the quality that we were able to achieve, which is not a lot, just as a group of fans in less than a year, would have been close to impossible. A strong, united community can achieve the unthinkable. We will keep struggling. Wow.
Remember when I said the conspiracy of actually they're secretly going to try working with the company and become official or whatever?
Fucking called it, you. Goddamn genius over here. He needs a pay raise. Green line, you get on that.
Hashtag pay for hosts.
Yeah. All right. In anime news, Dragon Ball Anime replaces Yamcha's voice actor for the first time in 38 years.
Dragon Ball 38 years since they replaced him, right?
Dragon Ball Daima is set to premiere next week, October 11th. But while Yamcha will be a familiar face for longtime fans, he won't be a familiar voice since the character's voice actor is being recast. Why? Because Yamcha's original voice actor, who has had the role since 1986, is none other than Toru Furuya, who recently pushed his mistress to get an abortion and also slapped her once or twice. Yeah, so there you go. That's why.
Abortion slap.
Do you think that they had to re-record all his lines? Because, like, maybe not. That was last year, right? So maybe they had.
They absolutely would. Yes.
Would, yes, but no. I'm saying, like,
hold up.
Do you think he had recorded them yet? Because that just happened last year, right? That was about last year.
Okay, quick update. I'm just saying, have not gotten a single DM. That means that Twitter is lying. So,
if Yamcha is young, does that mean he literally has like an intro line of like, hello, fellow Saiyans, and then now I'm a kid again, and then they have a different voice actor?
No.
So they replace
the thing is,
lines?
The reason that they're replacing him is because of Toru Furuya's controversy recently.
No, I know why they're replacing him. I'm saying because they're replacing him, does that mean there's like 5 lines to replace because they're going to have like a child actor or whatever?
No, because in Japan, they don't have separate voices for the kid versions. In America, we had Stephanie Nadolny for the Funimation dub, voice Goku. And then when Goku becomes a teenager, he becomes Sean Schemmel.
Yeah, so we don't
But in
have
Japan,
the
it's
Eternal
Masako Nozawa
Goku.
all the way from the beginning.
Yeah, the Eternal Goku syndrome. So I'd like it to be like the Western, if the West would do this. So then Chris Sabat's like, "Hey guys, I'm a child now."
He probably will.
Right.
Whoa, this is crazy, guys. Do you see that
he'll
Dragon
probably-
Ball over there?
He'll probably lighten up his voice, but I bet you he will voice the character.
Baby
I mean,
Piccolo.
Yamcha doesn't really have one of the voices that requires.
Infantilizing.
Hold on.
Is it Chris Sabat version?
Yeah, that's what
It
we're
is,
saying.
Yeah.
Same with Kid Vegeta. I think Chris is probably going to voice both of them.
He sounds identical with both of them.
Okay.
No, he just does Piccolo voice for the child versions, and then for Kid Piccolo, he does like Vegeta's voice.
No, have you heard Piccolo's voice in the original Dragon Ball?
Kid Piccolo?
Yes.
I did, but I forget it.
Holy, he's got the funniest voice. Let me see. Yes.
Are we gonna get copyright struck by Toei for showing this?
Hold on.
It's on YouTube.
Okay.
Reese.
So this is, we were sort of talking before about like, it would be hilarious if they got the original voice actors from the, like, because they're getting Stephanie Nadolny back. So it'd be great if they got the original voice actors. Here's what Vegeta used to sound like. I think it's very possible this is Sabat.
As friends.
Stop hissing up, Nappa.
Right, so that's what he
just
sounded
pitched
like.
up.
Yeah. Here's what Piccolo sounded like as a kid.
Get back to the bikes.
Mount Terrence, just one.
Bring that back.
Right?
He sounds
Give
like
me this voice again.
he
That should
sounds
just
like
be his adult voice too. Like
Yes!
I'd watch that.
Goodbye, Sabat.
he sounds like Gilmon from Digimon Season 3.
Frieza, your reign is
He does. Wasn't Guillemon voiced by Stephen J.
Steve
Bloom
Bloom,
too? Oh my god, he does sound like Guillemon. All right. In other news, Batman Ninja vs. Yakuza League reveals new art with Joker and Harley Quinn.
Well, I'm cringing.
I'm sorry. Doesn't this take place in like ancient Japan?
Is that the Oda crest that he's not allowed to use without permission?
It does kind of look like the Oda crest. I don't think it is the Oda crest. It has too many. Many petals. Yeah. I mean, it looks fucking great. Don't get me wrong. Like, this looks fucking awesome. But I don't understand how this is going to fit in the world of Batman Ninja when the Flash has got like the big fucking Casa umbrella hat, right? Why is Harley Quinn dressed up as a schoolgirl in a sailor uniform, centuries before? Right? Like, it would be hot if she had a fucking mini skirt on instead of this monstrosity.
It looks like her elbow is broken.
It sure fucking does. Yeah, I think the Joker looks way more badass, right? She looks a little weird. Anyway.
The Joker looks like Kuwabara.
I was just
Yeah.
about to say that.
Oh, I hope he's got the Kuwabara voice. Anyway.
No, he needs the Piccolo voice.
Holy shit, was that Mirage? Oh my god, that was incredible.
Chris Sabat, is that you? Is he on the podcast?
All right. So in other anime news, it was kind of a light week this week, and then it got better. Sengoku Youko anime previews Final Cour with new art and trailer. Do you know anything about this? Final Cour. Wow, it's something that's already been out, and I didn't even know.
I haven't even heard about this.
So this is the
before.
artwork.
Wow.
Anyway, that's the artwork. All right, moving past that. The Barbarian's Bride anime adaptation announced for 2025.
Okay.
That's easy to read. Nice. Serafina de Lavalante, the strongest female knight in the West, was sent to subjugate the barbaric tribes of the East.
Hold on,
But
scroll up a little bit. A little bit more. 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 Yeah, okay, now you can. No. You got to. Well, click the OK button.
Oh.
There you go. Now you can read it. No. You scrolled up too much. Now you can't read it anymore.
The barbaric tribes of the East, but when her mission fails spectacularly, she's captured alive and imprisoned, humiliated, and dreading what horrific torture she'll endure, she asks to be put to death. To her surprise, rather than tearing her limb from limb, the tribe leader asked for her hand in marriage.
If it was Canada, she would die instantly.
Will Serafina face a cruel and abusive arranged marriage, or will she discover that these tribes aren't as barbaric as she was led to believe? Now, look, I'm just saying, it seems like this guy is the barbarian. He's like, yeah, bro, can I have your hand in marriage or something? When I really want this beast to be the one, I think that would be funny, because this looks like the fucking Ox King from Dragon Ball. Yeah, I think that'd be way funnier.
You know who the girl reminds me of? The blonde girl off of Orphan.
Delicious in a dungeon.
She looks like Lena Inverse to me a little bit from Slayers. Anyway, moving past this to keep going. From Old Country Bumpkin to Master Swordsman anime announces cast for Allucia Citrus. So, I just, I need to, quite frankly, we gotta, let me, look at this outfit. Oh, God damn it. It's going up. I thought it was going down. Look at this outfit. I don't know how that works. Randy's convinced it's painted on. He's a liar, though. No way.
I think what I meant is the thong is painted on.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, actually, those are just extended, like, mustache twirly pubes.
Now it makes sense.
I think it's a thumb.
You're not looking at skin there. You're looking at.
Is this a light novel character?
Pants.
I don't know.
I could tell by the white hair.
Right, yes.
Oh, I guess the carpet doesn't match the drapes.
Oh, yeah, because the curly pubes are black. You're right. Damn.
So the white thing going down her legs is the...
Even though she's been bleaching her eyebrows too, she didn't get the eyelashes, and confirmed by the twirly pubes. All right. The healer who is banished from his party is, in fact, the strongest. Anime reveals sauna illustration. Oh, yeah, the sauna illustration. I added this right before we went live. There's your sauna illustration.
So another Banished series.
I can't imagine being in a sauna and looking across and like, whoa, there's a hot girl in here. It's like, in reality, it'd be like, oh my God, why are we drenched in sweat and gross?
Right.
Sorted Out Online alternative, Gale Online unleashes the LLENN character trailer. So I don't care about the character trailer. Here's the image for the poster thingy, the promotional visual. Right? And if that wasn't enough, they also celebrate the Patanko, which is the opposite of Opie, for anyone who couldn't pick that up. So there you go.
What is the opposite of, like, flat chest?
Flat chest?
Opie is the opposite of flat chest.
Itty bitty titty committee.
Oh, I thought Opie just meant breast. I didn't think it inquired.
He's got some, I guess.
Yeah.
The Opie lovers.
Yeah.
He doesn't have nipples. Hashtag Nipplegate.
Nipplegate. Yep. In other news, Gushing Over Magical Girls got a second season. Yes.
And
the question is,
I didn't dub the first one.
Yeah, the question is, will they retroactively dub the first season now?
Possibly.
Because it was popular enough to get a second season.
That's never. I was gonna say that's never stopped them before, but I guess
Right.
that's never started them before. Is the more correct.
Yeah, with Sentai, you never know, because they'll dub something like 15 years after the fact. They're like,
Yeah.
okay, fine.
Yeah, but you just gotta wait that 15 years.
Lord knows, though it has sat on my shelf all that time, I still hadn't gotten to it by the time they dubbed it, so I'm okay. Oshinoko anime gets a 3rd season. Watch Club when?
I'm excited. So comparing with how far this 2nd season has got to how far where the manga is currently at, I've spoiled myself. I won't spoil Randy. Don't worry.
Don't spoil me.
I'm gonna just randomly pop right in this comment I saw. Breasts are fine. Blocking the whole body is bad.
That's usually the metric I go by too.
Sorry, I've not been going well on these chats.
So season 2 has covered up to volume 8, and the manga is almost at like volume 16. And by the looks of it, it could end any chapter by now. So I would not be surprised if this 3rd season is like a 2-core final season kind of thing.
Yeah.
2 steelbooks.
All right. So, could they pay the cast to redub for less money than paying the exact same cast? This is referring to the.
I don't think they can do that because the cast is under contract to a union.
Yeah. So this is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, right? So he's saying, if the cost to acquire the license for Netflix's dub is so exorbitant, could you pay less to recast all the same people to dub the exact same lines almost, right, for your version of it and just redo the dub for the physical release? I don't know.
I still doubt that we're going to get the Ocean group for
it's almost guaranteed we won't, but
I can dream, okay? I can wet dream about it. I really want the old cast.
I would be down with the Ranma Watch Club when my company takes off and I get to quit my day job.
Yeah.
and can watch an entire season in 2 days. Netflix hired Bloaties. That is why the subtitles are wrong. Akane would say Otoko ga kirai, meaning I don't like men, or I hate boys, even if that makes her a bigot.
Yeah, I hated how she phrased that in the first episode. I hate men. I'm like, did she? What? No, like she didn't like boys. She didn't, not men. But
I hate to break it to you, but Otoko applies to the males, so it could be. It's not specifically men versus boys.
By the way, there is one thing that. So I took a glance at the manga today just to see how it stacks up in some ways.
Actually,
no spoilers.
No. The China shirt is a spoiler. So, so here's the thing: the China shirt is canon. I don't think they. Is the first episode the one that has the China shirt? I didn't see that. I didn't double check to see if they changed it. Because what was the stupid thing they changed it to in the pre-release, if you will? Doesn't matter. So. In
Confirming,
that panel,
Otoko does mean man or male. The only reason I was concerned is because the word ko, is the word for child.
Yeah.
But Otoko is one kanji in and of itself. It's not male child combined. It's literally just one. Anyway.
So what is it? So in the China shirt scene, we were talking about how they massacred Nabiki by giving her that outfit. However, to our dismay, the manga uses that outfit for that scene. So
you're gonna have to give me a lot more. I don't understand.
Well, this is for people who already know. Okay, I'm just saying for Greenline's sake that scene. Well, I mean, while there's other things that we can points deduct from them, that's not one of the things. So the China shirt should say China. That's one thing,
also China shirt when for Stealth Weeb.
Fine. I don't know.
There's also a Ranma shirt, but I doubt you can sell it if it says Ranma, right?
Make it say ramen. Then you can
random.
Yes, random 11. That's
if it says Ranma 11, I could probably get away with it.
But yeah,
just stick Randy's avatar with Ranma's hair. Like,
My avatar might get you in trouble too.
Yeah, no copyright intended. That's all that matters. The intent.
As long as that's in the product description. I think.
long as
Just,
it's
no, it needs to be more than in the product description. You need to put that on the back of the shirt, like
On the
that whole
tag.
paragraph. Spider-Man is
So-
the property of Marvel. We do not intend copyright infringement. This is free.
Okay, so when I saw that outfit, I'm like, oh no, are you going to tell me? So
Can
here's
you
the thing.
explain this outfit to me? Because I feel like I'm out of the loop on this outfit. Nabiki outfit. What do I look up? Nabiki.
Well, it's somewhere in.
Wow.
Did I post it in Mods chat?
Apparently
No, I put it
Nabiki
in
is a
merch.
twin-
I put
a
it in our
bikini.
Stealth Weeb chat, right?
All right, I'm gonna go
Or
look
no?
at it.
Oh, the Stealth Weeb is where I put smile. So it was 8/11 that I posted that, so it should be in like 8/11. And do not show that on screen because there's also the
I can't.
the other comparisons of things
Where-
they stole from us.
Oh, merchant affiliates. Okay. All right, I'm looking. Smile?
That's not where it's going to be. Why
Here.
did Reese put a giant dick on chat? And I'm talking about it like
I linked to Lance's comment because he was the one that originally. Actually, no, it was Footnote.
here we go.
Oh.
Uh-huh. So yeah, there's China, and then there's Smile, and wait a second, that's not the right outfit. Oh, well now I'm just confused.
I got linked to Niger.
Hey, that's their word, okay? Okay, well I swear she wears the outfit that I saw in the manga at some point, but it wasn't jeans and a sweater. To be fair though, the other outfit she was wearing was like more concealed.
I don't know what you're talking about. Where are you?
Go to the Stealth Weeb channel.
I'm in it.
And
No,
follow
it's in
the
mods.
link that I link.
The one that okay. When I clicked on that the first
Oh.
time, it went to the Niger thing. So you're talking about the China overalls.
Yeah,
Okay, so which one is Nabiki? The one on the right?
yeah.
The
So
collar
notice
is the
how
one
she
on the
has her
left,
cut off shorts
Yeah.
on the old one, and then
looks
the
about-
new one.
She's got the shorts from Jacob's Ladder.
Sure, yeah. But on the new one, she's wearing like just jeans and a long sleeve. And here's the thing: the manga, she's wearing something that's like equally as coverage or whatever. So initially, I was pissed off. I'm like, dude, they completely robbed her character. But
China.
the thing is, both in the manga, she does wear that other outfit because I was worried that this whole time she had that concealed outfit and her iconic outfit was like anime original. But no, they do have that. And the 2024 does use her classic outfit in the first episode, which I noticed. I'm like, oh, crap. Okay. So, but that is very weird that she has a different outfit from the one in the manga, which is different. So,
Okay.
I'm going to have to do a deep dive on this later.
I need to get on these shirts. Holy fuck! I haven't looked at this thing in so long. There are some gold mines in here.
In the when you do the China one, the blue version will be turned into Smile.
Yeah. Regardless, I just gotta. Okay. Anyway, back to actual podcasts here. Let's. Okay, I gotta catch up on these. Heavy Rain did have that. Never have Lydia. Video Co. Attack on Shekels. It is a good thing the former Grid girls are fine with the Grid Boys idea since girls love the latter. Later. Okay. All right. That was a relevant comment. The programmers in the West are queer and don't like pretty. I am lost. Toru Furuya is pretty much retired. He already has a lot of money to rub his losers in the face with. Despite what crime? What crime did he commit? Smacking a bitch? Sometimes they deserve it. They finally killed Yamcha. Styx voiced Yamcha? What? Toru had to slap his mistress. Masako Nozawa is still a bad choice for Goku as a man. Say otherwise, and you're advocating men to voice as women characters. Yes, it will be creepy. Has a male voice actor ever voiced a female character in an anime in the West?
Yep.
Yep.
Which one? Other than like Pro Marty High School, that doesn't count.
Masamune Kun's. Well, actually, I don't. Wait a second. Now I'm confused because I don't even know if there's a spoiler that that character is female. But no, there is other cases where I've seen it. I just can't think of it.
I guarantee you, there's a Pokemon character, like an old granny, that's voiced by a guy.
Your homework.
There's a bunch of old women that are voiced by guys.
Enriv says she kind of hot, referring to delinquent Harley. Sean Schemmel would do what Toru Furuya did. Vic Mignogna did what Veronica Taylor did. Vic and Veronica are better than Sean and Toru. Okay.
What do you mean what they did?
So what Vic did that Veronica Taylor did is be a good voice actor.
It's not an anime, but in The Incredibles, the old woman that does all the suits was voiced by a guy.
Mode?
Yeah.
What?
Hold up.
You didn't know that was voiced by a guy?
I don't believe you.
Remember the one time we talked about as well how, like, was it Arthur in Arthur DW's voiced by a man?
Yeah. Yeah.
Bart Simpson's voiced by a girl, so whatever. Wish Crunchyroll had dubbed Sengoku Youko, manga from the same guy that did Lucifer and the Biscuit Hammer. So does that mean you are fine with the scrotum/labia sticking out of the pants?
Hold on.
Pubic mustaches are just stupid.
Why does everything get attributed as like our ideology and our entire being? With like, there's a thing called nuance.
There are these things. They are called jokes. JOKES. Look it up.
Hold on. Edmund Mode was voiced by Brad Bird, the director.
Yep.
A man.
Oh my god.
Breasts are fine. Blocking the whole body is bad.
That's recap.
Discotheque are better at translating these days. Sony are bigots. Sean would have affairs. Vic and Veronica hug fans. Oh.
What the?
Gushing. Remember interspecies reviewers? Oshi, oh no. Viz usually put out Netflix dubs, so safe to assume the new cast is who's going to be on the home video. Very possible. I'm glad the old dub cast isn't back, because I hate Ranma 1/2, but have a nostalgia for it at the same time. No dub cast and no boobs helps to deter me, lol.
How could you not want boobs?
Cell anime are great, but no, I think he's saying it's deterring him from watching it. I don't know.
How, like, I don't understand how he's happy that it's not back if he hates it to begin with, though. Like,
I say we draw the nipples on, and we sell it on the website as a green screen layer that you attach over.
That's my idea from the last podcast.
So, Greenline, what he's saying is that basically, I think that the one thing, it's yet another reason for him to not want to check it out, and then he already hated it to begin with, or whatever. Because otherwise, if it did have the old cast and stuff, maybe that would be somewhat a reason to.
Right.
I think I remember I watched the first 3 seasons, and then that's all I had at the time. And then I bought, like, what is it, 6 seasons? Like 4, 5, and 6, or 7?
There's 7.
Yeah, so I bought 4 through 7. Yeah, I bought them on DVD.
Yeah, I figured.
And no, I bought them like long before they ever came out on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
But I bought 1 through 3 and I watched them, and I enjoyed it. But I didn't have 4, 5, 6, and 7 at the time. Then I bought 4, 5, 6, and 7, and I've never returned to it. So
on a more serious note,
to shrink your collection down, because you did buy the Blu-rays, yes?
I have not bought the Blu-rays yet.
Oh,
I will eventually.
Ooh.
If we made
I'll
a video
take your
of
DVD collection.
If we made a video of just the nipples on the series, would that be classed as porn?
Not in Canada.
Go put nipples.
No boobs, just the nipples.
Yeah, not in Canada. Have you seen the nipples in the original Ranma? Like a fucking pink Skittle on the screen.
Yeah, what if we do a pink Skittle version, and then if you come to our Patreon, the highest tier, you get the Stable Diffusion high detailed version.
Mappa styled.
All right, you get the Bukake, the Bukake skin for all the characters as well. All right, Cell anime are great, but the adaptations are filler festivals since the manga were going on at the time. Okay. Caribou-kun actually made a video that showed it wasn't just filler, but they adopted the manga out of order.
They also had filler, though. It was both things, I'm pretty sure, which is why it was such a mess.
Oh, dear Lord. Nabiki would have been sexy if she was wearing a skirt. Even if it's shorts below her pants.
That's fighting words, Green. Isn't it, Green Line?
Look, man, skirts are great and all, but sometimes that little bit of cheek underneath the Daisy Duke line.
Yeah.
Come on.
Clearly, you've never seen Daisy Duke to begin with.
Oh, shit.
I mean, I saw them last night on that guy from Jacob's Ladder, and I was not impressed. Edna from The Incredibles is voiced by the film's director, Brad Bird. Boku no Test had male voice, female. Baka and Test? Baka to Test is what that would be. The anime will never be the same again. Anime sells a video series uncensored in hard copies. Netflix are outdated. The Incredibles confirmed not woke. I watched all of Ranma back in the day. Loved the action and boobs. But the gags got on my nerves. Hated Akane and Ranma's relationship by the end. You're describing my experience sitting through Urusei Yatsura. Fuck me, was that hard. I didn't even get through it. I'm on like episode 30.
Well, what is it? Rumiko Takahashi basically gets to a point where she wants to serialize it and make like a gameplay loop that she can drag out forever. So therefore, no progress ever gets made. So you get tired over.
Leave it to a woman to get lost in our. Hideyoshi would sound better when a man voices him, since the actor can still pretend in person. Okay.
Yeah, but we don't know. Maybe Hideyoshi is actually female.
JT Vega makes a good point. We have all seen Goku penis in Dragon Ball. I advocate for more Goku penis in video games. Give me the male genitalia Goku penis. OCA nipple fake. Be sure to patent it before Nintendo. What if Reese and Fundam just change their avatars to like a crudely drawn nipple? I don't want to watch more Ranma 1/2, but part of me wouldn't be able to help myself if they kept the fan service and brought back the OG cast. So I'm glad they didn't do that.
Exactly, yeah.
Pants
so that would
wear are fine for running.
Okay, I have. Okay.
You mean like
Luigi?
Okay, like
we do not
sweater,
request your input on every piece of clothing every character wears. I'm just letting that be known.
We're entering the realm of the podcast where we have become delusioned with our fan base. 12 viewers on Twitter. I don't fucking buy it. Now I can ignore Ranma 1/2 and not have to think about it. Let the fans enjoy it, and I can stay out of it. Skirts make it easy for women to run. Look, I just advocate full nudity in all anime. No, none of this like should she be in Daisy Duke? Should she be in skirt? Naked, right? All right. Back to this. We're done with Oshinoko, right? All right. Hideaki Anno and Studio Gaga announced plans for the new Space Battleship Yamato film. Pretty sure we covered this years ago, but Anno noted that he wouldn't be the same person he is today if he hadn't encountered the original Space Battleship Yamato series. Oh, God damn it. Why? Okay. I'm healed. Anime some 50 years ago, he also expressed his gratitude to and respect for the staff and cast of the original series and stated that his goal was to continue creating new and interesting works of art. I probably read the wrong part, but all right, also we got this. One Piece anime celebrates 25 years with the special episode October 20th. I'm going to turn off night mode and then refresh. With how long the One Piece series has endured, it has had to branch into many different plot points to fully realize the story of the Straw Hats. But one aspect that Eiichiro Oda's series has rarely touched on is how the average person living in the world reacts to the Straw Hat Pirates. To celebrate the 25th anniversary of the anime adaptation of One Piece, the series will be doing just that, adapting the short stories from Tomohito Osaki's Straw Hat Stories novel in a special titled One Piece Fan Letter. The original Straw Hat Stories, I'll show you the image here. The original Straw Hat Stories novel is a collection of short stories featuring people's perspective on the Straw Hats, with each story following one of the members of the crew. This includes a story of the Marine watching Luffy trying to protect Ace during Marineford, and how it reflects his relationship. How it reflects their relationship with their younger brother, who is also a Marine on Marineford. Another story is of Zoro getting into an argument over who's the best swordsman after Dressrosa, and another features Kid pirating Soul King's concert on Sabaody Archipelago. I don't understand any of that except for the word marine.
Basically, just a bunch of short stories from this novel that they put out.
All right, in manga news, exclusive Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles X Naruto crossover comics issue number 1 unveils 6 preview pages. So we covered this a little bit previously. Now, Anime News Network got exclusive access to seeing Black April O'Neil. Yay! Wow! So the thing I find about this is that although it's being drawn by French artists, I believe, the Naruto characters look pretty good, except for Naruto, whose hair they can't seem to understand how to shade. It's just her. They capture Sasuke just fine. I'm sorry, it's just her. It's just him. Sorry, I was looking at Sakura when I said it. Tsunade looks a little butt in the face too. Boobs are
just her, as in like, oh god, Reese, what the hell? As
Oh.
in, wow, that derailed my my train.
Hold on. No, wait. Oh shit, it's on the original.
Get the baby on screen. Get the baby on screen.
Ooh, 5-second rule. All right. Anyway, yes.
Okay. By that, get the nipple off screen. What I thought you were meaning was that it's just
the
her.
top
There's no
of
turtles.
Chopper's hat.
There's no. Oh, true. that there's no turtles. That would be hilarious if the whole collab was like, yeah, it's a collab between the turtles, and then they just have the race swapped April.
They don't even show up in the first 6 pages or whatever the fuck this is.
I'm from the hidden turtle village.
We come from the hidden pizza. You know?
It's weird that they're making
the hidden manhole.
It's weird that they're making Baxter Stockman the main villain instead of Shredder, by the way.
Oh, who's Baxter Stockman?
The mutated fly.
Oh, that's gross.
Mad scientist.
Yeah.
Is that this guy?
Yeah.
Oh,
He's a regular villain.
I'm surprised they didn't make him black.
In other news, well, he's a villain. He has to be a white guy. Did you notice that he has red hair?
No, he's been black before. They've made him black before.
Yeah, but he's a villain, so he's got to be like the most hated race.
They need the strong, independent, darkened women to annihilate the white man, though.
Yeah. All right.
I actually agree with. Sorry, I was going to say I actually agree with N and Rev's comment that he just made about Black April. I don't inherently hate a Black April, but ever since they made her black in Rise of the TMNT, now she's always black, and that's annoying.
Yep.
I don't think it's necessarily like the fact that she's black that makes her annoying. I think it's just.
I don't think anyone actually cares that she's black as much as they care that that's not what she is. no one knows her as like Black Ginger, right?
Mhm.
They're just superimposing it. That
When I
and everyone
when I
can see.
first-
Everyone knows why.
Here's
they're
the
doing
thing. Here's the thing. We all know this. If April was ugly, they wouldn't bother to make her black. It's the
I mean,
fact
they
that
made her
she's
black and
fucking
ugly in the
hot
one.
in a goddamn skin tight onesie suit that is unzipped just enough to expose the heaving breasts that they've decided to make her a frumpy black woman in that movie.
When I first saw that page preview, I was like looking at it. I'm like, oh wow, they did a pretty good job with everyone. But who's this new character? And AC's like, that's April. I was like,
he
oh
said,
no.
he said, of course they make the new character black, and I said, that's not a new character. Who is that? That's April O'Neil. What the fuck? Like,
Yeah, poor Randy. We had to burst his bubble.
in other news, Rurouni Kenshin creator's poor health condition has led to indefinite manga hiatus.
I feel weird about this.
Yes.
It's a conflicting feeling.
Ordinarily.
Is his health condition that he's having withdrawals from child porn?
Did you have the other article about Rurouni Kenshin?
No. Which one?
Okay, read. I will try and find it quickly.
After missing multiple issues, Nobuhiro Watsuki's Rurouni Kenshin, the Hokkaido arc, is officially taking a break. See, here's the thing. There honestly isn't any reason to have any Rurouni Kenshin after Shishio anyway. So nobody cares. Right?
I didn't even know the manga was still going on.
I
thought
finished
it
that,
was.
by the way.
You finished the Shishio arc?
Yeah. Because you asked me about it like 5
God
years ago.
tier, right?
It is.
It
And
is.
Steve Bloom is amazing, but yeah.
Fuck me. Like, if for anybody who needs to like, let me put it this way. A couple years ago, I think it's changed now. I think we have changed it. Podcast Magic has done wonders. People used to bitch sub versus dub. And I think that the reason why they did that is because they assumed dubs still sounded like Speed Racer-ish days, right? And the truth is that dubbing has come a long way to the point where some dubs are legitimately better than the original Japanese, such as in the case of Cowboy Bebop, right? The Shishio arc of Kenshin is so goddamn gripping that it is the only thing a sub-elitist needs to see to immediately go like, yeah, maybe I was wrong. You know, like that.
That's
or
like
Baka
season
now.
2 or whatever, right?
Yeah, I think it's season 2.
Basically, question mark. But I also find it funny that we have the Spike and Faye as the antagonists.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is with Rurouni Kenshin, I'm just double checking how many episodes I watched because I think I got into the Shishio arc when I watched it.
Shishio was the guy in the bandages.
I recognize that. So I made 28 episodes in. Does that mean I'm literally like about to enter it, or I just entered it?
I think you may have just ended it. So a way we could do this is we could type in Shishio, and then
where I'm
can
going
look
with this is what I watched of the Shishio arc. It wasn't anywhere near as good as what you guys are describing. I was just like, I mean, this is okay. Like that's what I thought the
Maybe
whole
you
show.
just have shit taste. How about that?
I watched it when I was like,
okay. So he debuts in episode 30. So
Wait,
you
really?
haven't got, yeah.
Oh, well, I'm glad that's the case because I was going to be like, damn, well, is that all they have to offer? I did also watch it 10 years ago when I watched that much, so who knows?
God,
Maybe
even
I wasn't
just
in the
like
mood.
fucking music from it is even just like popping in my head, like that da-na-na-na, you know, like that little like riff that they have played. Fuck, I love that show.
They
God damn,
they
that's
really
so
need to
good.
get us a Blu-ray of this.
Do you
Fuck,
think Discotech would pick that up?
Podcast Magic. No, Discotech would probably not put this out because they're like, no, pedophile. You know. Anyway, so the second season of the second season of the second Rurouni Kenshin TV series, the Kyoto Disturbance arc, is scheduled to premiere in just a few days on October 4th. But just as swordsman Himura Kenshin is set to make his anime return, he's going to be disappearing from the manga world for an undetermined amount of time. The official Twitter account of monthly manga anthology Jump Square, which carries the currently ongoing Rurouni Kenshin the Hokkaido arc series, has posted an announcement that the manga will be going on indefinite hiatus due to creator Nobuhiro Watsuki's health issues. The statement says, quote, "To our readers, thank you for reading Rurouni Kenshin the Hokkaido arc. Due to Nobuhiro Watsuki's poor physical health condition, Rurouni Kenshin the Hokkaido arc will be going on hiatus for a while. The series has been on hiatus since Jump Square's June 2024 issue, and every month we have been searching for ways to produce the next chapter, but after discussion between the editing department and Watsuki, we have come to the decision that a period of rest will be the best way by which to prepare for the stable and continuous resumption of its serialization."
I honestly didn't even know that they were doing manga still for Rurouni Kenshin.
Well, it's a secondary series called New Kyoto Arc or whatever.
Yeah.
Or Hokkaido Arc or whatever they're calling it now. While the end of the hiatus has been determined, we will announce it within Jump Square. Sorry, when the end of the hiatus has been determined, we will announce it within Jump Square. And through the Jump Square official Twitter account, we sincerely apologize to the readers who have been looking forward to the next chapter.
We also apologize to the children that.
So again,
that the author had, but
I need to know specifically. I know the guy's a creep, right? Like, don't get me wrong. I know the guy's a creep. His exact words were something to the effect of, "I am attracted to girls between the age of X and X or X and Y." You know what I mean? So like, definitely the guy. I don't mean to defend the guy at all.
You mean
right?
Twitter and
what's up?
Twitter.
You mean Twitter and Twitter, not X and X.
Yes. But I am not familiar specifically with what he was found in possession of, right? In terms of, like, I mean, I assume that because it's in Japan, it probably actually is legitimate pictures of kids, right? But the problem with the concept of child pornography is that there are varying degrees of what would fall under that category. In the West, I find it difficult to immediately jump on people because personally, I don't find lolicon to be near as egregious as something that involves an actual child, right? Regardless of what extent the real child is put on film doing, right? Now, when it comes to Nobuhiro Watsuki, like, this is the thing is like, there are scientific literature books or National Geographic that feature pictures of children in, you know, different tribes, or like the photo of the girl running naked and escaping the bomb in Nagasaki or whatever. Like, those historical images exist, right? And there's, to some degree, there are, you know, imagery that you would consider, you know, a little bit taboo because it features children naked. Like, you know, for example, people have gotten in trouble by an automated flagging system for posting a picture of their young children in the bath on Facebook in such a way where it doesn't showcase anything. But because Facebook has an algorithm trained on child porn, it sees that and flags it and bans their account because it thinks this is child porn, right? So again, I like to err on the side of caution, and I haven't read all the stuff to go with Nobuhiro Watsuki specifically. I believe this incident with him and all that kind of came to light like immediately when the podcast started, and it wasn't something we actually had an article for and read and covered back then.
Maybe what I read though was that he had so much that they thought he was a distributor.
Yeah, I think that we did hear something about that actually, now that you bring it up. So anyway, I don't know why I got on this tangent to begin with. But
are you thinking of the Ricada case with the cocaine, or?
I don't know. It's just weird because it's not like drugs where it's like, oh, at this amount we consider it enough to not be personal use.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you could distribute any amount of porn, right? It's like,
yeah. So I guess the point I'm making is that, generally speaking, when it comes to certain crimes, possession of child pornography is one of them. No, look, I think it should be condemned whole cloth, just so we're 100% clear. Like, there is no amount of, well, there's just a little bit, so it's okay. Like, that's not the case, right? I might
just
feel
a
that,
little bit of rape. Like,
I might feel that way about like some degree like of drug use or something. Like, if a person is caught and they have like a small amount of cocaine, or it's like the story with Pierre Taki, where he was busted for drug possession and then they removed him from the video game he was in and all that stuff. It's like, there's some areas there where I might give you a little bit of wiggle room. Just so we're 100% clear, there is zero amount of child porn that I would be okay with, unless the picture is as I described. You took a photo of your kids in the bath. It's not explicit or sexual in any sort of way, and it's an innocent thing, right? That would be the only threshold. And just so we're 100% clear, that is absolutely not. We know for a fact that is not what Nobuhiro Watsuki had, right? All I'm saying is, I'm just autistically going off on this tangent, that there are some crimes for which I am apprehensive at throwing people under the bus whole cloth, simply because I feel like there is a spectrum to the crime. And although it should be condemned regardless of where you land on the spectrum, I think that there is a tendency with crimes that have this spectrum where you assume the worst every time. And the truth is that because of the nature of the crime, they don't disclose what the actual extent is. And therefore it becomes difficult to condemn some. Like, I feel personally conflicted about condemning people to the literally Hitler levels of the crime, when the actual truth may be significantly less severe, right? Yeah. Just from I just have a personal complex over condemning people to a degree by association of what mentally I think of when I think of the crime. You know what I mean? Whereas, like, for example, the concept of a school shoot or a mass shooting, right? Like, the actual definition of a mass shooting is like 3 or more or something like that. But when you think of a mass shooting, you think of, like, for example, in Las Vegas, when the guy's killing like hundreds of people or whatever, right? Like, it's not something that can be applied and have I just feel like we cheapen the terminology, and like we diminish the value of the crime. Like, we actually lessen it when we apply it in places where it doesn't apply. Now, I've gotten off on a massive tangent here, but just so we're 100% clear, Nobuhiro Watsuki 100% was guilty of something that is something we condemn, that I personally condemn, right? As Greenline put it, the amount found was such that it was speculated that he was a distributor of child pornography. Like, that is not in any way to be diminished or minimized, right? So anyway, I don't know. I've gotten fully off in the weeds on this tangent here. I'm going to just come back to the article. I feel like I've dug myself too deep to articulate it properly now that I failed ridiculously over and over again. So let's see. We've come to the decision a period of rest will be the best way for him to continue his stable and continue. Hold on. The best way by which to prepare for the stable and continuous resumption of its serialization. When the end of the hiatus has been determined, we will announce it within Jump Square and through the Jump Square official Twitter account. We sincerely apologize to all readers who have been looking forward to the next chapter. We hope that you will continue to support Rurouni Kenshin, the Hokkaido arc. As mentioned in the statement, Rurouni Kenshin, the Hokkaido arc has had no new chapter published since prior to the summer of this year. While the manga story is a collaborative effort between the 54-year-old Watsuki and his wife, Watsuki is the manga's artist. Is his wife the one writing it? From the beginning, I have been under the impression that it was Watsuki solo. And I think it's actually worse regarding the revelations with the child porn, because he wrote this this line. I watched Kenshin originally. Well, I mean, I watched it on Toonami or whatever, but I purchased it on a bootleg set that had
Nobuhiro Watsuki does the story and art. I know it's weird phrasing from Sengoku.
From Sword News 24, you mean? They said that it's a collaborative effort between him and his wife.
Probably now.
Yeah, so the Hokkaido arc.
Let's see.
Anyway, the reason I bring it up is because, and I'm sure that I have brought this up probably at least 4 times on the podcast so far. I cannot fucking believe we're on podcast 277. I understand part of that is that recently we've been doing 2 shows a week for a couple of, we've done like 3 of those. I don't know how the fuck we've gotten to 277. That just seems weird. But
yeah.
Fuck, man. This drink is really hitting me. I'm just trying to hang on here. This is the first drink I had since Vegas, and the drink before that was the night that I drank the entire bottle of whiskey on stream and threw up mercilessly after the stream ended. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is there is an episode of Rurouni Kenshin where Misao, which is the lolly character, also the best character, is trying to get advice for how to land a boyfriend, basically. And Lady Eboshi, I think her name is, in the English dub, encourages her to drink a bunch of milk to grow her tits. In the original Japanese, she says, and I quote, "Find a boyfriend with a Lolita complex." And quite frankly, that hits real different post arrest, right? So anyway,
oh no.
So I'm just a little bit taken aback by the fact
because
that
I feel like in that situation it's better because it's like it's the argument we had last podcast where it's like, well, isn't Misao like mostly an adult? I feel like she's
well, yeah. So the idea is like regarding the conversation we had last podcast was, is it okay to condemn a person who looks like a child to never have adult relations when they are an adult?
Yeah,
and the answer, of course, is that if you're an adult, like it's just. I'm sorry I cannot articulate this the right way. But
I was making a joke. I'm sorry.
It frustrates me to no end the concept that it is considered child exploitive material when a child has not been exploited, and in some cases, the person falling under the purview of child exploitive material is a fucking adult who looks somewhat like a child. Like, it just blows my goddamn mind. Even to the point where when Simply G was on the show, we talked about, because she's an Australian, we talked about how in Australia they banned porn that contains actresses with tits that are smaller than C cup because they saw it as being child exploitive or too close to child porn. And so women who don't have breasts bigger than a B cup are then seen in the general population as not being women. Like, we had a whole conversation about this on the podcast where she was on, about like the weird body shaming mechanic that has come out of their legislation over that specific thing. Setting all that aside to come back to this article, it seems to me like the Hokkaido arc is the one that he's getting help from his wife. But where my brain short-circuited is it's real fucking weird if she's the one writing it and she wrote the lolicon thing. It's just fucking weird, okay? So I think maybe a second arrest could be in order. Wouldn't it be funny to find out that Nobuhiro Watsuki took the fall for his pervert pedophile wife? That's all I was trying to get to.
So in the original was done solely by him. Hokkaido was he does the story and art, and she collaborates with the story.
All right. So that seems reasonable. That definitely makes a lot of sense. In this messed up brain, I went down a whole rabbit hole of what if she's the pedophile.
How tall is she? How tall is his wife?
I don't know. Oh, that'd be interesting, right? Let's see if we can find a picture of him. Nobuhiro Watsuki and wife. Let's see if I can find a picture of them together. Boy, does he look like a tool. Holy fuck. Oh, shit! Oh, no!
Green
Oh
shirt.
my
Green
God.
shirt.
How tall is she, huh? Oh,
Looking pretty fucking short to me.
That's the only reason she's still with him, because she knows that without him, she wouldn't be able to find someone who's
How tall is
attracted
he?
to the height.
Oh dear Lord!
He's probably 5'1", you know, like.
All right, Nobuhiro Watsuki is listed as 6 foot. Wouldn't
What?
you know it? Wouldn't you know it?
She's taller than I am.
There's another photo here.
He's tall for a Japanese guy, isn't he?
Yeah, she's probably normal height for a Japanese person, right? And he's just a giant. Anyway.
Anyways, I like to joke about like because there's the Harry Potter fans that go off and rolling, and it's like you haven't even gone to Rurouni Kenshin, like. So could you imagine, like?
All right. Anyway, where were we? Fuck. What?
As mentioned in the statement, Rurouni Kenshin, the Hokkaido, the words, the
Hokkaido arc.
Yeah, that one. There's the paragraph.
Mm-hmm. No specifics have been given as to what ailments he's dealing with, but considering that Jump Square, has felt the need to make the hiatus official, it is unlikely that new chapters will be coming for at least a number of months.
I kid, I joke, but it hurts. Because I don't like I like to separate the art from the artist, especially in this situation.
And this is the thing that's so frustrating about it, is that on the one hand, I am right there with you. Like, Rurouni Kenshin is so goddamn good that I do want to be able to look at the work that was produced outside of the atrocity that he's allegedly committed. 100%, right? Similarly, this is a bad example, but similarly to being able to look at a painting done by Hitler, and being able to look at it.
Whoa! Recap that. You just froze for the class.
Just say it's shit with a clear mind.
So just saying, like, if you were a art critic, right? You should be able to be presented a picture painted by Hitler without being told and not knowing already that it's a painting by Hitler, and being able to look at it and being able to articulate specifically what is right or wrong with it from an artistic standpoint before knowing that the work you're critiquing was done by Hitler, right? Or, like, for example, any number of, like if for example, John Wayne Gacy's paintings or something like that, right? That there is a value, I believe, in being able to view those things and having a critical eye, because the second you know it's by Hitler, immediately anything you would have spoken positively about it, you now are going to find a way to speak negatively about, right? Just generally speaking. And personally,
being able to use critical thinking and separating the art from the artist.
And personally, I think that there is value in being able to articulate the pros and cons, or value or lack thereof, of a piece, independent of what the creator is known to have. For example, Diddy.
I just looked at his paintings; they're not bad.
Hitler's paintings #1 fan down there, right? But for example, just to put out there, P. Diddy is now he's the new Epstein, right? To the surprise of people who weren't paying attention all this time. And P. Diddy has made a couple, I'm sure he's got an entire catalog of music. I know maybe 2 songs. One of them is Come With Me, the ending song to the Matthew Broderick Godzilla, that features music by Jimmy Page that was actually sampled from the song Kashmir, I believe, from Led Zeppelin. But the point is that I personally can still enjoy this song for what it is, which honestly, let's be real, Jimmy Page is carrying a lot of the weight in it, without having to be like, I think that there's a burden that comes with trying to performatively decry And I think that that's what a lot of Harry Potter fans are dealing with, is that they feel the need now to performatively decry the existence of aspects of Harry Potter because they now disagree with J.K. Rowling, right? And I think that is an unhealthy approach to media, right? So anyway, we spent way too much time on this topic. Let's move past it.
Yeah, sorry, that was my fault.
Not to keep it on the topic, but there was some other Rurouni.
Oh yeah. You had the other article here.
Posted it in the private chat.
All right.
It's not an article; it's just a tweet.
Should I click on the link in the tweet?
Just click on the tweet, I guess.
All right, I'm gonna pull the tweet over. Hold on. All right. In other news, Rurouni Kenshin by Nobuhiro Watsuki will hold a new 30th anniversary exhibition in October 2024. The event will feature original art of the series and multiple commemorative illustrations by mangaka from the industry. Oh, so not just him. So
if you click that second image, you can see a list of all the different mangaka.
Yeah. So Jujutsu Kaisen, World Trigger, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, all of these different artists are doing a
Oda from One Piece.
Yeah. Eiichiro Oda right here are doing
Kishimoto from Naruto.
Yeah, Tsukasa Hojo from City Hunter.
And people are saying that this is basically equivalent to Diddy, and this is the list of all the people that go to Diddy parties.
My God.
Now, I think that's a little unfair because Shonen Jump is going to come to these people and say, make us a cover. And they're going to say, yes, boss. And that's going to be the end of it.
I do find it a little bit funny that, it's Kenshin and Shishio. It's almost like he knows where he peaked, right?
I would like to point out one thing, though. In that list of people, there is one notable mangaka that is missing. And that is the mangaka for Bleach.
Tite Kubo?
Tite Kubo?
So people are saying that Kubo is based for not being part of the Rurouni Kenshin cover thing. Or art, whatever they're doing.
Wow.
Well, I see Yusei Matsui of Assassination Classroom is featured here. Hey, what's this? South Carolina parent calls on school to remove Assassination Classroom manga.
Seamless.
Yep. One South Carolina county. So we've covered this like twice already, right? One South Carolina county has pulled the manga Assassination Classroom from school libraries following a parental complaint. Jennifer Hannigan of Horry County complained to the school district after her 9th grade daughter had checked out the book Assassination Classroom from the school library. The series, from creator Yusei Matsui, features a classroom taught by an alien that challenges his students to kill him or else he will destroy the world. The series is no stranger to controversy in the U.S. after it had been banned in a New York school district back in 2019, and more recently, a Florida school district challenged the book in 2023 at the behest of Moms for Liberty. Complaints from parents and activists tend to focus on the aspect of killing a teacher, ignoring the fact that the teacher is an alien allegedly planning on destroying the world. Ms. Hannigan went on to make similar claims, quote, "They're talking about the operative on how they're going to kill this teacher and different ways to kill the teacher." Assassination Classroom has been a popular series among middle and high school age students ever since it came to Cartoon Network's Toonami block a few years ago. The series is also readily available to in stores like Barnes & Noble. The manga is licensed in English by Viz. All right, okay. So I got a little bit more details on this over here. Assassination Classroom manga pulled from South Carolina High School, submitted for content review following parent complaint. Quote, "We're giving them too much adult material than their brains can handle."
So they can handle transitioning, but they can't handle a series made.
Yeah, they can handle genderqueer, but they can't handle this, right? So I will say, when we covered the 2023 incident, I'm pretty sure. I feel like I was against the idea that it should be banned, but I feel like I'm starting to come around on the understanding the reasoning for which it might not be appropriate in school specifically, right? Like why you shouldn't put it in the library, right?
I don't think manga should be in the library, period.
I agree. I think that is, I mean, there are very few manga that serve a purpose in school other than, you know, I mean, it's the same as watching, it's the same as going, like if you were to put on cartoons like SpongeBob in school to some degree, right? Like school is where you're going to learn. We don't need you to be learning by, you know, watching SpongeBob in the middle of class. You know what I mean? So expressing her complaint with the series contents to WMBF News, Hannigan asserted, quote, "Even if I don't have children, I would not want a child to read this book. I mean, there's girls in lingerie hopping on top of men in the book." All right. Doesn't belong in school. I'm with you right there. Okay. Belongs in my bookcase, not in school. Right.
The way I think it should be handled in a way is kind of like I wouldn't distribute it at the school, but it's like if you bring it from home or wherever, they're not going to like execute
like,
you.
I am not suggesting that high school age students should not be able to read this book. I'm just saying I understand why people are arguing that the school should not be providing it to them. And in the same breath, I will say, I also don't think the school should be providing genderqueer and all these other books that are basically pornographic, right? There you go, right? Like, I don't want there to be, you know, queer like themed books warping the minds of students and perverting their sexuality. I also don't want the straight aspect of it. You know, it's not just that I don't want the queer stuff. I also don't want actual, you know, softcore pornography being given to kids in school. That's seems like a distraction from learning to me.
How to have anal sex
with a woman.
Do you know what the age rating is on the book?
What is I don't know. Do they have age ratings on manga? Other than the ones that have the adult only berserk?
Like T for teen or something.
It's probably going to be like 14 or whatever.
No,
I'm pretty sure Viz has T's like T and M on it.
Yeah. So just so we're clear, like at the end of the day, I don't have kids that are going to this school, and I don't really care about it one way or the other. But I'm just saying I understand why these people we're reading about are concerned about it. And I like the fact that the very first thing they quote here, where she says, "Even if I don't have children, I would not want a child to read this book," followed up with, "There are girls in lingerie hopping on top of men in the book." She doesn't start with, "I don't like the idea of killing. It could give kids the idea they could kill." Like, she says, "No, look, what's inappropriate about this is that you got women in lingerie hopping on top of men. Like, that's inappropriate. We can all agree that that's inappropriate for children."
It's rated teen plus. May be suitable for older teens and adults.
I don't know what an older teen is considered, but
16, 17.
In the book, they'll have several chapters that are telling you a killing is in the title of some nature. Hannigan added, "There's also several pages where there's handguns, rifles, knives, and potions, and it talks about killing in the pages. It's just the whole thing. They're talking about the operative on how they're going to kill this teacher and different ways to kill the teacher. We allow our children..." What's up?
How did they change it to how they're going to save the world?
Yeah.
Because that's what they're trying to do.
I understand that. And I'm playing devil's advocate here on the woman's side here, just for the sake of argument. But I agree that the context of the book makes the subject matter acceptable in terms of the concept of them discussing how they're going to kill the teacher. But in a world where we have mentally deranged individuals known to the FBI planting those seeds into the minds of mentally disturbed individuals is not something that usually results in a good outcome. And so I understand the trepidation that parents are having in having this in a library where their kids go to school, even if they trust their own kids, right? You don't trust every other student in school. And there's always that one kid that you're not sure about. And you're like taking bets that at some point, if there is a school shooting, it was that kid, right? The weird one, you know? So anyway, we allow our children...
that we do nothing about.
We allow our children into an adult world too soon. We're giving them too much adult material than their brains can handle, and I think that's a problem. As of writing, all copies of Assassination Classroom have been temporarily removed, pending a review of its contents by district officials. Look, as far as I'm concerned, this distances anime and manga from reaching mainstream status. And I am championing that, because fuck that shit. That's never been a good idea. I think that's the end of the article. That's all I wanted to read. Any thoughts on this? I mean, it's like this is the third time we've covered it, right? Like this particular thing, I think that the reason this raises red flags to begin with is simply because Assassination Classroom is the title. Yeah. That catches the parents' eye, like, what's this? Little Tina and / Timmy, right?
They're working solely off the knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah, 100%. If the book was instead titled Kittens and Cuddly Rainbows, then I don't think they would have ever even noticed, right? And quite frankly,
Cuddly Rainbows.
There are plenty of other manga.
I mean, even if it was titled Alien Monster Principle Destroys the World, I think it'd be fun.
How to stop your alien teacher from destroying the world?
Yeah. That's the new localized title Viz will go with from now on to stop this from happening. All right. Anyway. Archive this.
So I just want to keep in mind that was rated teen plus.
All right. All right, in the games news.
Yay, our favorite part of the podcast.
Honestly, with the exception of the Dragon Quest articles that I still haven't bothered to put in here.
Fuck. Okay, well, too bad then.
Why? Why?
Hyped.
There's enough game news I'm looking here that we don't need to cover the Dragon Quest stuff, but it would have just made a concise point in contrast to the Assassination Classroom thing.
I mean, I could pull it from off screen and we can wing it right now. I would be 100% okay with that, because I would love to not actually read that and just like give our take on it without ever having to actually do any work on it, because we have covered that too much already, and it's like it's not new news, and there it is, and it's like, oh no.
But we have a lot of game news, so we should just not.
Randy says we'll talk about it next week. All right, starting out here. So, Kotaku senior editor Alyssa Mercante claims that she is moving forward with legal action against several parties. I am finally covering this. This is from August 21st, 2024. Some of the stuff that's talked about in this is from even earlier than that. Okay, just so we're clear. It's moving into the realm where this lawsuit is actually going to go to court. And so I want to set our baseline tonight so that as we cover the fallout from it, which I think is going to be anti-slap and her paying the legal fees, that we will have at least established this and not have to do all this in one sitting. So let's get into it. Actually, let's do some chats real quick. I don't inherently hate black. We had to cover that. Making her black. No, skipping that. Does the hidden man's hole wear shorts or skirt? Hidden leaf, hidden man hole. Do they wear shorts or skirt? That's the question. I think they're naked. They wear a shell with like a bandana. It's the fact that she is black, and there is no reason why they change her other than that. Yes, 100%. Token. They had inserted Asian teenager in a new line version of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Okay. Yes, episode 28 of Kenshin starts the Kyoto Shishio arc. The first 27 episodes of Kenshin are the Tokyo arc. Yeah.
Apparently.
That's the episodic stuff with filler mixed in. Then we hear Watsuki is suffering from acute and funny withdrawals. Oh. Don't know what that means.
Is anyone else getting AC cutting out?
Am I cutting out? Good.
I'm not cutting out.
Okay, so it's just me.
Kenshin will never be re-released because Aniplex own it and only want people to buy the remake. I hate that Watsuki is going to be the final manga to close out the Dragon Ball collaboration. Oh. Nobuhiro Watsuki can't make a new series because no one will buy, considering history Kenshin is grandfathered in. Okay. Would you be opposed to Nobuhiro Watsuki using AI to treat the withdrawal? No, 100%. I am all for pedophiles having an outlet that didn't involve actual children in order to save real children. And see, this is the thing with the Diddy thing. For the longest time, Ashton Kutcher has been a vocal advocate for saving child sex trafficked people, or like sex trafficking in general, right? And he has his own like nonprofit to save, you know, victims of trafficking and stuff. But he's also like best friends with Diddy. And so many of the organizations meant to help trafficking victims or save trafficking victims are in fact actually just trafficking people. Like the whole game is to vocally advocate the opposite of the position you hold, because obviously the position you hold is illegal, right? And this has been going on from the beginning of time, right? This is how you do things: is you verbally advocate for something, you make legislation, you call it the Patriot Act, so it sounds like a good thing, and then you do the exact opposite in it. You subjugate the patriots and make them slaves of the country, right? Like this is the 101 how you do stuff. Oh, getting naked over there, huh? So yeah, I think that I think this is the problem, is that a lot of times the people in charge of coming down on quote unquote pedophiles make the problem worse by putting forth legislation and you know, knee-jerk reactions to dealing with a very serious problem that people cannot actually overcome on their own. It's like it's ingrained in the DNA effectively. You know, like this, there was something, I recently watched Netflix's like docu-series on Dahmer, which is very fucking weird with how the timeline is in that show. And it paints a very clear picture that there are just some things for which, due to the nature of how people develop as they age, right, in those crucial years as a child, where if you do not get the proper, what would be the word? If you are deprived of human interaction that is necessary, or even just like missing the boat on getting a girlfriend at a certain age, people literally get stuck at this like incel level that they take with them in perpetuity, right? There are very few men who don't date in high school who then date in their 40s. You know what I mean? It just doesn't fucking happen usually. It can, but not getting these social, you know, development things under your belt at the time when it is appropriate to do so stunts you and holds you back and makes you an awkward person in social situations. And so in the case of Dahmer, like, he became obsessed. I mean, the thing is that Dahmer was gay, right? And that was already something that was taboo during the time. And Dahmer, because he couldn't come out and just be gay, and it was hard, especially back then, to find people that you could be gay with and not have it be
gay with,
and not have it like, you know, for example, if you're a gay man, coming on to someone is even more you'd be even more fearful than a straight man. Like, it's already difficult enough for straight men to approach a woman and risk rejection, right? They say that a man's sexuality is the first dragon he must slay, right? Meaning that in order to grow up and become a functional human, you need to control your own sexual urges and, more importantly, overcome the hurdle of that fear of rejection by talking to a woman, right? And just entering into that dating realm, right? Even if you're not having sex, right? You know, a lot of people, myself included, I waited until marriage because it's just something that I felt was important to do. But having even just like the ability to come forward and engage in a relationship or in even just in conversation that could then lead to a date in a relationship, for a lot of men is extremely difficult, right? And one of the reasons why that is because survival of the fittest, right? There's an extremely small percentage of males that are born innately with the confidence required to actually be able to pursue that effortlessly. And those are the guys who end up sleeping with half, like, they say that the
top percentage or whatever.
Well, an article that I haven't covered yet, it was something about a poll that was performed that found it was like a poll for kids in high school in Japan asking how many of them have had their first kiss, right? And men have had significantly less romantic experiences than women. But the truth is that the few guys that have had a romantic experience are having them with all the women, right? And so there are more women, but it's the same guy sleeping with all of them, right? And that's the thing, is that survival of fittest is that in order to be especially in ancient history, in order to be a successful male, you have to have confidence, right? Not just confidence in pursuing sexual relationships, but confidence fucking taking down a saber-toothed tiger, right? If you panic, you're fucking dead. And that's how history is meant to be. That's how human evolution or development is on purpose, right? And so, obviously the reward for being brave, the incentive to be brave and to be confident, is that you get to fuck bitches, right? And then you have lots of offspring. So pursuing that, it's a hurdle that most people don't overcome, and it creates for a lot of people a complex that they never get over, right? To the point where, and this is the whole concept, and there is some truth to the ills of the, like, quote unquote incel community, right? That because there are people who, regardless of trying, regardless of anything they do, will not ever cross that hurdle, or they're for a lot of them, I think their standards are too high. Sexualization of movies in the 80s or 90s, the availability of pornography has created a standard for which people expect that is where they should get. And if you now can't settle for anything less, because you can't even get it up for anything that's below a 9 or a 10, right? That we've created societally a problem, right? And so setting that as the baseline for this comment here, when it comes to pedophilia, I mean, I don't know if there's a common trope other than perhaps molestation that causes people to have these proclivities. But the thing is, it's one of those things where you aren't cured. There isn't a way to cure people of this affliction. And so you've got two choices to protect kids. You either round up every pedophile and murder them, which logistically is impossible, right? It's a good alternative. If you had a magic wand and just snap your fingers and they're all gone, yeah, fucking go for it. That would probably do the world a ton of good, like 100%, right? But especially because nearly all the U.S. politicians will disappear, right? But if you could do that, it would be the preferable way to do it. But logistically, it's just not possible. So the alternative is if you don't know who they are, if you can't snap your fingers and they disappear, the alternative people seem to think is get rid of things that associate with them. And it's almost like an out of sight, out of mind thing. If I go into, if I don't see the existence of like those sex dolls that look a little young, then therefore they don't exist. Therefore pedophiles don't exist. Therefore everybody's happy, right? And I think that's a way that people look at this. It's a knee-jerk reaction. And as I've advocated too many times to count now, the problem with banning these things you associate with pedophiles that aren't harming kids. This is the major caveat, obviously, is you don't want to say, well, they're never going to change, so let kids get harmed. That's not what I'm saying whatsoever. But when you ban the things you associate with them, you create a world for which they have no outlet. They go crazy over the urges that natural human urges every fucking person on the planet has, right? Except in their case, it's directed at children. And then because you've removed all of their outlets because you simply associate them with them, you create a recipe for kids getting attacked, right? Or you create customers for the Diddy's of the world or the Epsteins, right? And so I'm just saying, when it comes to the joke that we made that, oh, Nobuhiro Watsuki's illness is that he's going through withdrawals, right? I 100% would be okay with them using AI to treat the withdrawals. Because as long as actual children are not being harmed and you satiate the thirst of monsters, those monsters aren't harming kids. Anyway, he was found in possession of CP enough that people thought he was a distributor. I don't think that was supposed to be. I don't think Watsuki would have been arrested if he was only found with lolly. I 100% agree. Look, the buzz is worn off, but I was I was struggling to get through that that train of thought I was trying to get out there. I'm just saying, like, I pump the brakes when it comes to condemnation because I think, as I explained before, if the spectrum involves, like, for example, when you refer to somebody as a murderer, right? Somebody gets tried for murder and they're found guilty. In your mind, you picture what a murderer is. A person who, especially premeditated murder, they planned it, they enjoyed it, they physically dominated somebody to the point where they literally stole the life from them, right? Occasionally, a person is a murderer because their abusive parent like for example, it happens all the time. Kids go to juvenile detention because they murder their father who was beating their mother. And eventually it gets to the point where it is better to go to jail and save your mom who you love than to watch somebody lay one more finger on them. You know what I mean? So it's just like there's a spectrum to these crimes that when you use just simply the label to attribute to that person, it puts them in such another realm of things that it ceases to captivate, like, the nuance, I guess, of each individual person's reason for being attributed with the label, right? And so I just naturally, the autism in me makes it difficult for me to condemn people over using the terminology that is being ascribed to them when the details haven't also been applied. And just so we're 100% clear, as I've said over and over again, when it comes to Nobuhiro Watsuki, despite how good, at least up to Shishio, Rurouni Kenshin is, what he is guilty of is a crime. What he is guilty of is disgusting, and perhaps much further along that threshold, that spectrum, than would require condemnation, right? He's not at the point where he deserves to be condemned. He is beyond that point, right?
All right. So two things.
Yes.
First, Mirage, you happen to be rubbing up against your mics, so if you could watch out for that. But then two, going forward, I'm sure there's going to be more comments on this because there's a lot of comments.
Oh fuck, there are. Shit.
Just keep in mind that you've already talked
I've been
about an hour about it today.
Yes.
Last podcast we talked about it for like 2 hours.
Not 2 hours, but yes.
So,
all right.
Keep it succinct.
Kututi says, during COVID, Google banned a mom and called the cops for her for sending a picture to her pediatrician. Watsuki and his wife write together. Watsuki does the art. Yeah, as we discussed, for the Hokkaido arc. Apologies for saying your last stream was boring, guys. You are awesome. Great, thanks. And I've got your back and always share your live streams.
You say that
Definitely gonna
every
say this.
podcast.
Every single time.
He's
Thanks.
definitely gonna say this podcast.
100%. In the U.S., a victim is required. Remember, the rest of the world is backwards. I don't know. I feel like that's not the case because in the past we have covered things where
Epstein's girl, there was no victim.
Yeah. Well, you see, again, yeah. Ghislaine Maxwell is the only person in history, and Epstein as well, to be tried for or arrested and charged with trafficking children to no one, right? Because they have not released the names. None of those people have been served.
Oh, I guess victim. There was like 3 people I think that talked. Yeah.
Yeah, but the point is that there aren't any. They're guilty of trafficking people, but not to anyone.
Yeah.
Right, because they won't cross that bridge of actually holding the customers accountable. Like attracts like in regards to Nobuhiro Watsuki's wife. How's your weekend? You're seeing it. Nobuhiro Watsuki, the 666 Devil Chad. What? But everyone forgets Jerry Lee Lewis, who made the song Great Ball of Fires, who married his underage cousin, still featured in movies and TV shows. Look, this is the thing about pedophilia that makes me apprehensive, is that fucking Elvis, didn't he marry a 14-year-old?
I do not know.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of Jerry Lee Lewis, right? But the point is that up until this concept, millennials especially are hyper fixated on the concept of 18 being the age of consent and all that. And the truth of the matter is that just a few years before you were born, it was normal. It was normal for adult men to date women as young as 14. It was fucking normal. Now you can
Is that Diddy's defense?
You could be grossed out by that, and there's nothing wrong with disagreeing with that, right? As a society, we have moved to the point where that's not acceptable anymore, and that's okay. But the fact of the matter is, we don't get to look at it now and condemn people who did it when it was normal. Okay, that's all I'm saying is in the Bible, fucking people were probably getting married when they were first hitting puberty because that maximizes your ability to procreate when you start the moment you can. You know what I mean?
So regarding to Elvis, he met Priscilla Beaulieu or whatever when she was 14, but married her when she was 21.
Okay. The point is though that he was in a relationship with her at a young age, right? And I'm just saying it's not unusual, right? It is now a taboo thing in recent years. It hasn't always been a taboo thing. And so I am apprehensive about condemning, Jerry Lee Lewis specifically, for example, when it's okay, but when did this occur? Because if it occurred,
condemn Jerry Lewis for marrying his cousin, first of all.
Okay, well, even still, there was a time when that was normal. Is Jerry Lee Lewis Pakistani by chance? No. There was a time when that was not unusual or not fully as condemned as it is now. And obviously, we know now that marrying or procreating with a blood relative, even a cousin, results in an IQ drop of 10 to 15 points. I mean, it's cataclysmic for a society to allow inbreeding past a certain point, right? And so it literally has driven people insane, right? Look with the British royalty and whatnot in history. Anyway, just noticed Gintama author isn't on that list either. I wish Watsuki wasn't the final author of the Dragon Ball Celebration. I believe they need to be vetting books for school libraries. Liberty is to destroy free speech. Yeah, Moms for Liberty, right? Should they just move manga to the library? To the library? That's what it was.
From the high school library.
I think it means public library.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't think they should burn them or whatever. She's already committing conspiracy. She would get felonies because felonies are planned. Okay. Not sure what that's a reference to. High schools would have sex ed, which is hypocritical when banning manga. No, it's not.
I had sex ed
That's
in-
absurd. Explaining to somebody the concept of penis in vagina and how babies are made is not the same as putting on a pornographic video to explain it to them. Now you can see, well, right now she's she's spitting on his dick. Yes. That's
not the correct hole
Really?
if you want to procreate, but that does seem to be one of the alternative holes that they seem to use from time to time.
What schools wait for have sex ed until high school? I had sex ed like in 6th grade.
Yeah, but the point is, like, it's not hypocritical. It's not hypocritical to remove something that is pornographic, theoretically, right?
And something that's taught
and calling it the same. This is the fucking same as sex ed. It's like, no, it's not. You know, if you were to, if a child randomly walks into a room where a pornographic video is playing, it is not the same as being sat down and having it explained to them in terms they understand. It's not even close to the same thing. People who advocate censorship are the hypocrite necropedophiliacs themselves. Cannibal Corpse know how to separate fantasy from reality. I'm not even going to try on that one. Metallica 1 would have been a jailbait song since the war soldiers saw absolute horror during the darkness. What the fuck, man? I don't even know what you're discussing now. Jamie Markey supports statutory rapes and she supports school shootings.
Let's just
that logic makes sense to me. Where she said crime can happen. What the fuck? Holiday Matsuri? Was that event that supports her despite her attempted battery? Holy shit, man. There are more single mothers than single fathers. Yeah, and the fathers are the ones making the single mothers. Sex dimorphism has always been part of human evolution. That is why androgyny is a crime against nature.
What?
AC, look up the Juggernaut effect. Lowering standards is not the solution you think. Will they round up the female PDF files? What are you talking about? Lowering standards is not the solution. What?
Lowering standards?
Yeah. Where did I advocate lowering standards? Oh, okay. Okay, I got it. He's talking about men lowering their standards to find a mate. Okay, I'll look it up later. Will they round up the female pedophiles though? I mean, if you snap your fingers and poof, they're gone, right? Gray Delisle admitted to cheating on her husband. She might be scared of pants, like the character she voiced for it. Yeah, that solid logic there. A gas station store.
Not afraid of shorts though.
All right,
just pants.
If I could be rude for 1 minute, I would just say, I can't think of one single comment Luigi has ever made that was worth putting on screen. Not one. A gas station store may discriminate you for having a backpack. Fucking, of course. 6 feet, 6-figure income, and 6 inches plus member. Is that what you're looking for? Some might defend Diddy saying Justin's parents are behind the camera, meaning they considered him to be with him. Okay. Roy Moore won his defamation case on this very topic. Yeah, that was fucked up. What happened to Roy Moore? I remember. I don't remember if it was on podcast or if it was prior to podcast where Augie was like, "The guy I voted for won." I'm like, okay, good for you, buddy. I remember that election. Some would say the 18-year-old man was friends with the minor when they were both kids. Okay, Alyssa looks like she may commit. All right, now that we are done with that, let's start.
Speaking of which, yeah, can you start it over?
All right. So, Kotaku's senior editor Alyssa Mercante claims that she is moving forward with legal action against several parties. It's been nearly 6. If you can believe it. We did cover that she is balding pretty severely. It's been nearly 6 months since my Sweet Baby Inc. report and the start of the Gamergate harassment campaign. During this time, I've been gathering info and seeking advice from lawyers and can finally confirm that I'm moving forward with legal action against several parties for doxing / harassment and defamation. I'm funding this myself but we'll probably have to create a GoFundMe to help with expenses. Appreciate all your support. This is from August 21st, right? Which is the same day that the article was written, but there are some things that we'll look at that are from quite a ways before that. It is unclear which party she plans on taking legal action against. Mercante did threaten legal action against YouTuber Smash JT back in May. Mercante had previously sent Facebook messages to Smash JT's wife and admitted she asked her, quote, what she thinks about the father of her children harassing a woman online and laughing when she shares that someone they're supporting has been threatening to kill them for weeks. Wait. And laughing when she shares. Okay, so I don't know who she's talking about there. Anyway, so bottom line, backstory here is that she found his wife on Facebook and started DMing her. Mercante claimed that an individual was impersonating her sister and emailing her and asking for her to comment on her actions, similar to how she messaged Smash JT's wife.
She smashed JT's wife?
Yep. Smash JT responded, well, driving down what was presumed to be a one-way street should have checked the signs. I do not condone the actions of anyone doing this to, quote, get back at her. But goddamn is it funny as fuck to witness her short circuit on real-time contradictions. Mercante responded to this post, threatening legal action against Smash JT. There is a person in this thread impersonating my sister, likely the same person who made a website about her and has been emailing her from it. So just real quick, AlanaMercante.com is the website, and they're doing, like Alana at AlanaMercante.com is emailing Alyssa Mercante kind of thing. You condemning this, then laughing about it and sharing content from it in your videos makes people think it's okay. DMing your wife after you've been harassing me for weeks is not remotely comparable to this. If you do not stop centering me in your content and emboldening these people to harass me, I will be forced to take legal action. She said this in May. I think I skipped that. Smash AT responded to this initial threat of legal action, saying, quote, Alyssa Mercante has suggested they may take legal action against Smash AT regarding my coverage of developing stories in the video game industry. At this time, Smash AT has received no direct communication, nor request for edit, redaction, deletion, nor any other modifications to the videos or articles in question. As with all my good faith conversations, I am happy to consider rebuttal of facts if they have been made in error. Currently, I do not know what specific statements Alyssa Mercante might believe to be false or harassing. My coverage uses screen captures of, in this case, her own words to substantiate a perspective. Furthermore, it's difficult to reconcile a person who proclaims it is dehumanizing, far beyond harassment, when facts are being discussed. The irony is strong. Coming from a supposed journalist employed at Kotaku, she has proven to constantly avoid giving the full story to her audience and is now trying to silence the real truth about her. It is particularly interesting that of all the channels covering her indiscretions, Alyssa is choosing to single me out. The inferences made by Alyssa Mercante imply a threat to silence, and I do not take those threats lightly, nor will I be bullied off of this platform. I will continue covering this story in an upcoming video with additional information, facts, and screenshots to once again prove my point. It is exhausting, but I will not stop. I seek the truth for the betterment of the entire video game industry. He then shared his change.org petition to have Kotaku shut down. Of note, Mercante has made previous threats, but has backed out of them and not followed through. The most infamous was when she challenged to fight anyone opposed to her promotion of woke ideology, as we've previously covered. Okay, next article. Lawyer representing Kotaku senior editor Alyssa Mercante threatens Kiwi Farms with litigation. Kiwi Farms shared the document to Twitter. A letter written by Lane A. Haygood stated, quote, We are writing to you concerning your client Joshua Moon and his website Kiwi Farms. There is currently a thread on Kiwi Farms hosting a full docs of our client, Alyssa Mercante. As you may otherwise not be aware, Alyssa has hired us to pursue remedies both in and out of court against people who are serially stalking and harassing her online. Joshua Moon and Kiwi Farms are not among those people we are pursuing, but we came across this thread in our research. But for the fact that it hosts a docs, the thread would be otherwise innocuous, annoying and upsetting in tone, but well within the bounds of the law. However, by posting the docs, Kiwi Farms provides an avenue for bad actors to get within the shield of Alyssa's privacy and turn being mean online into genuine threats to her privacy in person. That we cannot permit. The thread in question violates the laws of various states and jurisdictions. The courts have recognized this kind of malicious doxing as giving rise to liability as well. Further, the thread in question and Kiwi Farms hardware continues to host Ms. Mercante's videos, which is an infringement upon her intellectual property rights. Kiwi Farms has no DMCA safe harbor. Furthermore, Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act offers no respite to Joshua. Promoting any thread out of Kiwi Farms proper requires affirmative staff action, which obviates the site's Section 230 protections. See FTC v. AccuSearch, Inc., holding that where a website solicits and collects confidential information specifically for the purpose of publishing that information, id est a dox, okay, then that website is not entitled to Section 230 immunity. We look forward, that's absurd. Do you not agree? That's fucking absurd. Because then if you wanted to sue literally any website, Facebook, anybody, you can dox yourself from a VPN and then sue them. Like, that's an absurd premise. We look forward.
False flagging has been a thing for a while, right?
Yes. We look forward to hearing back from you within 30 days with news that Joshua has complied with this demand without amendment or complaint. If he does so, this will conclude the matter. Listen to the fucking cuntish way that they go on threatening him. And this firm will go back to its usual policy of trying to think about Joshua Moon and Kiwi Farms as little as humanly possible. If he fails to heed this friendly warning, we will be forced to change our policy. It is rare for someone to have such control over their own fate, Joshua. Please advise Mr. Moon to make the most of it. If you have further questions or wish to speak with us directly, please contact me by email or my paralegal, Catherine Twosome. God, what a small world.
Is the actual lawyer also a female?
I think it is a man. Lane, they refer to him with male pronouns, right?
That had to have been written by Catherine.
Right.
The amount of passive aggressive
the amount of bad bitch sass in it, like, is like, wow, cringe. All right. So skipping, this is all recap from the previous article. And again, I'm not actually interested in covering this in autistic detail. I just want to lay the base work. So Smash JT responds to Kotaku senior editor Alyssa Mercante, sending cease and desist letters to him. Quote, "We'll countersue for everything you're coming after me with." So Alyssa Mercante sent Smash JT a cease and desist letter alleging that he defamed and harassed her. Smash JT announced, quote, "Alyssa Mercante has now sent an official cease and desist from her lawyer about how I need to apologize for things I've said to her because they're defamatory in nature," which is interesting because everything I've said has been in response and using what she said to inform my opinion and explain why I feel that way about her. From there, Smash JT addressed Mercante's lawyer, Lane Haygood, who sent the letter. Quote, "This guy struck me as everything that an ambulance chaser lawyer would be, that would take literally any case that anyone brought to him as long as he thought, hey, maybe I can make a buck or two off of this. Sure, I'll throw a letter out there. What could hurt? We'll send some scares to him. We'll make him admit in the guilt that he is not guilty of, and then maybe we can use that against him to push even further and try to get more. And something Alyssa clearly hasn't learned yet is her words and things she says and does can be and will be used against her in a court of law, and she doesn't really want to go down this road. From there, he shared the letter that Haygood sent to him. Quote, Jeff, we write to you today as counsel for Alyssa Mercante. You have made unlawfully harassing and or defamatory statements about Alyssa. We are writing to request that you voluntarily retract them and publish an apology, the language of which we will suggest to you. Yeah, so not only do we want an apology, but we've pre-drafted one that you are going to verbally state or post on your Twitter account to show everybody complete contrition that you bow down and suck the cock of Alyssa Mercante before we pursue other legal avenues against you. He responded to this section, quote, no, I haven't. And you can't state that as fact when you haven't proven it in a court of law. Regarding the accusation of defamation, it specifically references a number of posts Smash JT made on Twitter. First, it points to one he posted on March 30th where he wrote, horrification? What's that? Like what Alyssa Mercante does, sucking dicks in her time off for money? Second, it posts to another he made on April 1st. This is Alyssa Mercante saying, I have an auto blocker for people who pay for blue checks. Apparently she also pays for it. Are you having fun playing your Amico? This is said in reply to Smash AT. I don't need excuses because I don't create echo chambers. How do I put this in a way you'd grasp? The Amico was about as much fun as sucking 20 dicks in a row, but instead of getting paid for it, I paid $10K to do it. So no, not worth it, and I regret the decision to partake. Smash JT commented, quote, notice how they don't say what Alyssa said, because then that would implicate her as egging me on, trying to get a response, because her initial tweet on me there was making fun of my initial investment. So I figured, okay, that opened the doorway to make fun of her. But again, with Alyssa, that only goes one way. Next, the document points to 2 YouTube videos and SmashJT.com's website, and his SmashJT.com website, where SmashJT made similar comments. It specifically notes, he said, quote, Alyssa Mercante has since come forward stating that she used to be a sex worker sucking dicks for money before working at Kotaku. It then claims those statements are factually false. Smash JT reacted to this questioning, are they? Because she said things herself that alluded to sucking dicks for money, which is where I got it from. How much research did you do before you wrote this letter, Mr. Lane Haygood? Haygood then claims Smash JT knew the statements were false before he made them. He responded, quote, no, I didn't, actually. Because of what she said, I assumed she was telling the truth. The lawyer went on to assert, quote, these statements are not mere insults, trash talk, or rhetorical hyperbole, such as would render them protected speech. Smash JT reacted, yeah, they were. Haygood then accuses, quote, furthermore, because commenting on Alyssa and her work has proven so lucrative for you, there is incentive for you to continually up the ante in your criticisms of her. Smash JT replied, quote, I haven't talked about Alyssa in like a month. If I was making so much money talking about her, don't you think, based off of what you're saying, that I would never stop talking about her if that was my goal? That doesn't make any sense. Next, Haygood accuses Smash JT of, quote, recklessly disregarding good taste and the truth in an effort to provide the content that sustains your social media presence. This is the very definition of, quote, actual malice. Not even close. Smash JT replied, quote, if you've been watching my channel for a while, I focus on the truth. That is the goal of what I talk about when I cover things. Someone coming from Kotaku who does not do that is very interesting to point at me and say that I am not focusing on the truth. It's just fascinating. He then goes over the portion of the letter that demands a retraction of Smash AT's comments and requests him to apologize. Specifically, it wants Smash AT to state, quote, "It was wrong of me to suggest Alyssa Mercante has engaged in sexual contact for money. I let my rhetoric get away from me, and I did so hoping to inflame you, my audience. I apologize for spreading lies about Alyssa and for doing so to manipulate you, my viewers." So she's trying to make me look like a liar and trying to expose me and what I've said to my audience as a horrible person, and hopes to try to take me down because she's lost any kind of credibility throughout this entire endeavor. So now she's going the legal route, trying to be like, oh, I'm going to make him say something and threaten him with a lawsuit. That'll make him fail at life, and that'll be my first win to own the Chuds. Next, he addresses Mercante's harassment claim, which states, quote, "In addition to the defamatory statement above, your continual posting about Alyssa, particularly in conjunction with your campaign to end Kotaku, constitutes a knowing and willful course of conduct directed at a specific person that harasses the person and that serves no legitimate purpose, and there constitutes harassment under the California Penal Code." Smash JT replied, quote, "This is coming from someone trying to threaten to sue me for contacting my wife and trying to create a hostile environment in my home world and trying to get us divorced by telling her how awful her husband is because she can't stand to see someone else successful. Regarding the accusation of continual posting, he said, she's been talking about me nonstop, even after sending this letter. She still posts about me what feels like almost daily, which is just fascinating to me that this is the so-called one-sided, that this guy is either willfully ignorant to her client, that this is so one-sided that this guy is either willfully ignorant to her client, to his client, I mean, or knows what she's doing and is pretending that everything is perfectly fine on her side. I mean, their literal job is to view things that way. So, I mean, I guess I can't blame them. As he got to the end of the letter, Smash HT declared, quote, "That sounds like a direct threat. If I do not follow this letter, this demand letter, that you will be suing me. And if that's the case, I have no option but to take up legal counsel and countersue for everything you're coming after me with. And really, again, Alyssa, I don't want to go down this road with you. I'm telling you this is a bad idea for you." The letter then concludes, quote, "Jeff, you are a family man yourself. Imagine your family in this situation. What would you want to happen?" He reacted, "What the fuck does my family have to do with this? How dare you bring that into this letter? How unprofessional could you be as a lawyer to say that at the end of this, to make me feel guilt and make me feel bad and make me feel like I'm the one in the wrong? You are a piece of shit lawyer. And holy crap, if you guys do come after me with this, you will feel the wrath of hell. I will not stop, and I genuinely mean that. This is the dumbest thing I have ever had to deal with, and holy crap, Alyssa, you're even stupider than I gave you credit for initially," he concluded. Lucas Koval says, "Crystal Ironblade could feel her body quiver in anticipation when she approached the bedchamber of the Sasquatch King. His musk was the scent of masculine and sandalwood. She proceeded forward." Wow. Where is that from? Wow, what a letter. She's quite something. Either you're for free speech or you're not. The Courting built a shed from talking about Brie Larson. I don't think Alyssa is shed money. Yeah, I don't think so either. I haven't seen a considerable increase in revenue. I don't think I've had a super chat in months, in fact. He said, guilting his audience. All right, so Mark Kern said, "It would be completely irresponsible for someone, especially a journalist or YouTuber, to claim that Alyssa Mercante sucked dick for work. Her lawyer made that clear in his cease and desist letter to Smash JT. The reporter should be ashamed of herself." Wait, hold on. How did you get into the gaming industry? Alyssa Mercante, I sucked dick. Oops. How'd that get there? Now, this is from Smash JT's actual website. Alyssa Mercante's lawyer sent me a cease and desist. All right. Now, I'm just going to post a couple things here.
I can't wait for the court hearing where it's like, Your Honor, here's a tweet, and it says, "I sucked dick."
Yeah, it's like Your Honor, the defendant has argued in online spaces that my client has sucked dick for money. She's never done such a thing. It's like, objection, Your Honor. Like Exhibit A, like, the tweet of her saying, "I sucked dick," right? Like,
You know what I want?
so this is the
What you
fight
really
one.
want? I want people in the industry to be a little bit louder.
We already know this. We don't need to say that again. So this, if you're interested, I'm not going to read it, but if you're interested, this right here is the actual DM his wife received, where she was messaging her, right? Further down here, these are her posts. She is so eager to do this. Alyssa Mercante, former cam girl, was her Twitter name for a while. Here's her saying, "I used to write a sex blog, and I was in a Boston bar looking for content, talking to an Olympic swimmer. This is, what is the dumbest or most unconventional reason you have had sex with a person, women especially, right? I was talking to an Olympic swimmer. A Shakira song was playing, and her music video was on the TV in the bar. Unprompted, he went, 'She's kind of fat.' So I decided to sleep with him because I knew it would be bad. It was. I eviscerated him in a post. Everyone got a pseudonym. And he messaged me for weeks after, begging me to take it down and asking if I really did hear him farting all night. I did." Or that time she literally called herself a slut.
I am smart, hot, slutty, good at my job.
I feel like he didn't even need to hire a lawyer. Like, anyway, there's more to it here. So, enter Ron Coleman. Okay, so this right here is Smash JT's legal counsel, Ron Coleman, famed lawyer. So, Alyssa Mercante, Jeff Tarzia. That's what JT stands for. "Dear sirs, we represent Jeff Tarzia and write in response to your correspondence of September 8, 2024. Why do I feel like... Oh, that's weird. Oh, is it two images? That might be why. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I was wondering why I couldn't see the bottom of it. Okay, "We will not rebut your assertions point by point. None of the statements you attribute to Mr. Tarzia in Section 1 of your letter is defamatory under New York or California law because they are either true or are protected opinion or polemic." Polemic? Polemic. "Additionally, your speculation as to what Mr. Tarzia knew, what motivated any comments he may have made, and the financial operation of Mr. Tarzia's social media are incorrect and baseless. For these reasons, and many others, your assertion that Miss Mercante would prevail if, quote, this matter were taken to court is not only unfounded, but is a transparently empty threat. In fact, as you are doubtless aware, if these claims were litigated in either New York or California, they would not only be dismissed, but it is your client, bold, right? Your client who would be exposed to potential liability under the anti-SLAPP laws in both states. The harassment claims described in Section 2 of your letter are just as meritless, a daisy chain of fallacious reasoning, both legal and factual, undergirded by yet more speculation about Mr. Tarzia's mindset and activities and an overblown depiction of the centrality of your client to his work. Mr. Tarzia bears no responsibility, moreover, for any harm your client may have suffered as a result of Kiwi Farms. Your client's ire and her lawyer's condescending letters should be directed to that entity, not Mr. Tarzia. Your demands, in sum, are rejected. There will be no apologies or retractions from Mr. Tarzia to your client. There will also be no further personal, ethical, or career advice, much less veiled references to your client's family, to our client's family, which are not well taken. From your office to Mr. Tarzia, all further correspondence or communications concerning this matter are to be addressed to me. Very truly yours, Ronald D. Coleman. And that was it for that. Switching back. Any thoughts yet?
I mean, I think that it's apparent the fact that he lawyered up, but like there is a situation where they can sue her for threatening the lawsuit to say not as a threat, but like as a, well, we don't want to deal with this inevitable maybe question hanging over our head. So judge, can you just answer this question? Was this defamatory? And so you can sue for like a rule. Well, I don't know if you can do it for defamation. You can do it for other things like copyright and stuff.
Yeah, basically, this is a frivolous law. This is a frivolous lawsuit threat. So in order to call the bluff effectively, you can just straight up go to the judge yourself and say, "Hey, let's rule on this now. Do they have a reason? Like, is this something that they could even bother with?" Because your point on it is no. The answer is no, right?
Yeah.
That what they're attempting to do, what they're attempting to threaten my client with, is frivolous and a tactic to try to scare him. So we're going to call your bluff and go to the courts with it anyway, so that we beat you to it, and we can get them to decide if you even have grounds. Because if you don't, then fuck off with your stupid threats, bitch.
You also get to pick the venue too if you're the one that files. Very
smart. California has some of the strongest anti-slap in the nation. Like it is not only California has a free speech provision in the California state constitution. Like parts of anti-slap are actually enshrined in the state constitution. Like that is how strong it is. So Alyssa Mercante declares she will be, quote, pursuing legal remedies against YouTuber Smash GT after his lawyer rejected her demands. I don't think there was anything actually worth reading in here. I mean, the headline said it all, kind of thing. Smash JT faces unjust roadblock with suspension of his GoFundMe legal defense fund. So apparently, Alyssa Mercante and her ilk have reported his GoFundMe, and now it's been suspended. Right? Obvious solution is move over to Give Send Go or put a place on your own fucking website where people can donate for this specific reason. But we'll see. All right. In sort of a minor subtopic, Smash AT was threatened legal action. Oh, no, he threatens legal action because the Forspoken consultants at Black Girl Gamers copyright struck his YouTube channel for a commentary of a interview they had with a group of people, right? So long story short, they, I think actually Kim Belair is in this as well. So from Sweet Baby Inc. So they copyright struck his content for daring to talk about them. And he threatened to sue them over copyright striking, because striking versus copyright, content ID, right, is like a copyright strike is like a direct threat to your business, right? Because if you get 3, you're gone on YouTube. So anyway, basically they showed their teeth, he showed them back, and they backed down, and he won. But that's just giving you a little bit more backstory on what he specifically has been dealing with. He's not the only one that has been getting some of these things thrown his way, but he, like, obviously we looked at Joshua Moon and all that, but those two are the only ones so far that have come into like publicly addressing it and having it show up in articles like this that we've been covering. Now, do you guys have any more thoughts on that before we move on to the next topic?
Nope.
Kutati says, I have no pity for those still getting banned from GoFundMe. Also, he didn't hire Ty Beard. Would you? Come on. I mean, I think that was the joke you're making, but I don't think anybody like Ron Coleman gets hired because he's won. Like he's had some success behind these sort of things.
I mean, after Ty's performance, he might not even hire himself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he might be like, "Oh, you're definitely we're not going to take that."
Honestly, it is the biggest misstep of a lawyer I think I've ever seen, because when you are going on Rekida's show night after night, the night before filings are due and whatnot, and you're, shooting the shit and you're not taking your own client's case seriously, but you're just getting intoxicated by the, ooh, I've got fans now. Oh, damn it, Nick, we lost the case again and whatnot. When you do that, like, you better fucking win if you're going to be going on this like media tour with Rekida. You know what I mean? So anyway, it's bullshit what happened with Vic. It's absolute travesty. Anyway, Sea of Stars has got a free update, Dawn of the Equinox, which I think is different from the last free update we were looking at, Throes of the Watchmaker, right? So it says here the free update is revamping core mechanics and more. The throwback role-playing game is getting free downloadable content, Throes of the Watchmaker, sometime in 2025. So is this coming before that? Yeah, this is coming this fall. So I guess Dawn of the Equinox comes before Throes of the Watchmaker, which I think we already covered, Throes of the Watchmaker. So Dawn of the Equinox is Sabotage Studios' gift to thank more than 5 million players for their unwavering love of Sea of Stars. Dawn of Equinox includes some of the most requested features and improvements informed by feedback from players. The update represents Sabotage Studios' fully realized vision for Sea of Stars' spectacular adventure. So these are the things I felt were notable. It has an all-new local co-op. So Sea of Stars story will be playable in its entirety by up to 3 players, with allies traversing the world together and mastering a new co-op timed hits combat mechanic. Juliet, do you want to co-op Sea of Stars with Eli and me? Up to 3 players.
I'll think about it.
Bonus cinematic scene. An entirely new cutscene has been added to accentuate a pivotal moment in the original adventure, referred to as Paths of Water. So anyway, that's the Sea of Stars update. I'm hyped. By the way, did I mention yet? What's up?
I said just in time.
Just in time. Yeah. Did I mention yet that that I went to the process of getting my warranty handled on my Switch, and then I plugged it in, and apparently my kids just did it wrong because it booted up like it was charging immediately, and now it's playing just fine. It was never a problem. So there's that. There's me not playing Mario Party with you guys for months upon months upon months for no goddamn reason. Anyway, Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake's new camera perspective made the stealth game too easy, so Konami is adjusting it separately from the classic view. Now, Mirage, I believe you shared 2 articles about this. One of them was talking about the camera perspective. The other one was talking about the controls. But upon reading both of them, I realized that the one talking about the controls was also just talking about the camera perspective, but referring to them as controls.
Mhm.
So we're going to just read this one.
That's fun.
So using the legacy view will make the remake about as difficult as the original game. The difficulty of Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater will seemingly be adjusted depending on which camera perspective you choose to use, since one of them was naturally trickier than the other. Nostalgic fans, or those hoping for something akin to the classic stealth experience, might want to try out Legacy Style, a camera perspective like that of the original Metal Gear Solid 3 with a fixed overhead view. Meanwhile, for more modern experiences, New Style brings the camera just behind Naked Snake's shoulder. The latter sounds similar to Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence's third-person camera, but the remake's New Style notably gives you more room to see what's going on in front of you, while also giving you the freedom to move while aiming. Game changers. However, Konami found that the freedom provided to players with the new style made the difficulty level lower than they expected. The devs ultimately decided to split the 2 play styles because if we were to adjust things to match the new style, it would make the legacy style too difficult. So it's kind of interesting to see that they've decided to update it for a more modern environment. You know, like a game. Good.
Yeah. The good thing is that they're keeping in the old version, because games like Resident Evil 2 Remake, they updated the controls so because the original Resident Evil 2 had like that tank control system where you kind of like you rotate your characters separate from going forward and backwards.
Which, as bad as that is kind of necessary for the locked off camera thing.
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. So they also had the locked camera in like one perspective of the area, so in the remake they got rid of that locked camera, and so they updated the controls to match more modern like first person or a third person shooter or whatever. But they had to adjust the difficulty to make it so that it's not super easy, so they increased the speed on some of the enemies, I think. And so there was a mod that modded back in the fixed camera and the tank controls, but they had to like make other adjustments to try and make it
less difficult.
Yeah, less difficult, because the assumption of the first or third person view made it like super hard in the tank control view. So they added like a lock on thing or something.
Yeah, I mean it changes things dramatically. You know, when you're stuck in a locked off position, especially for a game like that. Like if you pull out your gun and the character automatically aims at the closest zombie, that's one thing. But when the game is built around aiming and shooting, when the game is built around aiming and shooting, and then you switch it so that it's really fucking difficult to aim. It's like when you're playing those games, like the beat 'em up games, right? Like the Simpsons arcade game, for example. And it's like, it's so fucking frustrating when you're punching a guy, but you're like one pixel off from being on the same field as him in perspective, or you're missing your. Fuck, that's so goddamn annoying. Now imagine that, but you're trying to shoot, and the game is like, you know, not actually making it possible for you to see where you're shooting, because you're aiming from the perspective of watching somebody aim rather than actually seeing what they're aiming at. Anyway, yeah, I think it's cool that they're doing this. Like, I'm warming up to Konami again. Like, weirdly, it still fucking sucks that they've disbanded most of Team Silent, that they got rid of the most important people for Silent Hill, that they have kicked Hideo Kojima to the curb. Biggest fucking mistake of their goddamn lives. They dismantled and destroyed Castlevania only to let fucking Netflix resurrect it and have Alucard get sodomized, right? Like, they have not treated their cash cow IPs very well. But things are getting better. Like at least it hasn't been they pumped the brakes on sliding down the shit fest, right? Anyway, in other news here, Legacy of Kain, real quick, did AC back up the Switch data? Not yet. I literally just booted it up yesterday. So, Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 1 and 2 remaster announcement is a proof of concept Sony should aim for instead of remastering nearly new games. Okay. Anyway, so the two bits of news here. One is that Soul Reaver 1 and 2 are getting remastered. And two is that the angle being taken here is that this is the way forward for Sony, according to Bounding into Comics, that this is what they should pursue instead of remastering games that came out like 3 years ago, right? So, what do we have here? It says here, while Horizon Zero Dawn also got a remaster announcement, it is the Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 1 and 2 remasters that truly shined in their state of play or whatever. For those unaware, Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 1 and 2 tell the story of Raziel, a vampire turned wraith, betrayed and executed by his master Kain. Set in the decaying world of Nosgoth, Raziel, resurrected by the Elder God, is on a quest for vengeance, hunting down vampires, devouring their souls with his blade, Soul Reaver, all the while switching between the material and spectral realms to solve puzzles, defeat enemies, and uncover the lore. So it sounds like it has a really cool mechanic, behind switching between two different like realms of the world and being able to figure out through the game mechanics that you can use that to defeat certain enemies, that you use that to, access pathways that aren't available in one, but are stuff like that. It just seems like a cool idea. I never ended up playing it. It's kind of funny, actually. This specific game, I never played it. I never rented it. I don't think I even saw it in video game stores. But when I was a kid, I made a binder of PlayStation 2 cheat codes. And every game in there was a game I owned except Legacy of Kain. I don't know why I included a page for it. I've never played it, but something about it in Game Informer or whatever magazine I saw it in made me like interested in it. I just never ended up playing it. Anyway, so the remaster is poised to bring the haunting world of Nosgoth back to life with the next-gen graphics, improved gameplay, and more. Players will be able to switch between the game's original graphics and remastered visuals at any moment, which is fucking cool, right? With that said, Sony has a victory with this remaster. It is not just a tap into the nostalgia of the immensely popular PS1 and PS2 eras. It is a revival of classic titles that defined generations and would introduce them to new players who have missed out on the original. Sony must focus on remastering older classic games rather than unnecessarily upgrading newer games like Horizon Zero Dawn or Days Gone. Games with a legacy behind them deserve all the visual fidelity they can get and improvements to clunky mechanics that were there only due to the technological limitations of the era. Gamers are growing tired of remastered titles that still hold up on current consoles. The Soul Reaver collection is a battle won, but if Sony doesn't listen to the community, the war will continue. So I will say real quick that I've taken a break from playing the Resident Evil franchise because I played Resident Evil 0. I played Resident Evil 1 Remake for GameCube, although I played like the PS4 version. I played Resident Evil 2 Remake. I played Resident Evil 3 Remake, and then I played Resident Evil 4 Remake. But I'm apprehensive about moving on to the old PS3 release of Resident Evil, which also got ported up to PS4, of Resident Evil 5, because quite frankly, that game still looks good, right? That game still looks really fucking good for when it came out. And I'm not sure if they're going to remake it, and if they do remake it, it ain't going to be the same game, considering how triggered they've gotten in recent years over it. But I also didn't really think that Resident Evil 4 needed a remake, No, and I would say, although I fucking loved 2 Remake, and 3 Remake has some good moments. It's not nearly as good as 2. 4, like, I liked it. I enjoyed the remake, except for the part where my knife kept breaking. but I don't know that it really needed it. You know what I mean? Like, the graphics actually is way better in the remake. But I just don't know that it really needed it. You know what I mean? So obviously the point they're making here is like, if you keep remaking games that were on PS4 or PS3 even, like, why not focus on games that sold well, that have fans, that would buy them again, that want to play them again, but don't have their PlayStation 1 anymore and all that kind of stuff? Why not focus on those? Anyway, I want to show you guys. Good.
I just want to say, like, when you have a game that comes out on PS4, less so on PS3, but definitely PS4, and it's, the game's 4 or 5 years old, maybe a little more. The team is still around. Really, it just needs maybe a new slap of paint on it to get it up to modern, like, PS5 standards. It's probably not that expensive to go and remaster it for PS5. Whereas if you're trying to remaster a PS1 game, most likely the dev team's not around anymore. You got to rehire.
That's another point, though. See, that's another point, is that I think gamers look at exactly what you're talking about, and they see it as a easy cash grab, right? And
well, just look at fucking Ubisoft and Sands of Time.
Fucking look at it, yeah.
That came out. They were like, okay, we're gonna put this out. It looked like garbage. They had to embarrassingly take it down and say they were gonna completely remake it again. For the second time, they just remade it.
Ubisoft just can't win, huh?
So it's clearly not an easy endeavor, and even Chainsaw, Lollipop Chainsaw, right?
Yeah.
That was a 360 game. And when they remade it, people are complaining it doesn't even look that good.
It sure doesn't.
To the old version. So like. Now they did remake it. Great. Now I can play it on my new console, but they should have done better.
Yeah.
So there's definitely like a bar of like
the point is
much effort they want to put in.
The point is celebrate the effort when it was put in. And I think that as I'll show you here, I think that it very much so this is like the old graphics, right?
Also, I really like remakes that keep the old graphics as
an option. Yeah. So this is like him getting killed by Cain in a minute, and he becomes the Wraith. Right, there's him getting killed by Cain. That's the Soul Reaver. So this is the old game, new game. So there's a specific thing that just fucking this part right here. Fucking blows me away. Like this feels like what we're looking at is basically a reskin. Like the animation handles this so fucking well. Right? And I mean look at what we're seeing here, where this thing that he's putting down right here, they upgrade this to be like a human limb. Right, like that's way fucking creepier.
It does kind of lose some of the darkness, though.
Yeah,
like,
it's a lot brighter.
Yeah,
and his eyes.
100%. I totally agree. It's a lot brighter. There's also they added a bit of camera shake here that fucking ruins this transition they're trying to do. But like that's fucking cool, right? Like the level of like this is exactly the kind of thing where this by including both graphical styles like this, it ensures that you get the original game, right? Like the chances of it being changed, like they did with where they removed from Tomb Raider. Didn't they also remove the pinup posters from the old graphic version of the game? I can't remember now.
I think so.
Yeah, I don't remember.
You get what I'm saying? Like, if you see that this is an option, you get to experience the game, and you can presumably expect it's going to be mostly intact, right? And then on top of that, what's cool about this from like if your goal is to get people to give you playtime, right? This is the kind of thing where, okay, I finished the level, I'm going to start it over, and now I'm going to play the old one, and so I can see what it used to look like, or you know what I mean? Like that's just the kind of thing where you're going to change all the time, constantly to just check everything out, right? Anyway, I just think that's really cool what they did here. Now, here's a problem though. Legacy of Kain Remaster changes the feminine statue to be a dude.
I was just about to mention this because I watched a video on this the other night.
So even when you win, you lose.
On PC, they can mod it back though. One model isn't that hard to put back in the game.
Yeah, but one model is indicative that there may be more. That's all I'm saying. You know, like you just the fact in the fucking fact.
Why? It's not like the statue's naked or anything.
Yeah, and it's like, why on earth would you even put it in the trailer? You know what I mean?
Seriously.
It seems like a flex.
They're being honest about it.
The cool says in Tomb Raider they
put the pin up
with the
right,
update.
But they didn't put back Pierre's jacket and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, but the question was, when they removed it, did they also
remove it from the old skin version?
Yeah, because they have two different styles. And I don't remember either.
Anyway, all right. So so let's move on from here. I would like to talk to you guys. What? Yes.
I was just gonna go over the.
Okay, good.
I'm okay with them porting as many PS3 and PS Vita games as possible. I don't know why they port PS4 games when they're backwards compatible. Yeah, I guess PS4 is less like need, but like I said, the bar is low to just put a new slap of paint on. While in theory, while all the dev teams are there and already have been working on the game. More excited for Legend of Dragoon 1 and 2. I hope it comes to PC. That game got announced like years ago, didn't it? Or I already thought it came out.
They made a PlayStation 4 port that was different than the PS3 port because the PlayStation 4 port added the ability to rewind, and they slightly touched up the visuals. The only downside is that they didn't do like a full remaster. Well, I wouldn't say it's a full remaster, but basically what they did with Final Fantasy VIII Remastered, where they kept the pre-rendered backgrounds but completely redid the visuals on the character models.
The thing I'm thinking of came out on Xbox. Maybe it wasn't the original Legend of Dragoon. Maybe it was a newer one.
Legend of Dragoon never came out on Xbox. They never did a port of it. Unless he's thinking of a different game.
No, well, I'm thinking of it. Not him. I seem to recall them announcing, maybe I'm misremembering, Legend of Dragoon something for an Xbox event. But anyway, maybe I'm misremembering. All the original Legacy of Kain have been available for years and still are.
I still think it's cool that they're...
the last Legacy of Kain game, the one that came out in 2005, which served as like the end of the series, I believe that one actually had a cliffhanger ending. It's called Legacy of Kain Defiance. That was supposed to lead up to another game. It's been years since I've played it though, but I'm like 99.9% sure that game ended on a cliffhanger, so there is like no true definitive ending to the series, unfortunately.
I think the comment you're about to read is actually a follow-up to this one. In Tomb Raider, they removed the pinup with an update, then they put the pinup back. It was only on the old skin version of Tomb Raider posters were there. So you mean that's the only one they put them back on?
Do you have a bad memory? Like, what the fuck?
Yes, a terrible memory. What do you want?
Clearly, I read this comment and I went up.
I know.
And when I read this comment, I said, we were talking about the new style versus the old style, and did they remove, when they removed the thing, did they remove it from both?
Yes.
And then he answered.
There's two ways to read this.
The old skin version of the Tomb Raider posters.
But if you read that, it was only on the old skin version of Tomb Raider posters were there, like that were removed or that were there. So I'm saying that if you read that in conjunction with the previous comment, as though this is a follow-up to it, it makes more sense than reading it by itself.
But, okay. I mean, as if people didn't have the memory of 2 minutes to keep that in context, but okay.
It was only on the old skin version were there. The new one was released, removed. God damn it, Cool 2T. Give me a complete sentence that makes sense. The new one was released, removed. Was the new one?
I think he means that it was released,
it was
removed.
From the new one.
The new skin never had it, and then they removed it from the old skin, and then they put it back in the old skin.
So
the new skin never had it.
No.
That's my interpretation of what he's saying. Whether it's right or wrong, I don't really remember.
So the problem was, in the old version of the game, the one that originally came out for PlayStation 1, the pinups were so pixelated, you couldn't even really tell what they were. But because they had the assets that were used to create them, they were able to put the pinups back in full HD level texture quality. And then once you were able to see them, they became. I still don't. I would not argue that they were lewd, quote unquote, or inappropriate to any degree, but they were more lewd once you could tell what you were looking at. And so I remember them removing them from the new version of the game. I don't remember if they also removed the textures from the old super pixelated version as well. Randy understood me. Whatever. Okay. I will figure it out in the rewatch. Moving on here. Silent Hill 2 Remake gets a new trailer ahead of the global launch. If you guys have not been following me on Twitch, this last week I played all of I have played all of Silent Hill 1. And then I just completed all of Silent Hill 2 in preparation for playing this game, which comes out on Tuesday. Some people got the early access if you got the deluxe digital edition, but buy physical bitch.
On the Whatnot app, they were actually already giving out physical copies of the PS5 version.
I feel betrayed. But the problem is that if I had gotten it, when would I have played it? Fucking yesterday? Yesterday at midnight? It's just, there's not really a way for me to play. I guess I could play it tomorrow. My wife's birthday's on Tuesday, which is the day it comes out. So I'm just choosing to wait till Wednesday, right?
Happy birthday.
Anyway, so I want to show you guys the trailer, which cannot be viewed here because it is adult only.
You can just go. Hold on, you can just click on it and then open up in the other thing. But whatever.
I could, couldn't I? But why don't I just do this instead?
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years.
Also, I just want to point out, last time we looked at the screenshots from when they were showing this particular footage, I mentioned that I had like a flashback to playing the game and being at this gazebo. And when I played through the game again, I never got to this gazebo. I totally didn't even think about it. Like I was saying before, it's not even an important part of the game. It's so unimportant that it's something you can completely miss. But for some reason, it holds like some nostalgia for me.
Mirage, are you asleep?
What's up?
Mirage, are you asleep or are you awake?
I'm awake. What's up?
Okay, you keep rubbing.
Your microphone's
rubbing
or something.
Yeah, you keep
I'm
rubbing your
not
microphone.
even touching my mic.
There's like a noise that sounds like this.
It sounds so consistent. I thought it was you breathing.
It might be you just touching your phone and it like reverberating.
Whatever. It's not egregious enough to worry about.
So then why am I looking for her?
God, it looks fucking
You
good.
loved her, didn't you?
What's with this nostalgic anime opening music?
Music from the original game.
You.
Although it's been rearranged a little bit.
We're all the same.
So real quick, just a nitpick. This was Angela, the one that in the original, like first look at the game, we're like, uh-oh. So just distancing her from the original character model, from the original game, she seems better constructed facially than the previous time we looked at her. She doesn't look like the character does in the cinematic cutscenes from the original game, but she does kind of look like the character does as the character model in the original game. And I am embracing the direction they've taken with her personally.
Far better than the she's not interested model.
Right. Yeah.
Simp.
I think I have that actually. Hold on. Right here. 1 second. Come on. It's right here. Not that one. $10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. God damn it. 7 seconds. Fucker. 6 seconds.
Did they ever say what game engine they used for
It's
Silent
Unreal.
Hill 2 remake?
I think it's Unreal Engine.
Unreal Engine. Oh.
Yeah.
It looks very. I mean, I know it's.
Oh, dude, it looks.
I know
so...
it's Konami, but it looks very similar to the Resident Evil engine.
Well, I think.
Just like judging
I think
by the
Resident
trailer.
Evil built their own engine.
Yeah.
Yeah, RE engine.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, can I get you a drink? Sure. She's not interested.
There. Had to add that to this thing.
Yeah. Anyway, that's not what that's like. They fattened this face, but she looks better than when she looked like this. And I was really fucking taken aback while playing the original Silent Hill 2.
Uh-huh.
I completely forgot, or maybe it didn't even. You know how they say, like, have you ever heard the theory that when Columbus landed on the shores of what later became the United States, that the indigenous people there did not even see his ships until they were already docked? Because there's like I've heard this phenomenon where, like, much of your vision is actually a composite of what your brain expects to see rather than what your eyes are actually seeing. It's like some percentage of anything you're looking at any given moment is actually a composite of images your brain has stored that it is filling in the gaps of what your eye is seeing versus what your eye is actually capable of seeing. Right? So the theory...
So like your sight.
Yeah, so like the idea is that because they've never seen ships like this, that when they were coming across on the horizon and coming towards the shore, they couldn't even see them until they were actually, within 300 feet from shore, kind of thing.
So because we watch so much Hollywood, that's why we see green men in the sky.
Well, I definitely think that might be like some aspect of UFOs and aliens, that our perception of things we see that we can't explain is that it is thing that our explanation is UFO, right? Or something like that, for sure. But what I'm getting at here is that the concept of ombre, right? That's where women, I mean, I guess men could do it too, but like when you get your hair done so that they put a color in it where it's like a gradient, that didn't, in my mind, exist until at least the mid 2000s. And so I see the character here for Maria has an ombre, and I thought they added that from the original game. And then I replayed the original game and she fucking has it. And I either never noticed that, or like I either forgot that was a thing, or because it wasn't in my mental, repertoire of existing phenomena, I didn't even notice it when I played it previously. But that is actually
Mandela effect style.
But that is actually in the original game, though. So anyway, coming back to the
same.
I'm not like you.
Are you afraid?
Run!
I just want to get my Mary back.
You're Mary. Your own little Mary.
It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And a corpse can't laugh.
Stay with me.
So I can say in full certainty that this monster here has been updated to have new movesets. For sure.
Stay with me. Don't leave me alone again.
I really do not feel like of all the characters, I think that Maria is the one hits the least.
I know why I needed you. But it's all over now.
Go back?
Right here.
What's up with that hand?
Hand. It's like in a glove or something.
But it's in like a mono. It's like
Yeah.
in a glove
It's
that
like an
has
inverse.
1,
What do you call it? Like
3,
a
and then
mitten?
1.
Yeah.
It's like a mitten with a pinky.
That's weird. I never noticed that before. So that's Pyramid Head. He shows up at the beginning of the thing too. Let's see if they see his. I don't think you see his hands, but
The spark effects. Is that what looked kind of jank?
I can't quite tell what I'm looking at here. Do you think his hand has that here too?
It's hard to tell.
We'll definitely be looking for that. Oh no, you definitely could see them individually there for a second. Just watch it. You see him like open. See? That's the right hand though. I'm gonna look at his left hand this time. Yeah, his left hand looks like it's in a glove.
But he had a pinky.
Yeah.
He had a thumb and a pinky. So
No,
the glove part would be just
just be the middle fingers.
3 fingers.
Yeah, that's strange.
That's a weird glove.
I'm not like you.
So this creature, I don't know what that is. I've never seen that before. That's a new creature for the game, or at least
male nurse.
It might be the mannequin, like kind of like hunched over. Condom
hand.
Instead of Pyramid Head, while I play, I'm gonna call him Condom Hand.
I just want to get my Mary back.
Your Mary. Your own little Mary.
The voice acting at least sounds
Doesn't
a
matter
little more
if you're
realistic.
smart, dumb, ugly,
Yeah.
pretty. It's all the same once you're dead.
I thought that guy was AC talking. Sorry.
Stay with me. Don't leave me.
So that's another interesting thing. I just noticed this time. I'm really okay. So one of the things that Silent Hill is somewhat famous for is there's no heads-up display. I mean, we currently have one, but I'll take that off.
Just for aiming.
No, yeah. Well, but I'm just saying.
Konami watermark.
But what I'm pointing out here is that he goes from gun to pipe in like it's pretty fluid, right? Like he goes from using the gun to switching to the pipe. But there's no, like, in Resident Evil, there would be, like, a heads-up display of you switching items or whatever.
Well, maybe it's like a melee button, and then if you have the pipe, it's just like, whatever, you hit it.
Yeah, so anybody who watched me play the original game knows that I swapped back and forth between the great knife and the pipe. Or actually, it's not even a pipe. The pipe, I was so shocked in my replay. The pipe is not in Silent Hill 2. So far as I know, at least from my last replay.
Maybe it's in the gazebo.
Yeah, maybe. The only thing you have is the 2x4 with the nail in it.
Don't leave me alone again. You're supposed to take care of me.
I know what you are.
I'm I feel weird about them putting this in the trailer. This is very far into the game.
I know why I needed you. But it's all over now.
It says there is a steel pipe in Silent Hill 2.
Where does it say you get it?
It says the steel pipe is found in Silent Hill 2. The steel pipe is found in a running car directly in front of the Texon gas. Removing it will turn off the gas in the car.
I'm actually itching to play it again. Like after the remake. So what's cool though is it's one of those games where like you get extra benefits as you continue to play it. Like the new game plus version, you can unlock like a chainsaw and whatnot. I've never actually.
You get a chastity belt so you can't get raped.
Did you finish your playthrough?
Yeah. I think I got the in water ending. I can't remember.
So are the endings random or?
No, there's specific things that you do in the game, and some of them don't even unlock until after you've beaten the game once.
Oh. How many hours was it your first, or sorry, your Twitch playthrough, I should say?
I died at a key moment when I was playing that required me to do something again. So this is slightly longer than it should be, but according to StreamYard, Silent Hill 2, the first playthrough, the first time I sat down to do it was 2 hours 45 minutes. The next one was 2 hours 58 minutes, then 2 hours and 30 minutes, and then 2 hours 21 minutes.
So let's say 10 hours.
Yeah, roughly. And I did do a little bit of exploring through one of the playthroughs, or like through one. Like I said, at one point I explored the town quite a bit. Is what I'm saying. Like I actually walked around, but it was more because I was curious what would happen on the map. But yeah. Anyway, back to.
I bet you're gonna be spending a whole lot more playing this one.
Oh yeah, no, I am. Fuck, dude, I am gonna find everything in my first playthrough just because that's how I play games. The only reason I kind of rushed through the other ones is because I wanted to finish them before this one came out. So anyway, I think this is the end of the trailer. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'm hyped. I'm really eager to see what Bloober Team has done with this. This is the first time in a very long time I've actually been excited to play a video game. Like, full stop. You know, there have been games I played that I wasn't excited for that I enjoyed, like Dead Space. That was awesome. But this is the first time I've actually pre-ordered a game and looked forward to playing it. Like, I pre-ordered Stellar Blade, but that was to send a message. I didn't actually care how the game was going to be. I really care about this game, and I'm looking forward to it. So, if you guys would like to join me for that, I will be playing it on Wednesday, assuming I don't get held up at work or whatever. Anyway, and then in other news here about this, I did see this. Do you guys remember Dusk Golem? He usually, I think we've covered him many times. He's covered leaks regarding Resident Evil. Apparently, he also has done some Silent Hill ones. I think this is a pretty recent one too, based on the 7 hours ago thing when this was posted and when I saw it. He said about the monsters, he talks about how due to technology, time, and budget of the original, there were things with the original monsters he wanted the team to do. I think this is Masahiro Ito or the original director, I'm not sure. He wanted the team to do that they couldn't at the time. He teases there was especially some things for Pyramid Head and Bubblehead nurses that he wanted to do in the original that they couldn't, which Bloober took his desires and put them into the remake. But he won't say more than that, but he's quite happy with the result. This is where they show off the concept art of those two. I notice how the red square works as a pacifier. So after I saw this, I looked for it in the game, and they definitely have like a pacifier thing in the original game. So this isn't a new thing. And Pyramid Head, according to this post on Reddit, calling it now, Pyramid Head is going to stalk you in the streets at night like in the original demo. So that was like when the original game was launching. They showcased this idea that Pyramid Head would chase you like Mr. X in Resident Evil. And I've, as you can see, I follow the Silent Hill subreddit, and I did see a post where somebody said, because they got early access, they said, I swear at times running through the town at night, you could hear Pyramid Head. Like they never saw him, but they felt like he was there. And people are saying that the sound design in the game is such that if you've got like 5.1 surround or like a good ass system, yeah, like
well, hold
fucking,
up, buddy boys, you can put headphones on too, and it will like binaural the sound direction as well.
Can you find me an Amazon listing for some affordable headphones that I should think about using? Because I am really there. Like, I very much want to experience
Give
this.
you my recommendation.
I do have a Sennheiser headset, but I think Dan has it in.
Do you have the butt plug subwoofer?
No, I don't. But if you link that on Amazon, when the rape scene comes, I know it'll be worth it to have had it. All right, and then I just want to share this. I've had this for a very long time. The original Silent Hill is based largely on the movie Kindergarten Cup. Yeah, I just wanted to showcase this on stream. So basically, Midwich Element. What's up?
I was just going to say, let's get us out of the way.
Yeah, Midwich Elementary is the Astoria Elementary School that Arnold Schwarzenegger teaches at in Kindergarten Cop. This poster with the dog on it, dog kill, right? I mean, right? This poster is in the game. This poster is in the game. Right?
That's a war crime.
It is now. Actually, I was saying on stream when I was playing it, the thing I am most not looking forward to is the med packs not having the red cross on it. Anyway, I just thought that was funny. I want to share with you guys. That's from the original Silent Hill, not from Silent Hill 2. I was very surprised when I because like when I replayed, I started with Silent Hill 1 because the original reason I was doing the live streams was so that I could share it with you guys, but also because my son watched me play all of Resident Evil, and all the way through playing those Resident Evil games, I was talking about Silent Hill, and so it was more to show him. So I started with Silent Hill 1, and I was dumbfounded when I got to the part in Silent Hill 1 where you go to the hospital, because it is not the hospital that I remember. And the reason why is because like I remembered like, oh yeah, next we're going to go to Brookhaven, the hospital. And then it's like the hospital's not called Brookhaven in Silent Hill 1, but it is called that in Silent Hill 2. I guess it's probably just a second hospital because it's not laid out the same and everything. But anyway, fucking love the game. Very much. Very dear to my heart. Anyway. Anyway. Yep.
Before you, I did some research just to nail that out. The
About
original, yeah, the original graphics always had the posters.
Okay, I thought that might have been
the HD graphics had the posters. They got removed, then they got put back.
Okay, good to know.
And then if you want to run through comments, why did they re-record that song theme of Laura? The guitar sounds sloppy.
That's how I feel about the Age of Mythology. They have one track where they, I guess, used real lutes or whatever the hell it is, and it sounds like flaccid.
So it may just be for the trailer, that it was arranged differently for the trailer. I don't know. But I have read that Akira Yamaoka, the original composer, who's a fucking genius, was put in charge of doing the music for the game, and that he rearranged and remastered some of the old tracks. So the music is going to seem familiar, but fresh, right? And I mean, I love that. I love that I'm going to get a little bit of something new. It's kind of like the movie Predators, right? With Adrian Brody, uses the soundtrack from the original Predator movie. And it's like, you just can't fucking do that. Like, that soundtrack was made for the scenes in the original movie. You don't get to just re-fucking purpose it and have it hit the same way. It doesn't work like that.
I don't think that's the same comparison exactly. Or analogous, I should say. But
yeah, but
I
I'm
know what you're
saying if you just use, like, for example, in the live action One Piece, they have I don't know what you would call it. I'm not a music buff, but they have a instrumental swell that if you're listening, you're like, oh, that's We Are. Like that's the opening to One Piece that's playing there.
Motif.
Yeah, it's something like that, right? But it would hit very differently in that show if they legitimately just started playing the opening to the anime. You know what I mean?
Now, when they start playing the opening legitimately, even in the anime, actually, they do this. So there's a song, We Are, right? That's the theme song. And I think they play it once or twice in the whole series, like as a song, just like in a fight.
Yeah, like an intro.
Yeah, but they also have a remix of the song called Mother of the Sea, where it's a lot slower and it's got the same melodic notes carried through, but it's a lot more emotional and used at points when you're trying to beat up a chair.
Sorry, I just noticed that one of my armrests is much higher than the other. Yeah, and when I put the other one up, it goes up way higher. Like, so one of them is just like, it has a range of movement about a centimeter, and the other one's got like half a foot worth of range of movement.
Nice.
Oh, sorry.
Just beat it, AC. Just beat it out of your system.
So anyway,
So when it comes to Silent Hill, though, like it's literally a remake, so you absolutely could just use the same soundtrack. I mean, maybe if there's moments where they.
Could. So
just hope they don't do a Persona 3 Reload where they actually change some tracks so much that it's really distracting and actually detracts from the experience.
Yeah, I'm apprehensive a little bit, but I'm eager to see what they do with it. Something that I noticed when replaying Silent Hill 1 is that there is pretty much only the theme song that's really good, right? Like in terms of like it's a I don't remember if we ever showed it on. I don't think we did because I couldn't really play it for you. But I saw this tweet or something a while ago where a Japanese composer, like for background music and video games, was lamenting the fact that due to Hollywood and modern AAA gaming and whatnot, horror games now all have soundtracks that sound exactly the same. It's like a drip off in the distance and like a metal clank or something, like just an eerie atmosphere soundscape rather than music, right? And the thing he said was, we have gotten to the point where due to AAA gaming, horror soundtracks are now less creative than hentai game soundtracks. And then it was like a comparison where you just hear like, ooh, it's the spooky drips and like a yell off.
Someone needs to make a video. This video will go viral. Top 10 hentai soundtracks. Like, someone has to do it.
And then it plays like a soundtrack from like a hentai horror game, and it's a full orchestral like arrangement of music that's creepy and weird, like Silent Hill's music is, which I think is Silent Hill's music is largely the reason it has staying power. I mean, Pyramid Head is an iconic character. The nurses from Silent Hill 2 are iconic and whatnot, but the fucking music is the lasting impact of those games. Like it sets the tone. It draws you out of the eeriness in a weird way where you're like, what the fuck? This music, this shit is fire. Like, this is good ass music.
This is piano on fire on a beach good.
Yeah, like it's fucking good music. So anyway, I just like I don't want to spend the whole night talking about it, but I just really wanted to bring it up again as like, hey, this is coming out on Tuesday. If you're apprehensive about buying it, watch me play it and then buy it, right? But we'll get there. All right. Okay. But yeah, I agree with you. It does sound a little sloppy. I expect that there's multiple versions of it. One of the things that I'm really looking forward to about the game is they said that there are so few monsters in Silent Hill 2 that each and every one of them is a custom model. So there's like 10 nurses in the hospital maybe, but each one of them is a custom model. None of them are the same, which is pretty cool, right? It's really cool to think that they're putting in all this effort. And so like maybe that probably applies to the two pyramid heads that you fight at the end of the game too. So Condom Glove and Pyramid Head will be how we tell them apart, right? Anyway, I'm really looking forward to it. And again, if it sells well, and this is my humble request, if it sells well, they'll probably remake the first game, maybe the third game, possibly the fourth game. I would love each and every one of these outcomes if we could get there. Yeah.
I'd say the first one would definitely be the first one next if they were to do it.
Yeah. Well, especially because the first one and the third one are tied together, right? The third one is a sequel to the first one. It's not a sequel to the second one. So, and then the fourth one was developed while they were working on the third one. So it's its own separate thing. But anyway, if I would love it, if you would watch the stream and join me on Wednesday night, Kututi. And all of the streams, I think maybe some of the ones for the first Silent Hill are starting to disappear off my Twitch, but I do have them, like on StreamYard. I could host them on the podcast site. So, yeah. So if you are
speaking of your Twitch, you got to change your Twitter post that Twitch pulls up.
Showing the anatomy
like some
from
intestines thing, like it's
World After Domination. Love After World Domination.
What? What?
It's showing the diet. It's showing the anatomy of a person. You're talking about something from Love After World Domination.
What, the pancreas?
The where I mentioned that his appendix is on the wrong side.
Sorry, appendix.
In the about section.
Yes.
Yeah. Why is it only showing that?
I don't know, but fix it later. We got
That's
shit to do.
fucking weird. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now let's get done with this. All right. So back to this. We're going to look at a couple things quickly regarding Ubisoft.
So real quick.
Anti-fans. I watch it for the music.
Real quick before you go to the next article, I actually have to dip out for the night because I work tomorrow. Is it gonna mess up with the recording or anything?
Let's pull you out real quick. I'm gonna pull you out and then I'll let you know.
I'll keep an eye on it.
Let me hold on. I'm just gonna send you. I'll send it to you over Discord. StreamYard.com/upload is where you're gonna go, and I'll just send that to you so you can just click on the link. It'll be in the podcast guest channel. And then that way you can just let that handle itself. I'm going to post it there for you right now, unless he's already done by the time I get it to him. Okay, there it is, Mirage. It's in there. Yeah. So if you want to dip out, now and just go to StreamYard.com/upload, that'll allow you to finish your upload.
Yeah.
Thank you for being on top of that. Cool. And you can leave whenever. I don't want to keep you up. All right, cool. All right, so Ubisoft. Rumor. Star Wars Outlaws only sold 1 million copies to date. That's the news. Okay, moving past it. Also, Assassin's Creed Shadows had, quote, only about 7% of the pre-ordered numbers of Valhalla during the same time period. Resident Evil. God damn it. Why is that now become every franchise I talk about, it goes to Resident Evil in my brain.
What's your favorite video game franchise?
Is Assassin's Creed Valhalla one of the super anticipated strong entries, or is it just a generic one?
It's Vikings. It's Vikings, so I assume it would be kind of anticipated.
Greenline, are you there? Yeah, so I'm just curious because 7% is a fucking very small number. But if it's 7% of the highest grossing game ever, it's like, okay, well, maybe, I don't know. But point is, pre-order numbers are not looking great. Sales for Star Wars Outlaws have not been great, although higher than I expected. Ubisoft to make changes to Yasuke's story and how he's portrayed in Assassin's Creed Shadows. Okay. So, according to Tom Henderson of Insider Gaming, the polishing of the game, quote, includes changing some of Yasuke's story. The polishing meaning what they're delaying the game to Valentine's Day for. Includes changing some of Yasuke's story and how he's portrayed in the game. fixing architectural details, and ensuring that the game is historically grounded while fitting into the Assassin's Creed universe. I like the idea that they're going to spend the next 3 months animating a sequence when Yasuke gets introduced where he turns and looks at the camera and goes, by the way, although many people think I am a samurai, I am actually only a retainer, right? Like that's how that's how they're going to salvage the game. Henderson also added that, quote, the game is currently not at the stage it needs to be for release, and I'm told that there have been some tweaks to some gameplay mechanics and elements that are going to take time to incorporate. An article I skipped because it's fucking obvious is rumor Ubisoft is delaying Assassin's Creed because the game is buggy. And why is the game buggy? Well, gee, I don't know. We watched the fucking trailer where there's like bullets just hanging around.
We covered it already, but like they said, $20 million for 3 months of dev time? They
30 million.
That was was it 30 million?
I think
Whatever it was. It was
22.
It was a lot of fucking money for 3 months of dev
yeah.
time to get the game back on track. So
yeah, and as we're going to see in a minute, several developers have been pushing for a delay, and it's been falling on deaf ears. So Henderson shared, quote, that historical experts were brought onto the project much later. Historical experts were brought onto the project much later than usual for a project of this magnitude, and that miscommunication between teams and cutting. I think I skipped. Oh, I did. Yeah, I think I skipped this. The game is currently not a stage it needs for release, and I'm told that there have been some tweaks again. I already did read that. Not only did he reveal these changes, but he also shared that Ubisoft was not as dedicated to historical accuracy as multiple developers have claimed. He shared that historical experts were brought onto the project much later than usual for a project of this magnitude, and that miscommunication between teams and cutting corners when it came to the approval process of assets to meet deadlines resulted in many of the historical and cultural concerns that are embraced by gamers. So I read like 4 articles about this particular topic, and I guess it's not in this one, but they basically said that previously historical experts and like guides and consultants would come in, and every single asset that would be created for an Assassin's Creed game would need to be looked at and approved by these historical consultants, right? But this game, they came in way late in the game, and they had already built a bunch of assets or cut corners because they had, as he says here, to meet the approval process and meet the deadlines. And so a bunch of things got into the game that either were too late to change or never even got seen by the consultants. And that's allegedly how they ended up with Chinese buildings in Japan and stuff like that. He also indicated that Ubisoft's management has ignored their own developers who have been calling for a delay. He stated, quote, 7 developers working on the project said that they have been pushing for a delay for some time, and their situation had even been heard at other studios in the company. Okay. This is the whole thing about, oh, the game's buggy. You know how I know it's buggy? Because all of the Assassin's Creed games have been buggy. Great. Okay, skipping this. Coming on to this. Okay. Rumor. Assassin's Creed Shadows originally featured male Japanese main character, and game could be delayed even more past February 14th. All right. Ubisoft delayed the game to February 2025. At the same time, it announced it might barely break even during its current financial year. In a press release, the company stated, quote, the company now expects net bookings of around 1.95 billion euros and around break-even non-IFRS operating income and free cash flow. Skipping over this. A new rumor from YouTuber Endymion. Side note, I've got a love-hate relationship with Endymion in sort of the same way that I did with Yellow Flash and them during the Vic stuff, where they would mostly have lots of good content coming out during that time. And then, you know, you'd have like Yellow Flash refer to Ian Sinclair as Ian Sinclair and just like minor nitpick things like that. or fucking not nearly as bad as what's his name, Perfection, who would come out and say, I've got a scoop here that Japan is unhappy with Funimation. Their website is blocked in Japan. It's like, no fucking duh. They've got their own streaming services. Why would they have Funimation in Japan, right? Anyway, so Endymion's a little bit like that. Like, for the most part, I feel like, I don't have a problem with him. I feel like he's probably doing good work. For a while, I can't remember what I was watching his content on, but he kept getting recommended to me during something we covered recently, maybe the beginning of Gamergate 2.0 or whatever. But I don't want to say that I've got any problems with him, but I do have some problems with the stuff we're going to look at specifically tonight. Just a heads up. So a new rumor from YouTuber Endymion, who alleges to have spoken with a number of individuals at Ubisoft and who have worked with the company in the past, claims that the game could be delayed even further and that the game originally featured a male Japanese protagonist instead of Yasuke. Endymion shared, quote, my source told me, however, that they heard February 2025 is simply a placeholder release date as of now. Apparently, this is because Ubisoft is scrambling and they need certain key talent in order to assist on a Q2 game release. So real quick, other people were talking about the concept that the game is being pushed to February because they still need to release it before the fiscal year end for some reason, for their shareholders or whatever. Like, it needs to be released. And so, this is their last-ditch effort to keep it in that window. So I don't know how much the reality of them being able to push it even would be. I don't know the details. I'm just saying that's what some of the financial analysts have been speculating about.
Well, so and a lot of the time when they release games now, they release broken and, we promise we'll fix them later.
Yeah, fucking absolutely. So because talent at the studio is working to make that future release come out more smoothly, Shadows is not being given the extra hands it kind of needs right now. I was told when they originally saw the game, there was indeed a male Japanese protagonist with their own finalized art and even animations. They don't know if this character will be reintroduced to replace Yasuke. They fucking won't. What kind of hopium is this? But they are skeptical that Ubisoft will actually remove Yasuke altogether due to the whole political, backlash they'll get from journalists and so on. So, setting aside how insane it is to think that Ubisoft would spend the amount of years they've had working on this game to then build from the ground up an entirely new character, allegedly the character model was built and there were animations. Yeah. But the entire story has been written around the story of Yasuke. It is fucking impossible in 3 months to literally start over from scratch on a character's storyline. Impossible. It cannot be done. And the funny thing here is he says that they can't change it because, the backlash they'll get from journalists. Yeah, here's the thing. Even if you did change it, you're not going to get back the people that are mad at you right now. So the only thing you're going to do is ensure that the journalists who would have bought it to be like Black Lives Matter or whatever the fuck they're going to chant, that they are now also not going to buy it. Like, honestly, they shouldn't have even delayed it at this point. There's nothing you really realistically could do to assuage the concerns of the people, especially in Japan, that you've already ticked off. It's just not going to happen.
It's like Bud Light when they did the Dylan whatever.
100%.
Pissed everyone off, and then they threw him under the bus when they got the blowback, and that pissed off all the LGBT people. So then no one liked them.
Exactly. Quote, they did say that the game's first act is heavily story-driven until it eventually opens up to your more traditional open-world Ubisoft experience, and that the big hurdle there, if they were to remove Yasuke, would be to practically change almost everything about Act 1, so to speak, if they were to remove the character entirely. There's fucking no way they remove him entirely. I was telling Random 11 before we started that the best course of action that you could come up with is to create a new character that I kind of said like...
A third playable character?
Well, yeah. So imagine in Ocarina of Time when you run into Sheik. And Sheik is this cool character that's really mysterious and shows up and does cool things and then disappears. And it's like, oh, wow, that character is so like mysterious and awesome. And I love that character. Who is it? Oh, it's Zelda, whatever. that is sort of the only approach I see working here, is you introduce a Japanese character who's like god tier level assassin. I mean, just like when you get to play as this character, like I would say, like imagine in Lord of the Rings when they introduce Aragorn for the first time as Strider, and this hooded creature, like this hooded guy, just shows up and he looks all brooding and badass, and he just kind of comes into the story out of nowhere, sort of thing. Imagine a character steps out from the shadows, and it's like he's a character that they know, and he's like so legendary that they like bow to him and stuff, and you basically oversell this character like that. And then you get to play as that character for small chunks of the game that they retrofit in order to make that character work. And you get like 2-3 of them maybe throughout the course of the game. And then they do a DLC of that character. That is your best course of action, in my opinion, for how you could overcome this problem, right? You have to make a character that is so fucking badass that the fact that you only get to play him for 3 small little missions that are like side things that they just kind of retrofit in, but he's so fucking cool, or he's so overpowered, or something about him is just so satisfying to play as, is the only way that you circumvent and you get your Japanese male samurai guy in there, or ninja, or whatever you're going to do. And that's the only way I see it happening, right? You get to play as baby Musashi Miyamoto, right? Oh, God. All right. So the game did first include a male Japanese main character, but they were swapped sometime during 2020, according to my source, for Yasuke instead. So this happened sometime during 2020. What happened in 2020? Quote, they said that Ubisoft was heavily influenced by the socio-political events of the time, with stuff like, and no, I'm not kidding, George Floyd dying, the riots, and Black Lives Matter exploding in support. Ubisoft may have opted to include Yasuke in order to pander to identity politics because of Black Lives Matter. Yeah, everybody saw that from a mile away. Black Lives Matter support skyrocketed in 2020 and then immediately fell off a cliff, but not before a bunch of companies said, let's cater to Black Lives Matter. And then, now that they're so far on the pipeline, there's no turning back. Support for Black Lives Matter is so far in the toilet, it's a negative now, that now they're fucking stuck, right? Same thing probably happened with Disney with Little Mermaid, right? All of these things that have happened in recent years are almost certainly due to those events, and each one of these companies is paying for it. Each one of them. Ubisoft, quote, was horrified by the response to Yasuke from the fandom, and they actually thought including him would be a really big selling point for the game. They apparently believed by inserting Yasuke that they could garner and pander to the modern audience. Interestingly, one of Endymion's source also provided him information on why Ubisoft decided to delay the game. Quote, the thing that actually spooked Ubisoft more than anything else was how Japan reacted to the one-legged Torigate figurine. Remember that that's the merchandise product where Yasuke and Naoe are standing on a symbol of Nagasaki getting the atom bomb dropped on them, yet these characters take place in Japan well before that event happens. Well before that even happens, I should say. And this culturally devastating piece that proved that Ubisoft was not adequate enough to make the game or really know anything about the time period, it led to the higher-ups admitting defeat and demanding that the game get a cultural do-over, if you will. They wanted things to be more authentic because the one-legged Torigate incident was so embarrassing and baffling that they didn't want anything else like that to happen again in their history. As of now, from what I'm being told, February 2025 is being chosen because Ubisoft believes there will be a AAA gaming drought around that time period. So they're hoping that they can capitalize by releasing Shadows then instead of November 15th. So that doesn't sound like they pushed it off so that they can fix bugs or so that they can polish it like they said. If really they're just thinking, well, if we release it now, we probably aren't going to get as many sales. But if there aren't other games really coming out around that time, then let's just release it then so that people who are itching to buy a new game will have no choice but to buy ours.
Except that's not true at all. I can't remember, but there's like 4 games coming out.
Monster Hunter Wilds.
One of them.
Mm-hmm.
There's a number of games that are coming out in February that are all going to be competing with this. So much so that people are actually thinking that they're putting it out in February just to die. And at least then they can say, well, instead of saying, oh, well, our game sucked because we suck.
Honestly,
they're going to say, well, our game sucked because our game did poorly because we
at this point,
there was too much competition.
At this point, their best bet for that would be to release it the same day as Ghost of Yotei.
Well, I mean, Ghost of Yotei, I don't think it's coming out this year. Or
yeah,
next
I know.
Year,
but I'm just saying, like, if that was their goal, to let it die on the vine, and then have an excuse for why it died, release it the same day as Ghost of Yotei, right? Yeah. One of these things for sure... one of the things for sure getting removed from Shadows, according to my sources, is indeed the rap hip-hop music for Yasuke. Apparently, Ubisoft brought out a questionnaire, and they were unanimously told that the rap music was tonally wrong and completely unneeded, and that it was actually offensive that Ubisoft believed Yasuke needed a hip-hop battle theme in a game that was set well before such music existed, and it was only implemented because Yasuke was black. So that's going to be gone for sure.
Isn't it ironic that, in the vein of, I don't know, inclusivity, representation, you end up stereotyping people and actually kind of like contributing to the thing that you supposedly are against?
It's so incredible, isn't it? Like, literally, white liberals are the most racist group on the goddamn planet, right? Like, it's fucking unbelievable that I mean, honestly, I'd be cool with them leaving it in. First of all, I think it's hilarious, right? But I just think it's so fucking funny that, okay, we got our token black guy. What do black people like? Well, they've hip hop. Yeah, token hip hop song. Like, it's like, just throw shit in there. Like, what else are you gonna do? Are you gonna have lines that are like, I've never seen a dick this large, right? Like, what else are they gonna throw in there? I just can't believe it.
Like, like, at least they're not like trying to recreate the same Shampoo soundtrack.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real.
Imagine being the dude that made the song.
That would make
if Nujabes was still alive, you bet your fucking ass they would.
that would make the game like probably worth it just for the song.
On it, hands down. If they announced the day before it releases, oh, by the way, actually we were working with Nujabes all the way back then before he died, and there are 30 unreleased tracks in the game, you bet your fucking ass that would save it. They are also going to be removing dialogue from the game that would actually enrage players if they heard it. I wasn't given concrete examples of what kind of dialogue, but the source assumed it may have been Yasuke saying some sort of socio-political pandering nonsense about he was sold by white men or something, and that he hates white men and white supremacy must be abolished and such. They're also removing this.
Sure it's not going to be the Japanese just like discriminating against him, being like, "You N-word."
I kind of want to hear them say that, like that old Chinese.
Oh, that'd be so fucking funny. The Japanese goes "Nigaro," which in Japanese means run. It's a command to run away, right? And then Yasuke is like, "What you call me?" Like, that'd be fucking hilarious. He's like bashing the face until it's literally just a puddle of blood. He's like, "That is our word." Oh God. Okay, I just want to say real quick. I can't even get through this article before I have to bring this out here. I believe 100% that Endymion's source is LARPing. Everything that they have said is like the bare minimum that you would expect. And it's like, I wasn't given concrete examples, but they said it would be something kind of like, you know, decrying white supremacy or whatever. It's like just a little bit stuff that any random person observing all this stuff would expect. Yes, this is probably something that would be in current year game with all the stuff we're looking at, right? It just seems like they're describing and decrying things that they don't have any concrete evidence are going to be in the game. Now they probably won't be in the game. And so you're just going to make up statements, you know, and role play as a developer, right? That is the gut check I'm getting from everything we've read. And I will explain further in the next article why I believe that is. But I say here, they're also removing this because, of course, if that were in the game, it would be absolutely highlighted and used to attract even more people from supporting the game in the future. Oh, there we go. We're on the next article. Okay. Ubisoft's alleged original plan for Assassin's Creed Shadows revealed before it was ditched in favor of pushing DEI agenda with Yasuke and Naoe. The plot leak comes from YouTuber Endymion, who previously revealed that a number of sources informed him that Assassin's Creed Shadows featured a male Japanese protagonist. When asked why Ubisoft chose Yasuke over this male Japanese character, Endymion revealed, quote, they said that Ubisoft was heavily influenced by social political events, George Floyd, blah, 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 right? Okay. So this rumor was seemingly denied by Insider Gaming's Tom Henderson, who we are looking at, that first article we're reading. Henderson addressed the rumor after a Twitter user wrote, originally Yasuke was a Japanese man, then 2020 George Floyd riots happened, and Ubisoft decided to change the main character to a black man. A lot of insiders have come forward. Henderson replied, not true. Okay. Now, Endymion has new details regarding what he alleges is the original version of Assassin's Creed Shadows that did not feature Yasuke or Naoe, but rather a Shinto monk named Taka, which is Japanese word for hawk, Yamauchi. Does that sound at all familiar to you guys? Because we covered this. We covered this months ago. We covered this fucking months ago about Assassin's Creed. This is now going to go and explain, oh, like this is what the story was about. And I'm like, God, this sounds really fucking familiar. And do you know why it sounds familiar? Because we goddamn covered it months ago. It was the designs made for a side story in the Assassin's Creed mobile game. It has nothing to do with Shadows. We covered that there was a guy who came out and said, like, I actually worked on stuff for this game. And then a bunch of YouTubers had talked about it and said, like, oh, like literally the entire thing that this article is talking about, they basically made the same claim. Then that guy said, no, I'm being taken out of context. I did not work on Assassin's Creed Shadows. I worked on a different game for a completely different studio run by Ubisoft for a mobile game. This is for that, not for Assassin's Creed Shadows. So take absolutely everything we just read with a fucking mountain of salt, because it seems to me like that is all LARPing. It seems plausible that Ubisoft would make the decision, just like it seems plausible that Disney would make the decision with Little Mermaid because of 2020. It seems very plausible. Whether or not it's true is a different matter. And I am arguing that with this, and this Assassin's Creed Memories is the mobile game. So, in fact, this even looks like the fucking samurai guy right here.
The ninja guy, you mean?
Is this not him?
Like him.
That's fucking him. That's clearly him. Much of this information was incorporated in Ubisoft's iOS-exclusive Assassin's Creed Memories mobile game that was released in August 2014, but was shuttered by March 2015. The game featured Yamauchi Taka and his mission to recover the Sword of Eden. So, again, everything that Endymion got is being fed to him by people who probably have as much knowledge about all of this stuff going on as we do. And they got their information from other YouTubers reporting on that one Twitter post where the guy was talking about the game he worked on and what the story beats were when he was helping to write it and everything. And then it turned out to be for the mobile game. Anyway. There you go. Let's move past this.
When you said, what's it called? When you were talking about how, oh yeah, you know how Sheik is a cool character and then you find it later, blah, blah, blah. I thought you were going to say for this game, they need to make it so like the cool character was like using Yasuke as like skin and he breaks out of Yasuke at the end and he's like, aha, I was actually Japanese this whole time.
Oh, God. Wouldn't it be funny if all they do is just redub him to have a Japanese accent? All right. So, in other news, rumor, Ubisoft's upcoming Assassin's Creed Hex will be, quote, the gayest Assassin's Creed yet. A new rumor, according to YouTuber Endymion, see... Look, I've been wrong in the past. Most recently, I pointed out a bunch of posts saying that Stephanie Nadolny was returning for Dragon Ball Daima and said, I have seen absolutely nothing confirming this. The most charitable person, like the most concrete evidence of this is Geekdom 101, who occasionally, because of his, his popularity, he's got a little bit of clout in the industry. He might know something we don't. And he said she's returning. All these other people are making posts about it. Seems like they're making it off of what he said. But no credible press releases had come out. And then the following week, what did we report? Oh, she did come back. Fucking great, right? I could be wrong about this. But my gut is telling me is that Endymion has a LARPer who has come and talked to him. Then Endymion makes content about what they say, and that's intoxicating to a person who's LARPing. You're like, oh my God, he's talking about me. That's me. That's me. I said that, right? I'm going to talk to him some more. But you think that's bad? What do you hear about the next game they're making? They're calling it the gayest Assassin's Creed yet. Where have I heard that? Agatha All Along, the gayest Disney show yet? Like fucking any number of times that's come up recently, like it's a trending thing. So anyway, in the above video, Endymion shared, I was told that the next Assassin's Creed, which is called Hex, which is set during the Salem witch trials, was being internally claimed, and get this, to be the gayest Assassin's Creed yet. Considering how gay they're making Assassin's Creed Shadows out to be, that's alarming. Anyway, I don't even want to read this, but basically you're going to follow a single female protagonist, and it's also the most fantastical Assassin's Creed. There'll be lots of mysticism, and we'll have, as they say, very striking visuals. I don't know if that means entirely different art style or anything, but this is just what I've been told. So anyway, he says it's going to take place in Salem Witch Trials, as I just read. So anyway, moving past this, here's the only thing about Ubisoft that matters for tonight. According to Bloomberg, the Guillemot family and Tencent are weighing a buyout of Ubisoft. Ubisoft's founding family, the Guillemot family, which has a 14% stake in the company. Now, I've seen other reports that say they have closer to 20. And Tencent, which has a 9.99% stake, have reportedly been speaking with advisors to explore ways to stabilize Ubisoft and bolster its value after losing more than half of its market value in 2024, according to a Bloomberg report citing people familiar with the matter, with one of the possibilities being a collaborative buyout to take the company private. Now, this gets even more interesting when you look at what Bounding into Comics had to say. Such a partnership would not be unprecedented nor unsurprising, as not only does Tencent already own a little under 10% of Ubisoft's total stock, 9.99%, they also own 49.9% of Guillemot Brothers Limited itself. So the entity that owns the majority stake in Ubisoft, that's owned by the Guillemot family, it itself is almost majority owned by Tencent. at 49.9%, meaning that the Guillemot family is refusing to sell the 50.1% that they own. Right? So that way they maintain majority share and get to call all the shots. But question is, if Tencent, which makes Genshin Impact, right? Put them in green line?
No. Tencent owns the entirety of Epic, is basically how it works. So they kind of, that's basically Fortnite and all that stuff, right?
So I guess
Tencent makes Genshin. What are you talking about?
Well, they own a gajillion companies.
Hoyoverse makes Genshin, right?
Yeah, which is owned
owned by Tencent. So this is like saying Sony makes such thing, right? But it's like, well, actually, other company makes such thing, but Sony owns that thing, right? Like saying Sony dubs anime. It's like, well, actually, Crunchyroll dubs anime, but Sony does own Crunchyroll.
Tencent has a 40% stake in Epic.
Okay. Regardless, I'm bringing it up for this reason. Tencent is a Chinese company. Black Myth Wukong just shattered records by kicking, Sweet Baby Inc. style consultancy firms to the curb, right? And not even going out of their way to do anything remotely like, taboo according to these groups, except for it's not inclusive enough to have a monkey man or whatever the fuck they said, right? And basically it's all just control. It's always been that. Everybody knows this. So my question is, if Tencent were to buy and basically take it private with the Guillemot family, do you think that they actually could put out a non-woke Ubisoft game that could redeem Ubisoft's value with their shareholders or whatever? Although obviously doing this would make them private, which means that they wouldn't have shareholders other than Tencent, right? But do you think they could redeem themselves if Tencent is
calling the shots? Yeah.
OCA scooping stories as usual. What do you mean? I don't think I'm scooping anything, to be honest.
Okay, apparently they don't own Hoyoverse.
Kotuchi says, LOL, is Tencent by another name still Tencent?
Which company owns Hoyoverse?
I don't know, but it's not Tencent. Well, according to Reddit, it's not Tencent.
The only reason I'm bringing it up is because I'm just curious, like tinfoil hat or whatever. Let's just say, do you think that you can redeem? I don't think you can redeem Ubisoft in the West. I just don't think it can be. It cannot be done. Like they are fucking. They're going bankrupt. Like I don't see them ever recovering from this. Anyway, all right. So. I don't care about the rest of this. Let's just move on from there. Also, Ubisoft might cut staff by 40% or around 8,000 people amid the rumors of the buyout. That's another rumor. A rumor from Bloomberg's Vinci Chanding. Places has holdings considering options. And I don't really care about reading all the details here. These are just where things are kind of going. I hope Ubisoft holds up for another Steam sale. If Ubisoft doesn't hold up, I think the Steam sales will get even better, right? Well, maybe not. I mean, if they go out, maybe
if they have to delist everything.
Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, rumor: Sony executives are not happy with initial Ghost of Yotei response, and developers were blindsided with a new female character.
Mountain of Salt.
On that Park Place, when the word rumor is in the title, usually the answer is no, all of this is not true. I'm guessing. I don't buy this at all. I think that the controversy has been blown dramatically out of proportion. Oh, look, Endymion. No, he's talking about. Oh no, he's talking about that. Yeah.
What's the mountain? It's Mount Yotei, right?
Mount Yotei of Salt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yotei is the Japanese word for salt, after all. It's not. I'm kidding. All right. People in the mid-levels at Sony were actually confused when Yotei was announced because they were under the impression that Jin Sakai would be getting a sequel. Okay, first question. What does mid-levels at Sony mean?
Who knows?
What the fuck does that even mean?
Also, does it mean mid-levels at Sony America, like Sony Interactive,
fucking
or
knows?
Sony Japan? Like,
And does Sony fully own Sucker Punch?
I'm not sure.
And they are not happy at all when it comes to the response of the game either internally at Sony right now.
Didn't we cover this already?
Yeah. So, well, not that Sony was unhappy with it, but this is like, oh, oh my God, these are the responses. People are so fucking pissed. Imagine hearing about Jin as a legendary folktale quest.
Yeah, that was in the last one.
Don't argue that that's a negative thing. Ghost of was the best idea to stick with. That way they can tell loads of different stories from different tales, showing pretty cool characters. Wow, God, they sound so pissed. Oh my God, Sony's done. Right? It's just like, I can't believe this. Like, literally, they go on to share the only comment. Jin Sakai is literally a ghost now, RIP. That is the one comment where they're like, oh, I don't like this, right? And then
I'm having flashbacks to Nam.
Yeah. So anyway.
And Sony does own Sucker Punch.
Okay. So Kabrutus posted on Twitter, quote, but the female protagonist in the next Ghost of game is not because of DEI reasons. Below, we have Sony's latest corporate report released yesterday. The signs are there. Don't be surprised if we discover things about this game in the future. Bring it on. Let's see it. You know, I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. I think I'm reserving my my judgment until, you know, we see more than just the teaser. Don't read. Skippy. Okay, the next one. All right. Ghost of Yotei to be delayed to 2026 after abandoning Ghost of Tsushima sequel. Once again, rumor. Now it is a little bit strange. Random Love and I were talking about this, that the idea that the very, very, very first thing we see about this game came out in like late September of this year, and that, by the way, it's releasing next year. Seems unusual for a modern AAA game, right? Yeah. That's a very fucking unusual. I will say in this case that it is being built on the back of Ghost of Tsushima, and it's like, you know, a spin-off game or whatever. So the engine for Ghost, like a lot of the hard development stuff has already been done, you know. So I guess there is going to be a little bit of a ability to speed up production and whatnot. And allegedly they started working on this game within 2 months of Ghost of Tsushima releasing. So they've already been working on it for 4 years, theoretically. Sony announced Ghost of Yotei during its most recent PlayStation State of Play at the end of September and revealed the game would release sometime in 2025. Sucker Punch Productions, good job. Senior Communications Manager Andrew Goldfarb declared on the PlayStation blog, quote, we are forever grateful for the success of Ghost of Tsushima, and we can't wait for all of you to experience Ghost of Yotei in 2025. A little over a week since that announced, a new rumor from YouTuber Endymion claims the game will likely be delayed until 2026. I was also told to not expect Yotei in 2025 at all. Apparently, the game's nowhere near being done, but it's a very slim chance that this game actually releases in 2025. It could very easily fall into 2026, but if you're getting your hopes up for it coming out next year, probably don't do that. Placing the game 300 years into the future from Tsushima's story was decided because it would be more believable in Sucker Punch's internal talks for the game to star a woman at that point instead. As I was also told, if Yotei's reception does not improve, this could scale the game back in terms of scope and resources. If Sony starts to notice the public opinion on this game is not changing for the better, they'll opt for a smaller overall content package.
I don't think
they're going to sell it for $40.
You just saw Concord.
Yeah.
They took it to the wire. They went past the wire and they decapitated it.
Yeah.
I don't think they're gonna.
Have they learned their lesson?
Listen. No, I don't think they're gonna listen to the whisperings of the internet wind.
Imagine. I feel like, you know what, I'll say this. I feel like every single rumor we've read tonight, especially the ones coming from Endymion, which I feel bad about, like, honestly. I don't mean to put Endymion in a position to draw ire or whatever. Like, I don't want to do that. But I just feel like every one of these rumors is going to turn out to be entirely bullshit. However, one thing I definitely see happening is if Assassin's Creed Shadows is as ridiculously politically driven as they're claiming, which, I mean, I think it's a very, presumably that's possible, right? So if that's the case, when Trump wins in November and it is a landslide victory, I fully expect it to get delayed past February 14th, because it will be a oh fuck moment of removing all of the jabs, the right wing jabs that they undoubtedly have put in the game. Anyway, I've got two more articles here for games news. PlayStation Pro 30th edition pre-orders are restricted to PSN accounts with at least 30 hours of runtime in Japan. While PS5 Pro 30th edition, 30th anniversary edition pre-orders sparked a flurry of eBay listings with huge markups in the West, in Japan, Sony has an actual plan to beat the scalpers. The Japanese PlayStation homepage confirms that anyone who wants to pre-order the PS5 Pro 30th anniversary edition in Japan has to meet the following conditions: have a PSN account registered in Japan and have at least 30 hours of PS4 or PS5 runtime on the account between February 2014 and September 19th, 2024. 10 years to have played 30 hours worth of a game. That is the threshold you need to overcome. Now, the reasoning behind this being such a low threshold is probably because all they're trying to do is stop people from buying multiple copies. Like multiple.
Well, what if this is your first PlayStation and you're getting into it and you're like, hey, this is a good opportunity to get into PlayStation? Well,
if this is your first PlayStation, you probably don't care about getting the retro 30th anniversary one.
Sorry, your first PlayStation, PSN era PlayStation.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So again, 30 hours is so fucking doable that if that were the case, you could go to a friend's house, create a PSN account, and
not anymore. No. The cutoff was September 19th.
19th, whatever. But I'm just saying,
after
like,
the announcement.
You're fucked then. Whatever. You're gonna have to buy them from the scalpers. The point is, though, that if a scalper was going to create an account, buy one, create another account, buy another one, create another account, buy another one, and then sell them for 10 times the price on eBay, by making it so you have to have a PSN account with 30 hours of playtime, and they announced this after September 19th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, you would have already had to have foreknowledge and set up all these accounts ahead of time, right? Ironically, though, only 12,300 units have been made available worldwide, and listings have already been going up to $10,000 online. Many users have expressed frustration at Sony in the past due to its limited production of items, and scalpers have already been seen looking to purchase PSN accounts that meet the conditions. It's worth noting that Sony has only imposed the conditions on the PS5 Pro 30th Anniversary Edition pre-orders in Japan, where scalpers have run rampant in the past few years. Previously, Sony imposed similar conditions for the PSVR 2 that required users to have played games for over 20 hours in the year leading up to the start of the pre-orders.
When I first heard about them doing this, I thought the cutoff period was February of this year until September.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, fuck, I'd be screwed then, because I only played Spider-Man last year. That's the only game I've played on PS5.
Well, you're also not in Japan, but yeah.
Yeah. But I was just imagining
in theory
this had have come to Canada as well, right? But then, yeah, 10 years. When I realized it was 10 years, it was it's like, oh, okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
So
Any
you only
comments?
play one game on PS5?
One game on PS5, yeah.
What do you play Rocket League on? PC?
PC.
Yeah.
That's why your wrist hurts.
I play with a controller. I play it with an Xbox controller. Although I do think
That's like
why my
me
wrist hurts.
playing putt-putt with the trackpad.
No, the
Alright.
controller is the best way to play it.
Yeah.
Um,
Are there any comments here that we should cover? Ubisoft games will probably stop working if their servers go down. It's true, even on Steam. Steam will probably issue refunds, though. The only Ubisoft games that will still work will be the cracked copies. When I was a kid, I downloaded all the Splinter Cell games so I could play them on PC. And the cracked copies I was playing, I learned later, removed all the cutscenes because the cutscenes were pre-rendered and the files were too large. So they just provided it without it. And I was like, damn, I had but I had so much fun playing them regardless, and if the opportunity
Because you
ever
could just
arose,
binge the experience.
yeah, exactly. If the opportunity ever arose, I would definitely purchase like a PS5 like collection of all of them just to, give back or whatever. Because Ubisoft did used to make good games. I don't want to I don't revel in the fact that they're floundering like this. But when you get in bed with the devil, well, you get STDs. You get demon herpes, my friend.
So you're saying it's okay to buy older Assassin's Creed games?
I don't know. I haven't played any of them. Having a female player character in itself is fine. She needs to have a different gameplay that would be different from the male player character. Yeah.
They are doing that, though.
Yeah, but the thing is that, historically, there were female samurai. It's just, and this is the thing. If I don't mind having female characters that you play as, even when they are fighters and whatnot, as long as their fighting style isn't kicking somebody across the room. It just doesn't fucking make sense. If you play to that thing, we just recently, we as a group, we watched Kick-Ass together, and Hit Girl feels completely earned because she's fighting in a way that works with her size, being like an 11-year-old girl, right? And it feels really earned the way that she's able to do things because you believe as you're watching it that she trained and is able to do all the stuff that she's doing. And that also because she's so small, she's able to maneuver in ways that it's hard for people. Like if you're a man, for example, a man can hold his own against another man in a fight, right? But if all of a sudden you have to fight something that's this big, but it's really fucking fast, all of a sudden it gets really difficult. You know what I mean? Because you're just not built to interact with some creature like that, right? So I feel like there are definitely.
I think Nobuhiko might be built to interact with some kind of creature.
Don't bring it back to that, Reese. I don't need to go another hour on that. They would never let it. Not in modern games, right? Anyway, let's go into release news here. I want to get on about this. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Steel Ball Run, and more coming from Viz in summer 2025. So Steel Ball Run originally, this is the list of all the things. I'm not going to cover all of them here. Along with it, Ultraman Along Came a Spider and Spider-Man Kizuna are getting released by Viz. And the thing about Steel Ball Run, I think it originally came out in 2004. And the mangas in Japan. And it's crazy to think that we're almost at the point, because this is part 6 or part 7, right?
Yeah, part 7.
So that's the next one, isn't it?
Yeah.
For anime. Yeah.
Fuck, I'm hype. For those of you who don't know,
allegedly they can't animate it now.
I don't know. We'll see. If David Production does, we'll see. So if for those of you who don't know, Steel Ball Run is a part 7 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and it features a race across the United States from San Diego, I think, to New York, and it's like the what do you call it? The what's that called? Oh, why can't I remember the name of it? Not the Great Race. What is it called?
The Rat
These
Race?
nuts?
No, not the Rat Race. Fuck. In the Office, there's an episode where they team up for sales calls, and Michael throws one of their keys underneath the car, and they reference this movie, which features like a race across, like a big, race. I cannot remember the name of it.
Rat Race?
But it's not Rat Race is also riffing on it.
Yeah, it's the movie that was. It's like it's like a repetitive title. It's like the wide
The
race or
racist
something
race.
like that.
Well, it says here that Rat Race is inspired by Stanley Kramer's film Mad. It's a Mad World.
That's it.
But
Mad World.
That's not the one I'm talking about though. It's called
Because in that movie they also go on a race across the world.
Okay, movie.
Rurouni Kenshin is in it.
Yeah, about a race across the. Let's just say, race across the sky. Great. I don't put in the fucking last word, and all of a sudden. Oh, Julie, what is it called? Why is it escaping me? Is it just called The Great Race? What the fuck? There's like a goddamn name for it. Hold on, I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT, what is that movie about the race across the United States?
Rat Race?
No, not Rat Race is a movie. So I know Cannonball Run is where Steel Ball Run is getting its idea from, which is also a coast to coast race across the United States. Isn't there one called like Greatest Race or something? I'm trying to get like a list of. It's not
The greatest race is probably a white supremacist.
Oh, this is gonna kill me. This is gonna just fucking kill me later. All right, whatever. I don't remember the name of it. Fuck, this is bothering me. Anyway, yeah, so it's like that. It's like Cannonball Run. That's where the name came from. Let's move past this. All right, moving on. Okay.
That seems worth it.
Yep, Anime Ego, new license time. This is why shows should always happen when I am not tired. Anime Ego got a new license, Nasu Summer in Andalusia.
Great American Foot Race?
Don't even. I'll find it out and I'll post it on Discord later. So it's the first time on disc in North America. It's from Kitaro Kosaka, which was the animation director for Howl's Moving Castle, The Wind Rises, and he was also the director of Oko's Inn. So it does have a Ghibli aesthetic to it, and it's basically I don't know. It's like the Tour de France. It's like Tour de France, right? So every time I see this image, I really hate this image. Every single time I see this, there is just enough detail on the bottom. I think it's a photograph superimposed at the bottom. Like, oh, is it half live action? Because it's a completely different rendering art style than this water.
Well, in the trailer, there was CG, and it was funny because for some reason it was worded funny, like it's the first animated film in Japan or something like that. And we see CG. It's like, bruh, I think you're tripping. But some other details to note about the entire discotheque licensing announcement thing. So this is like a 47-minute film, and they were talking about how the next thing to have licensed, it's like, oh yeah, I've never heard of that until you licensed it. Yeah. And to Random and 11 and I's dismay, we're like, wow, that the future prospects are promising. And they even said in the live stream how, oh yeah, anime marketing has always been pretty bad, and they made it sound like, oh, we're gonna change that, right? And it's like, oh, I guess the solution is get shows no one's ever heard of. That's definitely gonna solve that.
the solution for them is to fucking dub something. Like, God
Well, they
damn.
said that they can't because he blew all of. Well, he didn't exactly say this, but he doesn't. He's pretty stretched for funds right now,
Yeah.
right? Because he just kind of bought the entire company.
Yeah. So
etc.
now is the time to start, purchasing things on media, OCD, and whatnot. Like, buy them there, help recoup these losses, because if you believe in Justin Sudeikis, like I think the rest of us do, it would be wonderful to see what he's capable of by financially
he
supporting
has
the company.
the
Yeah,
funding.
like getting like, it was a big hurdle to buy Animego. Quite frankly, I don't know why he felt the need to do it, unless Animego's name, already having a history with a lot of companies,
He
opens
was
doors.
supposedly approached by Robert himself or whatever.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, if it cost him a ton of money and there wasn't any reason to do it other than to just have the name, it's like, why? Media OCD had opened their own store even before they purchased Animego. It just doesn't seem like they needed this. You know what I mean?
It would make more sense just for Animego to be folded under Discotech or something.
Yeah.
He did say something way early on, like not in this stream, some other time, how like Robert and Natsume have connections that he totally couldn't get.
Yeah, but him buying the company doesn't come with purchasing them as employees. Like,
I don't know,
retiring, right?
maybe it comes with
Yeah,
the
it
name or
does.
something.
Probably.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking is that like I would bet you that putting in the purchase is going to be that bare minimum. If they need an in somewhere, Animego's name will either get them in there, or Robert would put in a word for Justin when he goes to communicate in Japan with all these people. So anyway,
temporarily hire them as like.
quick side note though, why the fuck do you buy Animego and then change the perfect logo to some fucking shit smear and just add katakana at the top? Oh, nobody knows how to pronounce it. It's like, fuck, god damn it. Just goddamn say the name more often. It's not that hard. Right? Fucking people can't pronounce it. Idiots can't
Like
pronounce
an animated logo that says like fun.
Yeah, just have it say Animego when the fucking splash screen shows up. That's all you gotta goddamn do.
I thought it was pretty ironic, that they made a new logo when
It
it's
looks horrible.
it looks kind of lazy because they're using like the Persona 3 digital font or whatever.
Okay, we'll look
I don't
at
know
it
if you
I think, in a minute.
I honestly don't know if this company is. I assume it's Japanese. Hyundai, right? That's Japanese.
I think Hyundai is Korean, isn't
Well,
it?
whatever it is.
Hyundai.
They had commercials where they were like, "This is how you pronounce our name." It's like
South Korean.
It's like Sunday, Hyundai.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Exactly. Yeah. The funny thing about Japanese car companies is that they're actually bastardizations of what the names are. Mazda is Matsuda. Like, that's the name of the original founder. He called it after himself. Honda is Honda. It's a Japanese last name, right? But nobody in America pronounces them right. The only one they got is Toyota. Right? And the only reason they got Toyota is because they still mispronounce it. It should be Toyota, but they call it Toyota because they know toy, T-O-Y, right? So like all of these Japanese companies are bastardizations of what the names actually are. Anyway,
that reminds me of Fruits Basket. How was it? Honda is the last name of what's her name, Toru. And in the first dub for the first anime, it's like Honda, and in the new one, when I skimmed the first episode, it's like Miss Honda, and I'm like,
yeah, it drives me up the wall too, because like Honda, the car company, right, which is literally Honda, right, has ruined so much. Like when I play Street Fighter and I talk about Street Fighter, I talk about Honda. I'm like, who the fuck is that? What was this thing? Oh, you're talking about Honda. I'm like, no. Like, god damn it. Anyway, all right. In Right Stuff News, what do we got here?
Just the Macross one, top right.
This one?
Oh, is it AIDS? Is it the AIDS one?
Let's look at
It's
this
another
too.
AIDS anime limited one.
Go to the bottom one.
I'll still probably get it, except for not that price.
I don't think it's an AIDS one. I think. Wait,
No,
those
it's not
art cards
AIDS.
are smaller
It's
than the
AIDS
disc.
because you're paying $80 for like
It's AIDS.
five
It's
episodes.
AIDS because you're you're paying
Excuse
for almost
me,
nothing.
Mr. Anaplex Simp. What did you say?
I'm not an Anaplex simp. I just buy the ones I like.
Why do we have that on here?
So
That's-
long as
no,
it's
no,
not
no.
on the box.
Hold up. I own Be the Beginning or whatever, okay? They don't have this this is just the British preview image that they distributed to everyone. It's going to look the same, but probably not have the age rating on the disc. I could be proven wrong, but
My ancestors didn't tell the king to go fuck himself, so I could have their ugly ass rating system on my disc. All right. So another thing here, we got this the bubblegum crash.
We
right?
covered this like before.
I know. I'm pro. God damn it. Okay.
Do I need to? So did Crash come after Crisis or before?
Crash is basically an OVA of Crisis.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
So after?
I would watch it after, yes.
Okay.
And then I would watch Parasite Dolls. And then AD plays.
I don't have that one. Or that one.
It'll probably get remastered and put on Blu-ray. So
Copium, but
so Bubblegum Crisis Perfect Collection. This is the Media OCD version of it. Why does this image look like it's getting cut off? So this is on Media OCD's website. It's not yet been solicited on Right Stuff / Crunchyroll. And again, exclusive slipcover.
Now on 2 discs instead of 1.
Buy
Big discount TV.
buy it
No.
from Animegos or from Media OCD and help the site, to help the site to or help the company to recoup those losses.
Although if you
or
have the
whatever.
Kickstarter edition, the Ultimate Kickstarter edition or
Mhm.
whatever, that was 3 discs. So technically, you're probably going to still have a better encode
Mhm.
on that one. But
it's probably not going to be perceptible difference. Like we get a lot of things from what is it, Funimation and everything that varies between like 15 to 25 megabits per second or whatever. And we get
plus the type of Blu-rays that they use now have improved a little bit. So they probably can encode more stuff on the thing with a higher bit rate, whereas previously they were limited.
well, what is it? Now we have the Animego discs are usually like god tier, so it's like 40 megabytes a second tier. Like it's ridiculously high. So this is going to be, I don't know, even if it's at 25, it's probably still going to look perceptibly no different. Especially if Justin's in charge of it. I could be proven wrong though.
No, I only had one.
There's always room for that.
Anyway, yeah. So, wait, if I have this. All right, that's the first sip of water I've had all day. It was definitely showing. All right, yeah. So somebody had mentioned that they are putting like a Criterion Collection style like spine number on all the discs, so you have to collect them all.
On the slipcovers.
Yeah, on the
Just
slipcovers.
I think.
Yeah. As a have you collected them all? Kind of thing.
I said this on the day of the stream, but the steelbooks do that for Discotech, so it says SB1, SB2, and all that, and you can't win because no idiot's going to put all the steelbooks together.
Yeah.
And if you do, you have Konosuba season 1 and season 2, and it's like jumps from like Steelbook 2 to 4 or something stupid like that, right? So you can't win. Don't even bother. That's my recommendation. Don't even care about the number.
All right, moving past this. Dawn of the Disc. Oh fuck! How do I? God damn it! Hold on one second. Display. Turn
You're
off.
censoring the most important info I see.
No. Dawn of the Disc. Dawn of the Discs reported coming soon to 4K Ultra HD from Arrow Video. Demolition Man. Fuck yes. hype. I mean, I own a couple 4Ks, but I might finally buy a 4K player.
You have the PS5. Remember?
Oh, that's right. I've got a PS4. I'm amazing. I might finally buy a 4K TV.
Ah.
Far cheaper than another. Well, actually, not far cheaper.
I don't know. It includes both the domestic Taco Bell and international Pizza Hut versions of the film, presented via seamless branching. Whatever this
What
seamless
the
branching.
hell does that mean? The Pizza Hut and Taco Bell?
Have you ever seen this movie?
No.
Because we are 100% going to watch club it or watch party.
What that means is that in the movie, they every restaurant is referred to as Taco Bell, but they couldn't get the rights for the international release. So in the international release, they're all dubbed in as Pizza Hut, and so they let you pick which one you want, but they're not re-encoding the whole movie. They've just re-encoded that one little bit, and they're seamlessly inserting those sections if you've picked that option.
Oh, I see. That's kind of cool.
Like adding the director's cut deleted scenes that they're just inserted in, so you don't have to have multiple discs.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So let me show you something. Even so, this is the Taco Bell logo.
I thought it was going to be like an interactive video where you have to make a choice midway through the video or the movie, and then you get the Taco Bell ending or you get the Pizza Hut ending.
Are you
I shouldn't have had Taco Bell. Pizza Hut is the way.
All right. So, I want to show you. This is the 1962 logo, right? Then it became like an actual mission bell. That's where the term Taco Bell comes from, right? And then it became this in 1992. They filmed Demolition Man in 92. Okay. Now I'm going to show you something. Demolition Man, Taco Bell.
Thank you.
Bless you. All right.
Okay, we got 21 talents.
So, let me find a better image. In Demolition Man, this is what the Taco Bell logo looks like, right? And curiously, they took that color scheme. God damn it, here it is. They took that color scheme and made it the canonical Taco Bell logo after the movie. From this to this, right? In the matter of a couple of years because of this movie. The plot of the movie is the stupidest thing ever, which makes it also the greatest thing ever. Basically, in the 90s, Wesley Snipes' character is like a terrorist, and it's one of those like Lupin versus Zenigata things where the only person who can keep up with him is Sylvester Stallone. And then for some reason, they freeze Wesley Snipes for like cryo freeze him for like his jail sentence. But they also freeze Sylvester Stallone for some reason I don't recall. Like, you know, police brutality or I don't know, right? And then he gets unfrozen in the future and starts wreaking havoc in a very prophetic future where every man is like low T, no testosterone. You like words are violence, you know, like you can't say curse words or you get fined, future. And so because this man from the 90s who's a dangerous terrorist isn't a PC, you know, male feminist, he's wreaking havoc. So they have no choice but to unfreeze Sylvester Stallone to take down the terrorists in the future. It is like the stupidest and yet fucking most hilarious movie ever made. It is so goddamn good. And Wesley Snipes and Sylvester Stallone are both bringing the perfect amount of ham to the sandwich that is this movie. Is so good.
You mean the taco that this movie?
All right. watch party when?
What's the
Well,
next
then I
one?
won't get to watch it on 4K with the pizza Taco Bell combo.
So I was thinking, actually, now that you bring that up, that something that I realized I could do is I could put my Elgato through the Blu-ray player with a splitter, and so we could actually use it as a video feed and get the 4K video into StreamYard if we wanted to watch the movie like that.
And then I can watch the 30 FPS low compressed 720p stream.
Yep. Or if it comes to Amazon, maybe we just do the Amazon watch party.
They got rid of those.
What?
They got rid of those.
God damn it. Just when we were planning to go legit like Crunchyroll. All right.
All that brainstorming wasted.
God damn it. We had a strategy meeting on this whole topic and everything. Fuck. All right. So, if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, you can always shop at Stealthweed. There are plenty of products to choose from. There are definitely more that need to go up. I know. I'm sorry. There's also more that I'm planning for this one, like such as Current Year Beauty Standard, featuring the lovely black-haired Aloy. Black-haired Ogloy, I should say. Anyway, so yeah, you could do that. All right, let's address some comments before we move on to this. I don't remember where we left off. I watch it for the music. Yeah. Okay. Skipping all the Ubisoft stuff. Yeah, they would never. Yes, thank you. That is where we left off. Where is that? Okay, cool. Were you thinking of It's a Met? No, I wasn't. I think Bubblegum Crisis, that series that never got finished. Is Subaru the only Japanese car company with the correct print? Possibly. Is Kia a Japanese car company? I don't think it is. That's like a Swedish?
Korean, yeah.
Is it Korean? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Subaru might be.
Well, there's Toyota. Toyota's pretty close.
Yeah, but then you just
Toyota? Yeah. It's definitely closer. I do wonder if Megazone 2-3 got discs. Yes, Megazone 2-3 did get discs.
Do some research.
Which is the better execution, Demolition Man or Psychopaths? The better execution?
Not death execution, like carrying out the story.
Yeah, see, I don't know. Like they're like opposite ends of the taco, you know, like one of them is hilarious in how it does it. Yeah, I mean, I think so you're right in that it is very much like an Aldous Huxley Brave New World story in both, right? But I think the Demolition Man one is like you can have fun while you're doing it rather than being depressed while you're doing it, right? If only the host understood NVIDIA stream upscaling. Yes, if only I understood what even that is.
If only StreamYard understood.
All right. So 8-Bit Dough partners up with Best Buy for retro-inspired mechanical keyboard set. What do you think?
It looks cool. They also did a Famicom version, a Windows.
Do you think your wrist would be hurting if you got to play your games like this?
Yeah, probably. And they did a Commodore 64 version.
We think you could play Oregon Trail on that thing?
In my head canon, Randy's wrist hurts because he gave himself a little visit from the stranger.
That's just playing too much Rocket League on my controller.
That's what they call it these days.
Kat, what do you think is more likely? A visit from the stranger or a little too much Rocket League?
They're also selling the keycaps separately if you want to get just the keycaps.
They stopped selling physical movies a while ago.
Mm-hmm. That 8-Bit Dough keyboard is not new, but it depends on switches.
But the keycaps is new, although not pictured here, but that is new. Keycaps.
Cool. And there's like these like dials in the corner. What are the dials for? On and off?
Also, I think the fact that they're selling them through Best Buy is the new info, because before there used to be just on their own website and on Amazon, I think.
All right, moving past this. The official Godzilla cookbook. No, wait. Godzilla, the official cookbook. Not sure if that gets past copyright.
Written by Case Baker.
Oh.
The Guaczilla.
My brother got a Naruto cookbook or whatever for his birthday as a meme, and they had these like throwing star shaped rice balls, and they looked so bad. And it's like if the cookbook is supposed to give you the most glamorous over whatever glorified shot imaginable, then what does that say for what you're gonna make? And that's what I'm thinking about the Guaczilla. It's like it's not looking too hot. Like, imagine how yours is gonna.
What about the Tokyo train car sandwich, which is literally just a sandwich that you would have to build an entire play set to even recreate this with?
I guess that one looks pretty authentic. I can see the train car shape already. That looks.
The Godzilla
nasty.
loaf. Yeah. Anyway, so this reminded me when I saw Godzilla looking like he's getting the best head of his life over here. I had this thought while you guys were talking during Games News. Like,
Godzilla's actually playing Rocket.
While we were talking, God damn it, you were the one that's talking the most.
I've previously discussed this concept with non-woke games where I have a problem with the fact that we're being deprived from just attractive female characters in modern gaming, so much so that whenever a game comes out that had an attractive female character that got celebrated for a while, it was a porn game. Like it was an actual porn game, right? It was basically like the character looks like this because she's going to be naked and getting fucked in a second. You know what I mean? And so like, I mean, I'm not trying to decry that as a genre or whatever, but I'm just saying like, I want to play actual games that aren't built entirely around the mechanic of getting off. Right. But I just want to say, because it looks as though we're entering into a world where that might become a thing, where the pendulum is now swinging back so hard that it's gonna miss the middle and go all the way past that. So I was thinking while you guys are talking, like, so you know how there's like porn parody movies about things? When are we gonna get the porn parody games, right? The remakes of old games that insert XXX rated sex scenes in them.
I mean, I don't.
Chainsaw porn parody game.
Say what?
Can't wait for the Lollipop Chainsaw porn parody game.
I mean, it's pretty much just mods, right? But whatever.
Games take too much time. No one pays for porn, and they take too much investment to make the.
I think.
But I thought you were
AI assisted, however.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Just
this is
imagine-
unrelated, but I think I linked it a while ago. There's this game called Battle Raper, which is just a fighting game where you hit each other's clothes off.
What I thought you were originally going to say was we're going to get to the point where like movies are so shit that they start parodying pornos. Like
They make safe for work porno or whatever.
That'd be one heck of an unexpected
Hollywood
twist.
budget.
This Battle Raper game doesn't
Hello,
go far
pizza
enough
guy.
for me.
Oh no!
Well, I haven't played it, but I just know that's a thing.
I
from
love
back
the
in
title. That's fucking hilarious. Like the amount.
There's a second one too, I think.
Yes.
I want to buy them just for
I'm
the
looking
name.
right at it. Yeah. Bataru re batu. Wonderful. All right, let's move past this. Steve Aoki and Dimmak X One Piece Spring Summer 2025 collection. Wow, you could dress just like this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is in fact a thing. Wow.
It's called fashion. Look it
Look
up.
it up.
Randy just wants those boots.
Honestly, the sad thing is that this is probably not the weirdest any of these models have ever looked. All right. Okay. Woman who made a canoe out of her vagina faces 2 years in jail. Something tells me this is in the wrong spot. Hold on. Nope. Guess not. But now it feels weird to cover the next thing. I'm going to skip the next thing. All right. Woman who made canoe out of her vagina faces 2 years in jail. A Japanese artist who made a 3D printed canoe from a selfie of her vagina is facing 2 years behind bars for distributing obscene materials. I'm guessing because it's not mosaic.
She didn't mosaic the clitoris.
Megumi Igarashi uploaded nude pictures and sent the information to 30 people who offered to help pay for the bizarre creation called Pussy Boat.
Okay, I'm sorry.
She hit headlines around the world last year after also making a vagina-shaped teddy bear and some figurines. Can you please pull me off screen for a minute? Oh no. Motherfucker, it links back.
Oh.
Hold on.
Jamie, pull that shit up.
Is this the same article? Oh, it's not. It just uses all the same images.
I want to see the teddy bear.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Jamie, pull that shit up.
Her pseudonym is Roku Denashiko, which means good for nothing girl. Wow. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. There weren't. You can go back to screen sharing. There weren't any images of the pussy bears, unfortunately. Sorry to say. Igarashi from Tokyo is alleged to have breached Japanese obscenity laws, and police.
Wait, is that it?
Yep, that's it.
I won't call that bear, but I mean, it exists. The resemblance is uncanny.
Yeah. Really. She's alleged to have breached Japanese obscenity laws, and police sources said that she has received nearly 6,000 pounds, right? 6,000 pounds for the images.
I think she wants to get pounded from the images.
The 43-year-old faces up to 2 years in jail and fines of up to 2.5 million yen if found guilty, according to Channel News Asia. However, Igarashi, whose pseudonym Roku Denashiko means good for nothing girl, said that she did not believe the 3D data was obscene, and she has not sent the pictures in return for money. Igarashi's lawyer, Takashi Yamaguchi, was confident of winning the case. He said, quote, her means of expression don't incite desire at all.
Who would want that 40-year-old bitch anyway?
Look, ain't nobody getting hard with this boat. Like, Your Honor, would you stand and show that you are not erect at the sight of this boat, please?
That's a nice boat.
School Days Watch Club win. That was a God tier reference. He said her means of expression don't incite desire at all. She's just using one part of the body that happens to be genitalia to express her own message. What exactly is the message that she's trying to express, though?
I'm on a boat.
On her blog,
Look at the motherfucking boat.
on her blog, Igarashi writes, I make art pieces with my vagina, which I would rather call manko. Manko is the Japanese word for vagina.
Whoa.
I thought it was just funny to decorate my vagina and make it into a diorama, but I was very surprised to see how upset people get when they see my works or even hear me say the word Manko. Even when a TV station asked me to be on their show, they wouldn't dare let me say Dekomon because Mon is from the taboo word Manko. Why did I start making these kind of art pieces? It's because I had never seen the vagina of others and I was too self-conscious of mine.
See, if they just uncensored
Just
everything.
uncensored it, right? Yeah. Like, look at what you're doing to young girls in Japan.
They can't see all their lady friends' coochies online.
They have an infection.
Why did I start making these kind of art pieces? Because I never seen the vagina of others and I was too self-conscious of mine. I did not know what a vagina should look like at the same time, so I thought mine was abnormal. Manko and vagina have been such a taboo in Japanese society. Penis, on the other hand, has been used in illustrations and has become part of pop culture.
They literally have the festivals in the animes, right?
Yeah. But vagina has never been so cute. Vagina has been thought to be obscene because it's been overly hidden. I demand normalizing vagina in anime right now.
Starting with Goku vagina syndrome. No, at a young age.
Although it is just a part of a woman's body. Wow. That article really didn't go where I thought it would. Anyway, there you have it. Moving on. Child rapist.
Before you start this,
Yeah, please.
I'm going to take off.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
I made it a lot longer than I thought, but I gotta go.
His wrist is starting to feel good enough for rubbing one out of it.
No, it's starting to hurt again.
He's like, starting to hurt again. I gotta take this time before it becomes too unbearable.
It was that last article that set him off, wasn't it?
Look, man, you're really not helping her case.
All right, later.
All right, take care. All right, so a child rapist has contacted his victim on Facebook from jail to ask for nude photos.
Huh.
Wow.
I thought they were all monitored whenever they got on the internet. And
Do you think he smuggled the phone in with his ass?
Well, Reese, how else do you think they figured it out? From the victim?
Probably.
An inmate jailed for raping a child used the contraband cell phone to log onto Facebook and ask one of his victims for nude photos. One of his victims, oh shit. Samuel Whitner, 34, is serving a 30-year prison sentence in Columbia, South Carolina for raping a 6-year-old family member. Fuck this guy. In 2009. Well, she has a Facebook account? Like, what the fuck? Another woman who is now 20 years old came forward to police in January and said that Whitner raped her in 2009 when Whitner was out of jail on bond. So she's 20 years now. 2009 would be what, like 15 years ago? No,
Yep.
that doesn't. Is that right? Yeah, I guess 15 years ago.
Well,
She would have been fucking 5. God damn. The second victim said this story was funny on the headline when you think it's like a 17-year-old or something. This is morbid now.
This is a SpongeBob article.
Ruined my mood.
I should know. Yeah, this
Bring
should
the boat back up.
The second victim said she decided to go to authorities after Whitner began harassing her on Facebook, asking her for nude photos. In a statement on Thursday, the Greenville Police Department wrote, quote, "For many years, the victims remained silent about the incident. However, after receiving numerous unwanted social media messages from Whitner, the victim felt compelled to come forward and report the crime. Whitner was charged with first-degree criminal conduct after prison officials searched his jail cell and found a cell phone," police said in the release. The thing that's the most amazing about this, imagine you've got a cell phone in jail, it connects to the internet, and instead of just finding normal porn, you're like, I need to DM this bitch. Give me some nudes, babe.
She's been on my mind the last like 20 years or whatever.
15, yeah.
How traumatic would that be if you were that girl getting hit up by that guy after all that time? She.
South Carolina Department of... The thing is, he's already in jail for 30 years. What are they going to do? Slap another 5 years? I mean, come on. Like,
I mean, that's what I'd do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they're going to do. But I'm just saying, like, it's to him, is like, that's basically, I'm going to be 60 by the time I get out of here. Might as well spank my meat to some previous victims. South Carolina Department of Corrections Director Brian Sterling held a press conference earlier this month to address how inmates are using hidden cell phones to continue crime behind bars, citing a blackmail scheme by 2 inmates. Sterling said, quote, "This is just one more example of how badly we need to pass legislation to allow us to jam cell phone signals." I didn't realize you needed a reason to be able to do that, or like a...
What network are they connecting to?
Uh-huh.
Like, is their significant
Like
other
5G?
getting them a data plan?
I don't know. Criminals go to prison, and they are... And who's paying for that plan? Is there Wi-Fi in the prison? I mean, what the fuck?
I doubt he has an outlet in his cell. How's he charging?
Yeah,
it?
how's he charging it, right? Sterling
Too many
said...
questions.
No, hold on. Criminals go to prison, and they are physically incarcerated, but they are virtually out amongst us. It really do be like that. Last month, a 5-day test to jam cell phone signals inside of state prisons was conducted at Broad River Correctional Institute. Wow! This guy he's really paving a way for the future here. Winter had been disciplined in 2015 for possessing a cell phone in prison. He faces up to 30 years in prison for his charge of first-degree criminal. I thought it was going to say he faces 30 years for having a cell phone. Oh, fuck. All right, fuck this guy. Rotten hell. Honestly, I'll be real. The fact that you're alive in prison when you've been in there since at least 2015 and you have raped a 5 and 6-year-old tells me that they are protecting you, and they have not yet disclosed that you're in for such crimes. Because usually the other inmates aren't too happy when a pedophile is amongst them. Man who had sex with cucumber in driveway wanted by DC police.
Had sex with cucumber.
Yep. I can only think of one way to do that.
No, there's probably 2 ways. You know, you could be the receiver or the
You just
giver,
gotta get
right?
the really big fucking cucumbers.
He's giving it to himself, though, therefore. DC police are seeking help from the community to identify a man captured on video performing a sex act on himself with a cucumber in the driveway of a home in the city's Truxton Circle neighborhood near Dunbar High School, according to both the police press release and the police incident report. Is this his, like, sodomy bag? His, like, toolkit for cucumber sodomy?
It would have to be.
On Friday, September 6, 2024, at approximately 5 p.m., the suspect was in the 200 block of North Street Northwest. The police press release says, quote, "The suspect performed a lewd act in view of the public. The suspect then left the scene." The police incident report lists the police incident report lists the offense committed by the unidentified man as, quote, "lewd incident" or obscene acts. The report says the homeowner called police to report the incident. Yeah, fuck me, man. Imagine stepping out onto your own driveway and some guy is, like, on his knees shoving a goddamn cucumber all the way up his rectum. Imagine that. Imagine opening your garage and that's what your backup cam is seeing. Right? Oh, no.
I'd dream money, man.
The local online publication DC News Now spoke to the homeowner whose security camera video, which she posted on Reddit, shows the man removing a cucumber from what appears to be a lunchbox and crouching down and appearing to insert the cucumber in his anus while standing behind the homeowner's car parked in a driveway. I was so disgusted and freaked out. DC News Now quotes the homeowner, Catherine Baker, as saying, quote, I want my neighbors to know and keep an eye out for this person, Baker told DC News Now. Quote, there's a lot of kids. There are high school students. They walk themselves to and from school, but we all have to be vigilant about this kind of thing. The police report, which identifies Baker as having contacted police to report the incident, describes what appears to be the suspect's actions as captured on the video, which Baker provided to police. It says the man, identified as Suspect 1, quote, went on to move from the front of the vehicle to the rear of the vehicle in front of the respondent one's. Okay, so Baker is respondent 1 and he's suspect 1. Great. So how about we just call them by their names? He went on to the rear of the vehicle in front of Baker's window and continued to perform lewd and obscene acts to the cucumber. He's performing acts to the cucumber? Doesn't sound like it. The Washington...
Can a cucumber consent?
The Washington Blade couldn't immediately reach Baker for further comment. She told DC News Now that she had not seen the suspect in her neighborhood prior to seeing him in the video from her security camera. The publication reports that Baker noticed that at one point, the suspect appears to notice the security camera as seen in the video. Couldn't have given me the screenshot where he's looking directly at it like, oh, fuck. Time to go. It was that eye contact that really unsettled me because it then continues for longer than one would imagine. Oh no. And of course, then he saves the cucumber for later. So it really leaves one with a lot of questions that no one wants to have on their mind. What? Did he eat it? Is that your question?
Did he serve it to somebody else after washing it?
Honestly, it seems to me like he was probably just trying to shove it up there and then pull his pants up and go about his day with a cucumber tickling his prostate on all evening. And he failed, and now he's shamed. She was referring to the video that shows the suspect placing the cucumber back in his lunchbox before he walks away from the scene, carrying the lunchbox through an alley next to the driveway where the incident took place. The police press release includes 2 photos of the suspect taken from the video. It says anyone who can identify the suspect or has further information about the incident should contact the police. A not safe for work video of the incident was posted on Reddit here. No thanks. No thanks. All right. So
we appreciate there being a video, but we don't want it.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm sure it's hilarious, but nah. Man's penis disappeared after his scrotum ballooned to the size of a beach ball, leaving him unable to walk or pee.
Ouch.
Why does it always come to stories like this?
It's Misk News. This is where we get to talk about Misk stuff.
Yeah, your choice of Misk stuff seems to have a
Dear Lord,
recurring theme.
This is what the audience requests. I didn't find any of these. These were provided to us, and it is my sworn duty to deliver to the audience.
To leave them behind and to never show them, except you do every time.
Yeah.
These are all. This is
quality content.
Literally all of these are good cautionary tales. I am doing a service to the community here.
You just want to traumatize us with them before we go to bed.
A man's scrotum ballooned to the size of a beach ball over the course of a decade, doctors have revealed. The 60-year-old man. Imagine! Oh, Martha, it's got to be the size of a beach ball. I just can't wait anymore. We need to go to the doctor. I can't even see my own penis anymore.
I haven't seen it in 5 years. I haven't seen there anymore.
Martha, aren't you tired of wiping the piss dribble off of the bottom of my sack? It's time, honey. I mean, Maybe, perhaps. As the balls grew, the dick was also growing. He's like, you know what? I'm okay with this. But as the balls continue to grow at a faster rate, eventually they eclipse the dick. And he's like, now we got a problem. You know, like,
The dick clips.
The 60-year-old scrotum grew so large that it totally obscured his penis and, quote, hung below his knees.
What?
Imagine.
My balls hang low and they wobble to and fro.
Imagine you get a pill. Imagine they give you an injection or a pill and it just magically over the course of a day shrinks your balls back to their normal size.
All that excess
But-
skin down.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude.
But every time you take a step when you're naked, you kick them. Below his knees.
Shit, they're like, holy shit, your dick's really... No, that's just my ball sack.
His swollen scrotum made it difficult for him to pee or even walk. The report, penned by a team of urologists at the Mohammed V University in Morocco, described the case of a 6-year-old man with massive scrotal elephantitis. Elephantiasis? What?
I like elephantitis better.
Yeah, me too. The patient in question, quote, suffered severe and persistent enlargement of his scrotum for multiple years. His condition is also referred to as the scrotal lymphedema. Oh, God damn it. It refers to a buildup of fluid that causes swelling in the soft tissues of the genital area. It can be caused by a blockage or damage to the lymphatic system, the system that helps to remove waste and toxins from your body, according to Cleveland Clinic. I like to think, didn't we read that like the COVID vaccine caused balls to like grow or whatever? And like
Isn't that like what that one rapper? Like,
yeah, Cardi B. Cardi B was talking about her cousin's balls or whatever, and she was like one of the first people you wouldn't have expected to like come out against the vaccine because of what it did to her cousin. So I just like wondered. We also read stories about people who were like trying to get. Well, we also read about people who had like gotten the vaccine and then like walked away and put on a fake mustache and got it again. Do you think this guy just kept getting it and his balls just kept getting bigger, right?
Put it right in the balls this time.
Yeah, can you just inject it directly in the balls? So it can be caused by a blockage or damage to the lymphatic system, the system that helps remove waste and toxins from your body, according to the Cleveland Clinic. When the scrotum swells significantly, it's called massive or giant scrotal lymphedema. Emotional distress and physical disability are two significant consequences of scrotal elephantiasis. I don't know how to pronounce it. The symptoms, such as hygiene difficulties, urinary incontinence, unpleasing appearance, loss of libido, and immobility. I mean, yeah, I can't imagine trying to ram it in someone while your balls are in the way. And immobility can cause severe debilitation. Though the condition can be common in regions like Africa or Asia. Common, you say?
I think they mean relatively speaking, it's more common than every other part in the world, but
are you saying
they did
are you saying that the stereotype of African penis sizes is actually just engorged testicles mistaken for...
I think they mentioned something hygiene can cause it. So
there's a new Silent Hill villain, Beach Ball Scrotum Head. Yep. I think that's the one they added to the prison section. We'll see.
Oh, God.
The cause and origin of this affliction in the Western world can vary greatly, they said. The report documents one European patient afflicted with scrotal lymphedema due to chronic lower urinary tract infection. The 60-year-old patient at the heart of the report endured a significant enlargement of his scrotum over the course of a decade. A fucking decade. God, the body is resilient. It swelled to such a size that it essentially swallowed up the man's genitals, making moving, peeing, and other day-to-day activities very difficult. During the examination, his scrotum was found to have a diameter of 60 centimeters. Is that a lot?
That's 2 rulers, dude.
Fucking goddamn no! Are you serious?
A ruler's 30 centimeters.
PM2IN.
No
Reese doesn't
way.
trust me.
Holy shit.
30 centimeters is a ruler, which is also like, what, a foot?
Yeah, it's 23 inches. Yeah, 23 and a half
Fucking
inches.
God damn it, dude. It's a diameter. A diameter of 2 feet. Holy shit! How did you even get into the hospital?
How do people not notice this giant?
He probably had it. Yeah,
in a goddamn wheelbarrow, right?
He'd have to wear like a skirt to hide it from people. Like, how do other people not notice this?
It's a manager dress. What are you looking at?
Oh shit! Oh, hold on. I have something to say. Hold on.
Gundam didn't want us to read this article. Remember that.
Yeah. Hold on. Turns out, beach ball scrotum head. Oh god damn it! I missed it by like a frame. Has been here the whole time. Coming out the back of him.
That's what that is. No, I can't
Canonically, from now on, it's beach ball scrotum head underneath the pier. That's what he's hiding. It's this man's balls.
I mean, is that the symbolism? Because you said that it's all about his repressed sexual desires.
Well,
so maybe the pyramid is his dick, and the scrotum at the back
that's
is
it.
his scrotum.
Yep, 100%. That's it. That's got to be it. Oh god, I still can't get over 2 fucking feet. Oh, the skin on the area appeared thickened and rough with signs of lichenification when skin becomes thick and leathery.
When he turns into a werewolf?
Right? So there's an image at the top of this article that I used Brave's like block element function to remove because it was so horrifying, of like a hairy green tongue.
Oh yeah.
Lichenification made me think of that, and I was like, "Oh, is that him?" Like,
yeah. Thanks for covering that up.
Yeah.
Seen that every time
I honestly kept refreshing this every week because I thought eventually it would disappear. I thought that was like an ad for something, and eventually it would go away, but it didn't. So I'm like, I'll just block it. Whatever. Fuck that. Anyway, additionally, both testicles were displaced while the penis remained hidden within the mass located in that region. Displaced where? Because your testicle is connected with like the tubing. Like, so if your balls get, do you think the testicles remained the same and it just filled with enough fluid to make the scrotal sac that big? Like, the man told doctor.
I don't want to think about it.
I would imagine, yeah, just.
Oh god. Oh fuck. It says here the man told doctors he was regularly in pain and frequently fell victim to infections. I thought. Can you imagine falling with a 2-foot wide sack? The urologist conducted an ultrasound, a scan using sound waves to create an image of the part inside of the body, which showed that the patient's lymphatic ducts had widened and there was a buildup of fluid in the scrotal sac.
Just pop that with a pin and be done with it.
Yeah, this is the pouch of skin that contains the wait, what? In the scrotal sac. Okay, this is the pouch of skin that contains the testicles. I got to read that. I didn't follow this. The urologist conducted an ultrasound, a scan using sound waves to create images inside the body, which showed that the patient's lymphatic ducts had widened and there was a buildup of fluid. Okay, so I might have been right. This is the pouch of skin that contains the testicles. Doctors noted that blood flow in the area was normal despite the swelling. After deliberating on what course of action to take to treat their patient, they deemed that popping them was that surgery was necessary. Our patient underwent one of the most traditional and commonly used methods of treating scrotal elephantiasis, the report author said. The procedure involved removing affected skin and tissue and reconstructing the scrotum while preserving areas like the testicles. When faced with extensive disease, it is recommended to remove all affected elephantoid tissue while endeavoring to salvage the penis and reproductive organs, they explained. Despite the severity of this case, and after discussing options with our patient, we opted to spare both testes along with their respective spermatic cords. Wow, what a name. Spermatic cords. The patient experienced significant improvements in their quality of life post-surgery.
Yeah, now he can pound his wife again.
The man reported satisfactory cosmetic appearance post-surgery as well as functional success. Doc, it worked.
Like that one scene in the Green Mile where he just rails his wife all night long afterwards, after he gets healed.
No, don't know about that. Watch the party win. To prevent and treat severe scrotal elephantiasis, early diagnosis along with comprehensive interdisciplinary management is crucial. What? Elaborate! Tell me how to not be this man's fate. The 60-year-old patient is not...
Wash your balls.
Wash your balls. The 60-year-old patient is not the first to experience this condition, which report authors referring to previous cases detailed in society. Blah, blah, blah. In 2017, a man from Kenya underwent life-changing surgery after his testicle swelled to 20 times their normal size due to an infection. To be honest with you, 20 times doesn't even sound anywhere near 2 feet. Like, I just saying. Wait, but this time his testicles. This is actual testicles, not scrotal filled with fluid. So that's a little bit scary. Yeah. Was it by chance Cardi B's cousin? All right. If you thought that was a miracle story, a success of modern medicine, and also an adequate SpongeBob, you would be wrong, because actually it's this one. Man chops up own penis and stores severed parts in a jar of snow after eating magic mushrooms. A man in Austria reportedly amputated his own penis with an axe after ingesting a hefty dose of psychedelic mushrooms. Fortunately, doctors in Austria were able to reattach the severed organ. Yay! Good for him. The patient's shocking story is the first of its kind, according to the SciPost.org, and now detailed in the Mega Journal of Surgery. The 37-year-old man was reportedly suffering from depression and alcohol abuse at the time of his psychotic break. Psilocybin is a naturally occurring compound in so-called magic mushrooms with the power to thrust humans into hallucinatory states if ingested. It works by altering the brain's serotonin receptors, altering our senses, and heightening emotions. Throughout history, several indigenous cultures have used the drug in spiritual ceremonies and to bring enlightenment to the physically ill. Lately, mainstream medicine has caught on to the therapeutic benefits of psilocybin. Lately, mainstream medicine has caught on to the therapeutic benefits of psilocybin mushrooms, as studies show it could help treat patients experiencing psychological distress, such as depression, anxiety, addiction, and post-traumatic stress disorder. However, the patient involved in the shocking new report found no such relief after using the substance without supervision to treat his ill mental health. This is the first documented case of Klinger syndrome related to psilocybin, in which a psychologically disturbed person self-inflicts harm on their genitals. Doctors at Hospital Feldkirch in Austria wrote that the patient, who had been alone on his who had been alone at his vacation home at the time, had eaten 4 to 5 individual dried mushrooms, inducing a brief psychotic episode in which he used an axe to chop his penis into multiple pieces. Do you think he was
cut his freaking leg off?
Do you think he was hard when he did it?
I mean, I think you would have to be if you chop it off with an axe.
Yeah. So I've got another article here about the same topic. While under the influence of the drug, he decided to cut off his own penis with a blunt axe. Blunt.
Oh.
It gets worse, right?
God.
Later, he was spotted by a townsperson after wandering from his home to seek help. He arrived at the nearest hospital in critical condition about 5 hours. 5 hours after the horrific incident. The garish scene indicated to medical experts that the man had attempted to tie a piece of cloth around his penis to block blood flow and placed the rest of the organ in a jar filled with snow. Doctors had to carefully clean the severed organ, which had been contaminated by dirt and snow, and managed to repair the tip and about 2 inches of the shaft. Okay, hold on. Fortunately, doctors in Austria were able to reattach the severed organ. Is it though? 2 inches of the shaft. Other pieces had been too damaged to reattach. Now, look, I don't presume to know exactly what the internal anatomy, other than knowing it looks kind of like a monkey, of a penis works. I don't understand all of it. But I believe there are like tendon or like musculature in it that I imagine once you cut, that thing goes and it flings its way up to the top, right? Because it's no longer taut, right? So I don't understand how you cut off inch by inch and then you just be like, yeah, we could get it back to, we got 2 of the inches back on. Like, how the fuck do you get, that just seems like a nightmare to try to make that work. It just doesn't seem as easy as they make it sound. The patient was unable to fully recollect the nightmarish event. Probably for the best, honestly. Immediately following the surgery, the man was placed under the care of psychiatric professionals as he continued to suffer from bouts of psychosis for about a week to follow. On the mend, he later continued recovery in the urology department. Complications arose, including necrosis or death of skin tissue, which healed with time. Within a few months of surgery, he also regained erectile and urinary functions. Hey, what a happy ending. Yeah, so I got a little tiny bit more details here. Although suffering considerable blood loss, he managed to stem the blood loss by tying the wounded member off with a piece of 5mm cord. He rescued the pieces of his penis and stored them in a jar full of soil and dirty snow. That's a little different than what they said in the other article, right? He was then rushed to the hospital where the extent of his injuries were discovered. According to the paper, quote, examination showed an impressive bulging over the penile stump. What does that mean? And after removing the ligating cord, 800 milliliters of blood and clots discharged from the wound.
Ew.
In some kind of miracle, surgeons managed to reattach the man's penis, keeping the glands and the shaft intact. Despite this, 3 fragments of the penile shaft with a total length of 5 centimeters, how long is that, had to be removed.
Sorry, what?
How long is 5 centimeters in inches?
I don't know, probably 2 or 3.
5 is almost 2 inches.
So he was only really working with just under 4 to begin with, I guess. I guess it's not that it's not that unheard of that this could be considered a success because it's not like he was getting laid anyway. All right. Anyway, that is the article. That was it. That was it. All right. Let's catch up on chats. There's so many. Why are there so many?
I thought Mirage said he had work.
Well, that probably just meant he had to go lay down, and we are his ASMR as he drifts off to sleep, dreaming of penile amputation and gigantic scrotums.
Midnight lullaby.
So this is referring to the keyboard. The dials are programmable, and they usually default to volume. Is AC asking for a Fujiko Mine game? No, not really. But I do think it would be funny if you just took games that you already play. I can't think of anyone off the top of my head. I mean, because they already kind of did it with like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas had the hot coffee mod kind of thing. I just think it'd be funny if more games just randomly inserted sex scenes that had no basis to be in there at all, and they were like triple X-ray, like full on penetration, money shots, just like everything just
controlled the thrust with your controller.
Yeah. It's like a rhythm game where you have to time the buttons for the... I think that's kind of how that was, right?
Do they outright have a rhythm game that's a porn game as well? They should. That sounds like a recipe for success, right?
They have.
It'd be great. They should make games like that are like endurance builders that are.
They have videos.
Yeah, I got the latest high score in Rape Hero.
There's a literal genre of videos called Cock Hero.
Oh. Is she in trouble for the pictures and not the boat and bear? I don't know.
That was a nice.
Before I go to bed, I came across a new Kickstarter card, and I shit you not, it's called Who Murdered the Turtle? Not only that the turtles look like Squirtle from Pokemon, it already reached its goal and has 19 days to go. Well, share it in the article, share it.
Oh no.
Oh my god. Okay.
I don't think you play card games, so.
Yeah, I don't. I still want to see it. I wonder if the Kickstarter developers are like, we can't call it Who Murdered Mirage because that's already copyrighted. Oh. Can it be a school day as a watch club without playing the game? School days watch. Well, yeah, we're going to watch the show. I don't want to play the game. I don't even like the show, to be honest.
I'm
dying to talk about it. Have you ever seen the show?
No, I don't want.
I know of its infamy.
Well, look, the thing is, the infamy is actually not that bad. The thing that's hard about it is you watch a bunch of characters rationalize bad decisions for like 10 straight episodes. And you're like, God damn. Every one of you is acting like
really
you're too good.
Yeah,
well, I'm just saying, like, it's one of those things where it's one of those things where you should just see it once, kind of thing. But anyway. Kickstarter card game is a typo. I'll post the Discord. Thank you. He asked her at 20. Yeah. So I guess I guess some pedophiles can be redeemed. Or no. Sex with cucumber. Looks like he got his salad tossed. Yeah. Can cucumbers consent? This would be dismissed like the immigrants eating pets if there was no camera. Oh. It's quality content. Footnum, yeah. Footnum said, read my top comment. South Park did the scrotum episode. Yep. Ouch. There's a new song.
I have that one on disc.
We all have 2 feet. Yep, we all do have 2 feet.
Yeah, the scrotum episode.
I'm not an amputee.
They tried to get cancer deliberately so they could get medical marijuana.
All right, Mirage says, LOL, laughing snakes. Are those snakes? I always assume they're snakes. I don't know what they are, actually.
It could be a lizard.
I'm curious if you'll cover the article about the dude who cut his dick off with an axe after doing shrooms. Yep, I got it. You're welcome. Hopefully it wasn't Luigi. Was Luigi doing shrooms on stream? By the way, I've seen the not safe for work images of this in another article. Thank God it was blurred out. Yeah. So he's talking about, it was in this article.
The chop one?
Yeah, you can't see anything. Like, anyway. Oh, I guess I wasn't screen sharing that like a dumbass. Good job.
Nothing really to add there.
Yeah, there's nothing to see really. It's this. Anyway.
Get me away from that.
She says there are no muscles, AC. It's just a sponge. I don't know, man.
Yeah, the sponge fills up with blood, and that's what makes it hard.
I get that, but isn't there also like a tendon on the back or whatever? I'm not sure. I'm honestly surprised he didn't die from blood loss. Yeah, right? How is anyone able to fuck a cucumber? Could you fuck a pizza? Well, let me introduce you to BigSausagePizza.com. There was an entire website devoted to men delivering pizzas with a hole in the middle and getting sucked up.
The best part is when she eats the pizza at the end.
I doubt the Linux can play PC 98 games. Those games have anime graphics on par with Super Famicom games. Okay. Off topic, but in regards to game remasters, are you personally upset that Chrono Cross got a remaster instead of Chrono Trigger? Did Chrono Cross get a remaster? Chrono Trigger did get a remaster. It was when it was ported to PlayStation and they added all the animated cutscenes. South Park knew that P. Diddy is bad. Okay. No tendons. Wow. Did it for Switch. Oh, cool. That's cool. I'd love to play it, actually. I love that game. Anyway, that's it. I don't know what to do for the outro, but we need to pick something. I know what to do.
We have 55 seconds before we hit 7 hours.
Fuck. I'm looking for... Hold on. Set outro video. God damn it. Load. For fuck's sake. They did not... Okay, I have to move it to the top to be able to do it. Oh, that's the one. All right, move it to the top.
20 seconds.
It's only a 2-second video, so I think it'll be okay. All right, everybody. Take care. Brush your hair. To quote Generic Me. See ya.
Wash your balls.
End.
Disappointed.